శ్రేష్టమైన ఆధునిక మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు నిర్మాణం కూడా ఉంది.
आज के इस कार्यक्रम में भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमारे विजन की झलक भी साफ दिख रही है. हमारा विजन है समावेशी विकास का, इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ का.
నేడు ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో మౌలిక సదుపాయాల కల్పనలో మా దార్శనికత యొక్క స్పష్టమైన సంకేతం కనబడుతుంది. మా ఆలోచన అంతా కూడా సమ్మిళిత అభివృద్ధి కోసం.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर हम कभी ऐसे सवालों में नहीं उलझे कि हमें रेलवे का विकास करना है या सड़क परिवहन का. हम कभी इसे लेकर दुविधा में नहीं फंसे कि हमें पोर्ट पर ध्यान देना है कि हाईवे पर.
మేము మౌలిక సదుపాయాల కోసం ఎటువంటి సందేహాలకి లోను కాలేదు. అది రైల్వేల అభివృద్ధి అయినా, రోడ్ల అభివృద్ధి అయినా, మనం పోర్టుల అభివృద్ధి చేద్దామా, రహదారుల అభివృద్ధి చేద్దామా అనే విషయంలో సందేహపడలేదు.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के इस आइसोलेटेड व्यू से देश को भारी नुकसान उठाना पड़ा. इससे सप्लाई चेन पर असर पड़ा और लॉजिस्टिक्स का खर्च बढ़ गया.
మౌలిక సదుపాయాల్లో ఇటువంటి లోపభూయిష్టమైన ఆలోచన కారణంగా దేశానికి భారీ నష్టం చవిచూసింది. మిత్రులారా, సరఫరా గొలుసు, రవాణా సౌకర్యాలు బహుముఖమైన అనుసంధానంపై ఆధారపడి ఉంటుంది. ఆ విధంగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి దోహదపడతాయి.
साथियों, सप्लाई चेन और लॉजिस्टिक्स मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी पर निर्भर करते हैं. इसलिए हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विकास को लेकर के नई अप्रोच अपनाई. हमने विकास के इंटीग्रेटेड व्यू को महत्व दिया.
మిత్రులారా, సరఫరా గొలుసు బహుముఖమైన అనుసంధానంపై ఆధారపడి ఉంటుంది. ఇందుకోసం మేము మౌలిక సదుపాయాల కోసం ప్రత్యేకమైన ఒక కొత్త పద్ధతిని ప్రారంభించాం. మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు ఏకీకృత ఆలోచనలతో పెద్దపీట వేశాం.
आज जिस इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर की नींव रखी गई है उसमें 6 लेन वाली सड़क का प्रावधान है. पोर्ट तक पहुंचने के लिए एक अलग सड़क भी बनाई जाएगी. एक तरफ हम विशाखापट्टनम रेलवे स्टेशन को संवार रहे हैं तो दूसरी तरफ फिशिंग हार्बर को अत्याधुनिक बना रहे हैं.
నేడు ఎకనామిక్ కారిడార్ ఆర్థిక లోగుల గురించి ఆలోచిస్తున్నాము. అందులో 6 రోడ్ల సదుపాయం గురించి ఉంది. పోర్టు వరకు చేరడం కోసం ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన రోడ్డు నిర్మాణం చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఒక పక్క విశాఖపట్నం రైల్వే స్టేషన్ ని ఆధునీకరిస్తున్నాయి, ఇంకో పక్క మన చేపల రేవుని కూడా ఆధునీకరిస్తున్నాం.
साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का ये इंटीग्रेटेड व्यू पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान की वजह से संभव हुआ है. गति शक्ति प्लान से न सिर्फ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण की रफ्तार तेज हुई है, बल्कि इससे परियोजनाओं पर लगने वाला खर्च भी कम हुआ है.
మిత్రులారా, మౌలిక సదుపాయాల ఏకీకృత ఆలోచన కారణంగా ప్రధానమంత్రి గతిశక్తి జాతీయ ప్రణాళిక కారణంగా జరుగుతుంది. మిషన్ గతిశక్తి ద్వారా మౌలిక సదుపాయాల వేగం పెరుగుతుంది. దీంతో పాటు అనేక ప్రాజెక్టులపై జరిగే ఖర్చు బాగా తగ్గుతుంది.
मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम ही हर शहर का भविष्य है और विशाखापट्टनम ने इस दिशा में कदम बढ़ा दिया है.
మల్టీ మోడల్ లాజిస్టిక్స్ బహుముఖమైన రవాణా వ్యవస్థ ప్రతి నగరం యొక్క భవిష్యత్. విశాఖపట్నం కూడా ఈ దిశగా ముందడుగు వేస్తుంది.
मुझे मालूम है कि इन परियोजनाओं का आंध्र के लोगों को लंबे समय से इंतजार था और आज जब ये इंतजार पूरा हो रहा है तो आंध्र प्रदेश और इसके तटीय क्षेत्र एक नई रफ्तार के साथ विकास की इस दौड़ में आगे बढ़ेंगे।
నాకు తెలుసు మీరు ఈ యొక్క ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ కోసం ఆంధ్ర ప్రజలు ఎంతో కాలం నుంచి ఎదురు చూస్తున్నారు. ఈ రోజు మీ నిరీక్షణ పూర్తయిన సందర్భం ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ మరియు తీర ప్రాంతం యొక్క కొత్త వేగంతో అభివృద్ధి దిశగా ఉరకలు వేస్తుంది.
साथियों, आज पूरी दुनिया संघर्ष के नए दौर से गुजर रही है। कुछ देशों में जरूरी सामानों की किल्लत है तो कुछ देश ऊर्जा संकट से जूझ रहे हैं। तकरीबन हर देश अपनी गिरती अर्थव्यवस्था को लेकर परेशान है।
మిత్రులారా, ఈరోజు ప్రపంచం మొత్తం కష్టాల్లో ఉంది. కొన్ని దేశాలకు నిత్యావసర సరుకులు కొరతతో ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్నాయి. కొన్ని దేశాలు ఇంధన సంక్షోభంతో ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్నాయి. దాదాపు ప్రతి దేశం వాళ్ళ క్షీణిస్తున్న ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థపై ఆందోళన చెందుతున్నారు.
लेकिन इन सब के बीच भारत कई क्षेत्रों में बुलंदियां छू रहा है। भारत विकास की नई गाथा लिख रहा है और इसे सिर्फ आप ही महसूस नहीं कर रहे हैं बल्कि दुनिया भी बड़े गौर से आपकी तरफ देख रही है।
కానీ ఇటువంటి కష్టకాలంలో భారతదేశం అనేక సవాళ్ల మధ్య కొత్త ఎత్తులు చేరుకుంటుంది. భారతదేశం ఒక సరికొత్త అభివృద్ధి చరిత్ర రాస్తుంది. ఇది కేవలం మనం అనుభవిస్తుందే కాదు, ప్రపంచం మొత్తం మన వైపు చూస్తుంది.
आप देख रहे होंगे कि कैसे एक्सपर्ट और बुद्धिजीवी भारत की प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं। आज भारत पूरी दुनिया की उम्मीदों का केंद्र बिंदु बन गया है।
మీరు చూస్తున్నారు, ప్రపంచం భారతదేశంలో ప్రముఖులు అనేక మంది మేధావులు ప్రశంసిస్తున్నారు. ఇది మీరు చూస్తున్నారు. నేడు భారతదేశం ప్రపంచం మొత్తం యొక్క ఆశల యొక్క కేంద్ర బిందువుగా మారింది.
ऐसा इसलिए संभव हुआ है क्योंकि आज भारत अपने नागरिकों की आशाओं, आवश्यकताओं को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए काम कर रहा है। हमारी हर पॉलिसी, हर फैसला सामान्य मानवी के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए है।
ఇది ఎందుకు అయిందంటే ఇప్పుడు భారత్ వాళ్ళ పౌరుల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షలను, ఆశల్ని ప్రధానంగా తీసుకుని పనిచేస్తుంది. మా ప్రతి విధానం, మా ప్రతి నిర్ణయం సామాన్య మానవుడి యొక్క జీవితాన్ని మెరుగుపరచడం కోసమే.
आज एक तरफ पीएलआई स्कीम, जीएसटी, आईबीसी, नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन, गति शक्ति जैसी पॉलिसी की वजह से भारत में निवेश बढ़ रहा है तो दूसरी तरफ गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए चलाई जा रही योजनाओं का लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है।
నేడు ఒక పక్క పిఎల్ఐ స్కీమ్, జీఎస్టీ, ఐబీసీ, జాతీయ మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు, పైప్లైన్, గతిశక్తి వంటి పాలసీలు వల్ల భారతదేశంలో పెట్టుబడులు పెరుగుతున్నాయి. మరోపక్క పేదవాళ్ల కళ్యాణం కోసం అనేక పథకాలను అమలు చేస్తున్నాం. వాటిని నిరంతరం పెంచుకుంటూ పోతున్నాం.
विकास की इस यात्रा में आज देश के वो इलाके भी शामिल हैं जो पहले हाशिए पर होते थे। सबसे पिछड़े जिलों में भी एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम के जरिए विकास से जुड़ी योजनाएं चलाई जा रही है।
అభివృద్ధి యొక్క ఈ ప్రయాణంలో దేశంలో అనేక ప్రాంతాలు అట్టడుగు ప్రాంతాలు కూడా చేర్చబడ్డాయి. ఆకాంక్ష జిల్లాల కార్యక్రమంలో వెనుకబడ్డ జిల్లాల్లో అనేక రకాల అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాలు అమలు చేస్తున్నాం.
देश के करोड़ों गरीबों को पिछले 2.5 साल से मुफ्त अनाज दिया जा रहा है. पिछले 3.5 साल से पीएम किसान योजना के जरिए किसान के खाते में हर वर्ष सीधे 6,000 रुपये पहुंच रहे हैं.
దేశంలో కోట్లాది మంది పేదవాళ్లకు గత 2.5 సంవత్సరాలుగా ఉచిత బియ్యం ఇస్తున్నాము. గత 3.5 సంవత్సరాల నుండి ప్రధానమంత్రి కిసాన్ సమ్మాన్ నిధి ద్వారా రైతుల ఖాతాల్లో నేరుగా 6,000 రూపాయలు చేరుతుంది.
इसी तरह सनराइज सेक्टर से जुड़ी हमारी पॉलिसी की वजह से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बन रहे हैं. ड्रोन से लेकर गेमिंग तक, स्पेस से लेकर स्टार्टअप तक हर क्षेत्र को हमारी पॉलिसी की वजह से आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिल रहा है.
అదేవిధంగా సన్ రైజ్ సెక్టర్స్ యొక్క ఆలోచన కారణంగా యువతకి కొత్త అవకాశాలు లభిస్తున్నాయి. అది డ్రోన్ మొదలు గేమింగ్ వరకు, అంతరిక్షం నుండి అంకురాల వరకు అన్ని క్షేత్రాల్లో మా పనుల కారణంగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి అవకాశం దొరుకుతుంది.
साथियों, जब लक्ष्य स्पष्ट होते हैं तो आकाश की ऊंचाइयां हो या समुद्र की गहराइयां, हम अवसरों को तलाश भी लेते हैं और तराश भी लेते हैं. आज आंध्र में मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए डीप वाटर एनर्जी को निकालने की शुरुआत इसका एक बड़ा उदाहरण है.
మిత్రులారా, ఎప్పుడైతే లక్ష్యం స్పష్టంగా ఉంటుందో అప్పుడు అవకాశం యొక్క అంచులైన, సముద్రం యొక్క లోతులైన అవకాశాలని వెతుకుతాం, అవకాశాలని అందిపుచ్చుకుంటాం. ఈరోజు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఆధునిక సాంకేతిక పరిజ్ఞానం ద్వారా డీప్ వాటర్ లో ఇంధనాన్ని వెలికి తీయటం అనేది ఒక గొప్ప ఉదాహరణ మాత్రమే.
और आज देश ब्लू इकोनॉमी से जुड़ी अनंत संभावनाओं को साकार करने के लिए भी बड़े स्तर पर प्रयास कर रहा है. ब्लू इकोनॉमी पहली बार देश की इतनी बड़ी प्राथमिकता बनी है.
ఈరోజు దేశంలో నీలి ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థతో ముడిపడి అనేక అవకాశాలు సాకారం కోసం పెద్ద ఎత్తున కృషి చేస్తున్నాం. బ్లూ ఎకానమీ మొదటిసారి ఇంత ప్రాధాన్యత అంశంగా చేర్చబడింది.
मत्स्य पालकों के लिए अब किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड ऐसी सुविधा भी उपलब्ध है. आज विशाखापट्टनम फिशिंग हार्बर को आधुनिक बनाने का जो काम शुरू हुआ है, इससे हमारे मछुआरे भाई बहनों का जीवन आसान होगा.
మత్స్యకారులకు కూడా కిసాన్ క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ లాంటి సదుపాయాలు లభిస్తున్నాయి. ఈరోజు విశాఖపట్నం యొక్క మత్స్యరేవు ఆధునీకరణ పని ప్రారంభమవుతుంది. దీనివల్ల మత్స్యకార సోదరి సోదరుల యొక్క జీవితం సులభతరం అవుతుంది.
जैसे जैसे गरीब की ताकत बढ़ेगी और आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े अवसरों तक उसकी पहुंच होगी, विकसित भारत का हमारा सपना भी पूरा होगा.
ఎప్పుడెప్పుడైతే పేదవాళ్ల శక్తి పెరుగుతుందో, ఆధునిక సదుపాయాలు వాళ్ళకి చేరుతాయో, వికసించిన భారత యొక్క మన కల పూర్తవుతుంది.
साथियों, समुद्र सदियों से भारत के लिए समृद्धि और संपन्नता का स्रोत रहा है और हमारे समुद्र तटों ने इस समृद्धि के लिए गेटवे का काम किया है। आज देश में पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाएं चल रही है, भविष्य में उनका और विस्तार होगा।
మిత్రులారా, సముద్రం పూర్వకాలం నుండి భారత్ యొక్క సమృద్ధి సంపద తేవటంలో ఆధారంగా ఉంది. సముద్ర తీరాలు మన ఆరాలుగా మారాయి. ఈరోజు దేశంలో రేవులు, భూములు, అభివృద్ధి వేల కోట్ల రూపాయలలో ప్రాజెక్టులు నడుస్తున్నాయి. ఇవి భవిష్యత్తులో మరింతగా విస్తరిస్తాయి.
विकास की इस समग्र सोच को आज 21वीं सदी का भारत धरातल पर उतार रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है आंध्र प्रदेश देश के विकास के इस अभियान में इसी तरह बड़ी भूमिका निभाता रहेगा।
అభివృద్ధి కోసం ఇటువంటి సమగ్రమైన ఆలోచన 21వ శతాబ్ది యొక్క భారతదేశం వాస్తవ రూపంలో అవతరిస్తుంది, వాస్తవ రూపంలో తీసుకొస్తుంది. నాకు విశ్వాసం ఉంది, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ దేశం యొక్క వికాసంలో పెద్ద భూమిక ప్రదర్శించబోతుంది.
इसी संकल्प के साथ आप सभी का एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
ఇటువంటి సంకల్పంతో మీ అందరికీ మరోసారి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు.
मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की
जय,
भारत माता की
जय,
भारत माता की
जय.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमंत
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही राधे राधे। कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमंत
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही राधे राधे। कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम। बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं, मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल राखी सावंत ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल राखी सावंत ऑल्सो बिकम। और इसी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
over the Hawala route transaction that is being set through dubious NRI accounts, how they are busy sending money back home so that they can be used as secret donations. Now, what exactly were these secret donations? Let's show another round of graphics, tell you exactly how this modus operandi also worked. This is when it comes to the PFI functionaries there, how they were based abroad, how exactly when it comes to their Hawala transactions and routes, how the money was misused and how it was brought back home in a way to use it as a hate propaganda against the vulnerable youth. We have also seen that when it comes to the indoctrination, several incriminating materials that has also been recovered.
Big revelations have come in from the FIRs that NI has registered in the PFI case. It goes on to show PFI's link with Al-Qaeda and foreign entities from Afghanistan as well as Saudi Arabia, how youth used to be radicalized and then sent to Afghanistan for terrorist training. Now these FIRs that Time now has access shows that how physical camps used to be organized by PFI in the name of karate camps, karate school, and through these they used to be provoked with hate speeches, and by imparting this information about the alleged violence against Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir, and after radicalizing them they used to be sent to Khorasan province of Afghanistan, where they used to be given terrorist training there.
Nissan Magnite, big on dreams, bold in passion, beautiful in every drive. Rush to the nearest Nissan dealership now.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Sir, I won't be able to travel for work. Chest में पेन हो रहा था. कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट से चेक करवाया तो पता चला कि ब्लड वेसल में ब्लॉकेज है. स्टेंट लगवाना पड़ेगा.
दोस्त, ट्रीटमेंट जरूरी है और टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत आगे बढ़ गई है. कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट का कहना है कि ब्लॉकेज के लिए अब डिसॉल्वेबल स्टेंट्स हैं, जो 2 से 3 साल में खुद ब खुद डिसॉल्व हो जाते हैं और रिकवरी टाइम भी कम है. अभी बहुत जीना बाकी है, इसीलिए ट्रीटमेंट जरूरी है.
Issued in public interest for you and your loved ones by Merrill.
घर का खर्च चलाने के लिए रोहन की पढ़ाई वाली एफडी तोड़नी पड़ी और उसके डॉक्टर बनने का सपना भी. काश तुमने जाने से पहले टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया होता.
PolicyBazaar.com पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 430 रुपए महीने से शुरू.
Who you are under pressure is who you are underneath. Van Heusen Innerwear.
was a big song and dance about internet being cut. Okay. Now, if you've reached a stage where you say an internet cut is more dangerous than the loss of human lives, then what can I say?
India's illegal and unilateral actions of 5th August 2019 to change the internationally recognized disputed status of Jammu and Kashmir and to alter the demographic structure of the occupied territory further undermined the prospects of peace.
अनुयायियों की भावनाओं को आहत करके कहा, मैं ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश को कभी ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा, ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा। मैं राम और कृष्ण को ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा, ना ही उनकी कभी पूजा करूंगा। मैं गौरी गणपति आदि हिंदू धर्म के किसी भी देवी देवताओं को नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा। यह मुद्दा केवल दिल्ली की नहीं, पूरे भारत की जनता ने उठाया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भी एक जिम्मेदार राजनीतिक दल होने की भूमिका निभाई और इस मुद्दे को पुरजोर तरीके से उठाया। ढोंगी हिंदू कहें या चुनावी हिंदू कहें, यह तय करना मुश्किल है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा कि मैं अपने मंत्री को बर्खास्त करता हूं। बर्खास्त कर दिया, लेकिन गिरगिटान धीरे धीरे रंग बदले। गिरगिटान अगर किसी को अपना गुरु कहता है तो वो महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये कैसे रंग बदलते हैं मैं बताता हूं। मेरे हाथ में ये स्टार कैंपेनर की सूची है, एमसीडी चुनाव दिल्ली के स्टार कैंपेनर। इसमें एक नाम मैं पढ़ता हूं, 22 नंबर पे, 22 नंबर पे जो नाम है, ये नाम स्टार कैंपेनर श्री राजेंद्र पाल गौतम का है। इनको तो आपने मंत्री पद से हटा दिया था और हटा के ये कहा था कि ये जो बयान दिया गया है इससे आप सहमत भी शायद ना हो, इसीलिए हटाया। अगर तब हटा दिया था तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ये बताइए, शब्द राजेंद्र पाल गौतम के थे विषैले, नफरत भरे। सोच अरविंद केजरीवाल की ही थी, रहा नहीं गया अपने नफरती नेता के बिना। उनको स्टार कैंपेनर बनाया, स्टार कैंपेनर बना के जिम्मेदारी ये दी, जाके हिंदू देवी देवताओं को खूब गाली देना। हमें केवल और केवल एक ही धर्म विशेष का वोट चाहिए। वक्फ बोर्ड में मैं 100 करोड़ रुपए दूंगा। मैं मौलवियों को, मुफ्तियों को भत्ता भी दूंगा। हिंदुओं का क्या है, तुम गाली दो, मैं तुम्हें स्टार कैंपेनर बनाऊंगा। और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि यह गलती से मिस्टेक नहीं हुआ है। गलती से मिस्टेक इसलिए नहीं हुआ है, 8 तारीख की मैंने सूची खगा ली। 8 को देखिए, गुजरात में भी विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं, यहां भी एक स्टार कैंपेनर की लिस्ट आई। इस स्टार कैंपेनर की लिस्ट में वो तो 22 नंबर पे थे, 8वें नंबर पे गोपाल इटालिया का नाम आ गया। अब गोपाल इटालिया वो व्यक्ति है जो कहते हैं जो हिंदू देवी देवताओं के मंदिर हैं ये महिलाओं का शोषण करने का अड्डा है। आपने ऐसा चोट पहुंचाने वाला वक्तव्य व्यक्ति देता है उसको स्टार कैंपेनर बना दिया। और क्या आपसे यह सवाल नहीं पूछा जाएगा कि ये जो नफरती लोग हैं केवल आपको यही लोग मिलते हैं जो आपके स्टार कैंपेनर बनते हैं? ये सोच आती कहां से है? क्या ये इन स्टार कैंपेनर्स तक ही सीमित है, इनके मस्तिष्क की उपज है? तो मैंने इस पे भी थोड़ा अध्ययन किया और अब जो तथ्य मैं आपके समक्ष रखूंगा ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर देंगे। सबसे बड़ा नफरती, हिंदू विरोधी, भ्रष्टाचारी, कट्टर बेईमान, महाठग, वसूली का किंगपिन कोई है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। राजेंद्र गौतम पर इन्होंने कहा था कि उसका जो बयान था वो गलत था। आम आदमी पार्टी बोली हमने हटा दिया। पहला सवाल जनता ने पूछा निष्कासित क्यों नहीं किया? अब उत्तर मिल गया। निष्कासित क्यों करेंगे? अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने पे शब्दशाह जो बयान दे रहा है जिसको आगे चल के नफरत फैलाने के लिए स्टार कैंपेनर बनाना है उसको निष्कासित नहीं करेंगे। और अभी एक चैनल के साथ इंटरव्यू में अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा I did not sack Mr. Rajendra Gautam. There was so much pressure from the political parties in the opposition that he resigned. मैंने निष्कासित नहीं किया मंत्री परिषद से, मैंने नहीं हटाया। जो विपक्ष में बैठे दल है उनका इतना दबाव था कि राजेंद्र गौतम ने इस्तीफा दे दिया। फिर गोपाल इटालिया पे एक प्रश्न पूछा गया। गोपाल इटालिया कह रहे हैं कि मंदिर महिलाओं के शोषण का अड्डा है। आपको क्या कहना है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी? I only want to say Mr. Gopal Italia is a very popular leader. He sits in my car. We campaigned together in Gujarat. And people are very fond of him. हिंदी में अनुवाद करें तो गोपाल इटालिया लोगों का चहेता है, मेरे साथ कार में बगल में बैठ के घूमता है, लोग उसे पसंद करते हैं। उसने तो कोई आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया ही नहीं है, वो भी स्टार कैंपेनर बन जाते हैं। लेकिन देखिए, चाहे राजेंद्र गौतम हो या गोपाल इटालिया हो, इनके शब्द हैं, लेकिन जहरीली सोच का उत्पादन जो विष की फैक्ट्री है अरविंद केजरीवाल की, उसमें ही होता है। जहर चलता अरविंद केजरीवाल से ही है, उसके बाद डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पे जाता है। राजेंद्र गौतम और गोपाल इटालिया वो आगे उसको बांटते हैं, नफरत फैलाते हैं। और ये मैं क्यों कहता हूं? जब हम कहते हैं पलटू राम अरविंद केजरीवाल गिरगिटान से ज्यादा रंग बदलते हैं और तेजी से बदलते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सोच, भव्य राम मंदिर अयोध्या में बन रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कहते थे, मेरी नानी कहती थी कि ढांचा तोड़कर बनाए हुए राम मंदिर में राम नहीं बसते हैं। लेकिन वही पलटू राम आज कह रहे हैं कि अगर राम लल्ला के दर्शन करने के लिए किसी को जाना हो तो तीर्थ यात्रा हम करवा देंगे। तो ये पूछने की बात है, भव्य राम मंदिर अब बन रहा है तो आपने पलटी मार ली। और आपसे यह भी पूछा जाएगा अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मनीष सिसोदिया ने भव्य राम मंदिर के लिए कहा था, भव्य राम मंदिर की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है, आवश्यकता नहीं है। वहां बनना चाहिए एक यूनिवर्सिटी। और इसके साथ चुनाव आते हैं तो आपको हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ भी याद आ जाता है। ढोंगी हिंदू, चुनावी हिंदू आप लोग तय कर लीजिएगा, लेकिन इनको भारत की करेंसी पर लक्ष्मी मां और भगवान गणेश का चित्र हो यह भी याद आ जाता है। इतना ढोंग ना करो कि जहर बाहर आपके चेहरे पर दिखे, ढोंग आपके कृत्यों में दिखे। टैक्स पेयर के रुपए से एक इश्तिहार दिया, यह इश्तिहार आप देखिएगा ध्यान से, ऊपर, अच्छा नीचे, सॉरी, महाठग नीचे है, ऊपर नहीं है, गलती हो गई, गलती से मिस्टेक हुआ है। ये देखिए महाठग हैं। सभी दिल्ली वालों को दिवाली की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। ये मां लक्ष्मी और भगवान गणेश जी की तस्वीर नहीं दिखाई दे रही, बल्कि वो महाठग की दिखाई दे रही है, नीचे है। टैक्स पेयर के रुपए से देते हैं। अपने एडवर्टाइजमेंट में तो नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि मुझे तो वक्फ बोर्ड में 100 करोड़ रुपए देके जालीदार टोपी पहन के लोगों को टोपी भी पहनानी है। लेकिन मैं रोज कभी पश्चिम भागूंगा, कभी पूरब भागूंगा। पूरब का सवाल पूछेंगे तो उत्तर चला जाऊंगा, उत्तर में घपला करूंगा तो मैं दक्षिण चला जाऊंगा। पकड़ नहीं पाओगे आप मुझे। लेकिन नहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी वो पार्टी है जो आपसे सवाल भी पूछती रहेगी और उसके साथ साथ आपके जितने ठग हैं उनको बख्शेगे भी नहीं। मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं, एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। ये देखिए, ये जो नफरती अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं, जैसा मैंने पहले कहा ना, अरविंद केजरीवाल क्या है तेरी मजबूरी, नफरत करने वालों से नहीं बनाते हो दूरी। स्वास्तिक का चिन्ह हर भारतीय के लिए, केवल हिंदू के लिए नहीं, हमारी संस्कृति में पावन है, पवित्र है, पूजा की जाती है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव के परिणाम से पहले एक झाड़ू लेकर व्यक्ति स्वास्तिक के चिन्ह के पीछे है मारने जा रहा है। इतनी जहरीली सोच आपकी। और अब आपको
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए खतरा में।
नहीं हेमा मालिनी,
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि राधे
कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि राधे
कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
तो मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
This morning, but the Ukraine President Zelensky has said that Russia's S-300 missile strike killed 3 people in Mykolaiv, and the rescue operation, which has been going on, as the crew are shifting through the rubble in search of possible survivors. US President Joe Biden, addressing an annual global summit on climate change, said that the new spending on clean energy initiatives have cemented his country's commitment to fighting global warming. He stated that the United States government is putting our money where our mouth is. A powerful underwater earthquake struck Tonga in southern Pacific, prompting authorities to issue a tsunami warning. The US Geological Survey said the magnitude of 7.3 quake was centered 211 kilometers east of Tonga. Migrants from a maritime rescue ship whose fate sparked a diplomatic row between France and Italy were moved to a facility to the French south coast to start with their asylum application procedures. Activists briefly interrupted the US President Joe Biden's speech at the COP27 climate change talks in Egypt. They raised an orange banner reading "People versus Fuels" before the UN security guards intervened and removed them.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि राधे
कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए
कल राखी सावंत का बिगड़
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट? ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. News coming in from Thane in Maharashtra. It's a city that's been in the news in recent times. The crime branch unit of the Thane police has now arrested 2 individuals with counterfeit currency notes worth rupees 8 crore. Those are the recoveries that have been made from the Ghodbandar Road area in Thane, very close to Gaimukh, which is a landmark that actually connects Ghodbandar Road to the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway. I'm being joined right now by Shivani for more updates on this. Shivani, what can you tell us about the recoveries that have been made from this site in Thane?
Well, here 400 bundles of rupees 2,000 fake notes have been seized by the police. Based on a tip of, the accused were trapped by the silos near the Gaimukh area in Ghodbandar, and especially for that matter, the case has been registered at Kasarwadi Wali police station. Further details are here awaited, but they clearly goes on to say that 8 crore rupees fake currency has been seized, has been recovered. Police sources also confirmed that this entire particular group of people was already monitoring since past some time for creating such fake currencies and for transporting it across Mumbai to some businessmen as well. And that is what the Mumbai police, Thane police is investigating, that who are the people, those that asked for this money and where it was supposed to reach.
Right, many thanks for that, Shivani. The Kasar Vadavali police station in Thane has registered an FIR in relation to these recoveries. We'll of course keep a track of the investigations. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Times Now Live. My name is Amit Shah. Top of the hour, let's get you the updates. When yesterday the Supreme Court's order for granting freedom to 6 of the killers of the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi has now kicked off a massive debate. Now, this is coming at a time when dividend parties down south, which have long lobbied for the release of Nalini, who's the only member of the said suicide squad that was caught alive, and 5 others, the state cabinet under the AIA-DMK had also recommended their premature release, while MK Stalin, as the Chief Minister, currently also pleaded to the governor for leniency on humanitarian grounds. Now, since the governor passed the buck in the files that have remained in office for the last several years, it was the apex court that stepped in, upholding the power of the state to grant remission. Now, however, when it comes to the Congress party, which has vehemently opposed the remission, calling it totally unacceptable and completely erroneous. But listen in as far as the 2 killers exclusively on Times Now is concerned, on how after over 3 decades of being behind bars are now able to walk free.
மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. அதுக்கப்புறம் போலீஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல பேசக்கூடாது சொல்றாங்க. நாங்க உங்களுக்கு அப்புறமா பேசுறோம்.
இது மகிழ்ச்சி ஒரு பக்கம், ஆனா பெரும்பாலும் ஆறுதல் தான் எங்களுக்கு. எனக்கு ஆறுதல் தான் இது. என்ன காரணம்னா, எங்களுடைய வலி மற்றது துன்ப துயரங்களை தாண்டி குடும்பத்தினர், குறிப்பா என்னுடைய தாயார் கஷ்டப்பட்டு இருக்காங்க. அவங்களுடைய துன்ப துயரங்கள் முடிவுக்கு வந்தது ஒரு ஆறுதலா இருக்கு. அதான் பெரிய ஆறுதல்.
அப்புறம் அடுத்த கட்ட இப்ப நடவடிக்கை என்னவா இருக்கும்? இப்ப நீங்க விடுதலை பெற்றுட்டீங்க, அடுத்த கட்ட நடவடிக்கை என்னவா இருக்கும் உங்களது?
என்னவா இருக்க போகுது? அடுத்து சிறையில இருந்து இப்போ நாங்க சிறையில தான் இருக்கோம். அதிகாரப்பூர்வமான ஆர்டர் வந்த பிறகு கையெழுத்து போட்டு விடுதலை பெறணும். அந்த விடுதலை உணர்வை 30-31 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பிறகு புதுசா உணர போறோம்.
As far as the DMK is concerned, on the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's assassination case that stirred deep emotions in Tamil Nadu, where every government in the state, whether it is being led by the AIA-DMK or by the DMK, has campaigned for their freedom after spending decades in jail.
I welcome this verdict of Supreme Court regarding the 6 Tamils release. They involved Rajiv's assassinations, convicted. The release of Perarivalan judgment also helped for these 6 persons release.
But if you talk about the DMK's ally, the Congress party, which has strongly objected to the premature release of Rajiv Gandhi killers, even vowing to appeal against it, and has called it as erroneous.
We intend to take all appropriate remedies available to us, be it review or any other form of legal redress, because we believe that we owe it to the people of this country and to the Supreme Court also on the legacy which it has built itself. The sovereignty, the integrity, the identity of the nation is involved in a Prime Minister's assassination, sitting or former. It doesn't matter whether you are Prime Minister, she's Prime Minister, I'm Prime Minister. It doesn't matter your color is X, Y or Z. And that is the continuity we are talking about, and that is perhaps why the central government has also never agreed with the state government view on this regard. Previous central government and this central government.
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑर्डर दिया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की अपनी मर्जी है. गांधी परिवार, राजीव गांधी की जो हत्याकारी, इनके खिलाफ गांधी परिवार की तरफ से कभी कोई अलग से पहल नहीं किया गया. जो कानूनी के मुताबिक जो होना है वो होगा.
Well, let me go across to Samya, who is joining us live this afternoon, because Samya, the court had noted that it was the Tamil Nadu cabinet that recommended to the governor in 2018 that the convicts be freed, and the governor was bound by it, and the same application that has been taken up by the court yesterday, when all the 6 killers will now walk free.
Oh, well, absolutely, Amita, and this becomes a major headache between ally partners of DMK and the Congress party. The Congress party will have to really re-evaluate its ties with DMK if this entire order goes ahead with. But the Congress party has definitely decided that they're not going to take it lie down. They're going to make an appeal and ask for a review of this entire order, because they feel that this is an erroneous judgment on the part of the Tamil Nadu, authorities for that matter. But what remains to be seen seen is that, a lot of optics and emotional, political, more than political, it's the emotions of the Congress party that is reigning supreme over here. Although in the past we did see how Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, both of them were like, they are willing to forgive, the assassins of Rajiv Gandhi, but to let them out, that is a whole different ballgame altogether, for which the Congress party has decided that they're going to not take it lying down. They're going to go ahead and ask for a review. But how is DMK going to be reacting to this? That is definitely a larger question, because the DMK definitely seems to have a tacit acceptance or a go ahead that they have given when it comes to this entire judgment. Whether at all this has got anything to do with elections in mind, or could they also revisit their decision in the larger context of the allies that they have shared, alliance that they have shared with the Congress party in the past and in future. So this is going to have a bearing on a lot of political overtones between the Congress and the DMK, because this is not just any other person being released, a criminal that has been released. It's Rajiv Gandhi's assassins, and Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are also somebody who has gone and met her, Nalini, in the jail when Priyanka Gandhi met her. And we are given to understand that the Congress party's legal team has definitely made up its mind to go ahead. They have readied themselves to take it on and demand for a review.
All right, because it was in the year 2000, which what Samya is pointing out, that Nalini Sriharan's sentence that was reduced to a life term on the intervention of Sonia Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi's wife and former the Congress president. And also it was in the year 2008, Samya, that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra met her at the Vellore jail. Exactly, if you look at the sequence of events, because this is once again as they are ally partner with the DMK in Tamil Nadu, how does it play out with both parties having completely different stands?
Oh, well, absolutely. And this is where the DMK, we are waiting to hear from, that, what do they have to say? Whether they are going to go ahead with the Congress party and support them, or the timing of this entire release is also under question, because remember, it is the election season and a lot that has been going on, murmurs within the Congress and the DMK when it comes to seat sharing and major other issues pertaining to, Rajya Sabha seats and all. Could this decision have a bearing on it, or this is an isolation? That is what also the DMK and the Congress have to come out clean on. But as of now, like I was telling you, more than political, it has got an emotional impact on the ties between the Congress and the DMK. Because remember, the Congress had all along maintained that, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, like you mentioned, had decided to intervene and bring it down to a life term. But whether at all Nalini will walk free, or is it going to be like a huge question mark on her, getting a bail for that matter, that remains to be seen. But the Congress's legal department, as Abhishek Singhvi has made it very clear, that they are going to go ahead and file
remains
for a petition.
To be seen exactly when that will be done. Mr. Manchud Memon is with us here on the broadcast. Sir, good afternoon. Now, it was in May this year when the Supreme Court had used its extraordinary powers to free the 7th convict Perarivalan, and the same order had applied to the rest of the convicts yesterday.
Well, you see, Supreme Court has followed the principles of parity. You see, if one accused has been given, one convict has been given a benefit on the same facts and circumstances and the same alleged role played by him, then in that event, others would certainly approach the court for disparity. They would say that how could they be discriminated against unless there is difference in their cases. So if the state is unable to, or if the prosecution is unable to satisfy the court that their case is distinguishable from the one who has been extended benefit, the court has to follow the principles of parity. And therefore, I think Supreme Court has rightly taken the steps of, extending the benefit to others as well.
But Mr. Memon, like the Congress party is an ally of the DMK in Tamil Nadu, it has been your ally as well in the MVA. Now the Congress party is not very happy with it. They have criticized it and called it completely untenable.
So that's a political expression that is coming from Congress political leaders. In fact, I have seen the statement of a learned advocate from Congress, that is Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, who in fact goes one step further and says that the earlier expression of Gandhi family, Sonia ji, Rahul and Priyanka, that we want to forgive the killers of Rajiv Gandhi, and we don't mind that they be released. But you see, that is their sentimental approach, that is their personal feeling. But
remains to be seen, sir, if they challenge exactly what has now been done by the Supreme Court here, when all of the killers will now be walking free. However, Congress party will have been saying that they will take it up with the court once again. For the moment, Mr. Memon, thank you very much for joining in. Samia, to you as well. We'll come back to the story. Let's move on now and get you a controversy that has blown up in the state of West Bengal, because the Renewable Congress party has now been left gasping for answers when one of its most senior-most leaders and a prominent minister in the state government, Akhil Giri, who made the most depraved, sexist, hateful comments against the President of India, Draupadi Murmu. Now, the TMC leader, Akhil Giri, who was addressing a rally while making a verbal attack and on BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari, out of nowhere dragged President Murmu's name, totally out of nowhere, and continued to berate her. However, the TMC, being in a sticky position, has only merely came out to condemn the statement, but however, no action has been taken against their own neta.
ও আমাকে বলে হাফ প্যান্ট, আমি বলি আমি যদি হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী তোমার বাবা কি নেন্সি মন্ত্রী? দেখতে ভালো না, কি বলছি? আমরা রুমার বিচার করি না, তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতির চেয়ারকে আমরা সম্মান করি। রাষ্ট্রপতি কেমন দেখতে বাবা?
As far as the BJP is concerned, it has been now strictly asking for the arrest of the TMC neta and has been also calling for his ouster from the party. However, Mamata Banerjee till now has been silent. But when it comes to our party leaders like Sushmita Dev, they have come out to give out a clarification saying that it goes against the principles of the party and the party does not endorse the point of view that has been made by the minister. However, no action yet that has been taken on part of the minister. However, the minister has not even come out to apologize or even regret his statement. That also hasn't happened yet. Let's also move on and get you updates as far as BJP that continues to slam anti-tribal Mamata Banerjee, because they have been calling Mamata Banerjee as anti-tribal now, and also being a woman chief minister. How it is acceptable to make such kind of comments by our own neta to another woman, that is the President of India, that is unacceptable by the BJP.
पदों पर ऐसे महिला को देख करके इनके अंदर एक तरीके से जिसे कहा जाए जलन होती है, एक तरीके से पचता नहीं है, और ये डिहाइड्रेशन का परिणाम है। ये किसी न किसी रूप में ऐसी भाषाओं का प्रयोग करते हुए अपनी उस तरह की बातों को जिससे कि उनके मन में, उनके विचार में, उनके चरित्र में है, वो दिखाते हैं। और ये बयान स्पष्ट रूप से ये दिखाता है कि पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार देश में, देश के आदिवासियों में और राज्य के, पश्चिम बंगाल के भी आदिवासियों का शोषण करते रही है। इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि एक संथाल समाज की महिला जो आज ऐसे पद को सुशोभित करते हुए दुनिया का नेतृत्व कर रही है, भारत का सम्मान बढ़ रहा है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कई देशों के ऐसे जो जनजातीय समाज कहा जाए या इंडिजिनस कहा जाए, आदिवासी कहा जाए, ऐसे लोग आकर के लगातार सराहना कर रहे हैं कि भारत ने अपने लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को किस तरीके से सुरक्षित रखा है, किस तरीके से मजबूत रखा है, और किस तरीके से दुनिया के सामने बताने में सफल हुआ है कि वास्तविक रूप से भारत एक लोकतांत्रिक राष्ट्र है। और यहाँ प्रत्येक ऐसे लोगों को, ऐसे समाज को सर्वस्पर्शी, समावेशी और सबके साथ मिलकर के भारत एक है, इसका संदेश देती है। और इसलिए मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं कि शहीद दिवस के कार्यक्रम में जब वहां भाजपा का एक शहीद दिवस कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया गया था नंदीग्राम में, वहां अशांति घटाने के लिए, वहां किसी तरीके से घटना घटे, क्योंकि वहां की सरकार वहाँ के प्रशासन, वहाँ के ऐसे गुंडे तबके के लोग लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर में हमला किया जाए। वो इस तरीके से षड्यंत्र करके, इस तरह के बयान दे करके और इस तरह का हंगामा करके न केवल देश को अपमानित किया है बल्कि वहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं को भी प्रताड़ित करने का काम लगातार कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए टीएमसी के मंत्री को तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, मंत्रिमंडल से बर्खास्त करना चाहिए और ममता बनर्जी जिसके मंत्रिमंडल में ये मंत्री है, देश के सामने माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए कि पहली बार आज़ादी के बाद यदि ऐसे महिला को मौका मिला है तो उसका सम्मान करते हुए देश के सामने माफ़ी मांग करके ये याचना करना चाहिए कि उसके मंत्रिमंडल के जो सदस्य हैं उन्होंने गलत किया है और उसको तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए।
In from the BJP and also the Union Minister Arjun Munda, who are clearly slamming the TMC netas and ministers' statement against the President of India and has been demanding ouster from the party, from the TMC itself. Let's listen into more BJP reactions.
कि सर हमने कांग्रेस को भी देखा और आज तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एक लीडर ने फिर से
स्टेटमेंट में देखा नहीं, बट जो मैंने सुना इट इज कंडेमनेबल।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सो दैट वाज बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट जेपी नड्डा।
आज इस तरह की अभद्र टिप्पणी एक आदिवासी महिला के लिए की जाती है और इस पार्टी टीएमसी की अध्यक्षा महिला है। ये जो राजनीति को प्रदूषित करके ये स्तर गिरा रहे हैं, आज इस मंच से इस मुद्दे को भी हम उठाना चाहते हैं।
Well, Tamal is with us right now. Tamal, the attacks that have now been targeted not just at the TMC minister but also now at Mamata Banerjee, being a woman chief minister, how does it become even tolerable when it comes to such insults that are directed upon the President of India?
Well, Trinamool Congress top leadership, they are saying that they are simply not distancing themselves from the comment that has been made by Akhil Giri. They unequivocally condemn it, and that's why Shukla Dev too has taken to media condemning it. There are other leaders who are also, finding it absolutely distasteful. But when it comes to taking action, the party would take any action against Akhil Giri or not, that's something possibly would be clarified by 3:30 this afternoon, because Trinamool Congress has called for a press conference at 3:30 this afternoon. But then we have also seen as how Akhil Giri has issued a clarification. In that clarification, he is suggesting that his comments were not directed against President of India, directed against President. That has got highest respect for the chair of the president, and that essentially is that against that context he has said something out of rage. But did he apologize? Did he say that I am sorry? The answer is a big no. He has not really said that I am sorry or he is apologetic for what really he has said. But then Trinamool Congress maintains that they do not support the kind of statement that has been made by Akhil Giri, does not reflect the sentiment of the party. And the party has got nothing to do with the statement that Akhil Giri has made. Given the fact that BJP as an opposition party and a political party also questioning the integrity of Trinamool Congress as whether they would be tolerating this or take any cognizable action to ensure that they are not really condoning it, rather condemning it, with cognizable action, something we have to wait and see. But at the moment, Akhil Giri continues to be a minister, continues to be an MLA. He has issued a clarification suggesting that Shubhendu Adhikari had been name-calling him for many days, and that's the reason out of rage he has said what he has said, and that he has got highest respect for the president, for the chair of the president, and also for President.
Yeah, Monojit Mandalji is with us on the phone line. Monojit Mandalji, what do you have to say on the comments by our own colleague and party neta Akhil Giri on President Murmu?
We have been maintaining from the last evening itself that the party has got no connection with this statement. Party will not and cannot endorse such statement. In fact, the person in question has also apologized.
There is no apology, sir. He only said, I was not talking about President Murmu. Then who exactly was he talking about? He hasn't apologized, sir.
The language in the last sentence he said that, Ami dukhito, it means I am sorry. So if you cannot follow it, that's besides the point.
No, but
party
no,
has
Mr.
got
Mondal.
immense regards.
What happens with the Chief Minister of West Bengal? She also is a woman Chief Minister. The BJP is now calling Mamata Banerjee as anti-tribal.
The BJP is talking about tribal development and development for STs. I think is a joke. Look at what they are doing in the northeastern state. Most of the states they are running, and maximum number of percentage of tribal population are there in northeastern states, and they are complaining every other day. So BJP cannot talk about that. Mamta Ji has got immense regards for.
But will Akhil Giri be let off just easily as by making a statement and thereafter regretting it? Will the party top brass not pull him up?
Party is closely watching his moves. Party has already taken a call. Party has completely distanced.
What call? Exactly, that's the point. Party has completely distanced themselves. That is the point. Why has the TMC distanced themselves? Why isn't a comment coming in of the harshest nature so that other netas from the TMC or rather any other political parties think twice before making such statements?
Yeah, so let me answer the point. Don't get bucked up. What BJP has done with this Anurag Thakur when he said what he said in Delhi, Goli Maru Shaloku, he was rewarded with bigger post. What BJP has done with the terrorist.
So is this acceptable? An eye for an eye? No, an eye for an eye. Is that acceptable?
No,
will the TMC not in fact set an example? Is then eye for an eye going to be an answer?
Party has already set an example. You are getting excited because
I'm not getting excited, sir. Please don't patronize me.
So
Let me also bring in Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla here on the broadcast. Shehzad, Manojit Mandal, supporter of the TMC, says that party has distanced themselves. He has apologized. Matter up. Case is closed.
That can't be the case. He's a minister, and there was another minister in his presence when the statement was made. This shows the anti-tribal mindset of the TMC government. I would say TMC stands for tribal Virodhi mindset and culture. They oppose the candidature of Madam Draupadi Murmu ji when she was becoming the first tribal woman president of this country, and they supported a man who was abusing her personally. And therefore, this shows that tribal Virodhi mindset and culture. Unless they sack this person and set a message that they truly believe in Manush, we will not be able to reconcile ourselves with this kind of insult. It's an insult of the tribal Samaj, it's an insult of India, it's an insult of the constitutional position, and therefore they must not stop at anything less than the sacking of this man.
Mr. Mondal.
No, first of all, you will not interrupt me the way you did not interrupt your good friend, right? What we are saying.
I let you speak, sir. Please make your point.
Look at yourself.
I'm respectfully telling you, please make your point.
I couldn't utter 2 words, you are interrupting.
Sir, please do not patronize me. I'm giving you the chance to explain yourself and your stand. Shehzad will respond to your comment. Shehzad will respond to your comment. Sir, it is not about me, it is about the TMC and the BJP here. Please, Mr. Mondal, please go on.
You are interrupting me and you are not interrupting Sajjan Poonawalla. It's a fact.
I'm respectfully saying, sir, please go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
The fact remains that Mamta Ji categorically stated, she had gone on to saying that had we been able to know that Ms. Draupadi Murmu was the candidate, she would have supported her. And this is a statement in the public domain. You have had so many debates. Now this person is saying what he is saying. And we do not need to learn to respect the community, whether they are tribal, they are Christians, they are Muslims, they are Hindus, from BJP. Because they know how to politicize these issues. Whether it is caste, whether it is religion, for them they are political tools, they are political weapons. And we have seen that. I have given an example that what they are doing for the tribals of the northeastern state, what they are complaining every other day, whether it is Tripura, whether it is Assam, whether it is Nagaland, whether it is Meghalaya, and in most of the states they are ruling. Look at the tribal population in Tripura. They are suffering for hunger. 10,000 of them lost their jobs. They are ruling for the last 5 years. They are doing nothing. We do not need any lecture from them. If this party has not just taken a call, party is closely watching whether the matter will stop here or not. That will be seen in the future.
All right, Mr. Mondal, I hope you are done with that statement because you've spoken about everything except this particular statement that has been made by the TMC minister. For the moment, thank you very much for joining in. Shehzad, to you as well. The reactions that have been coming in as far as the BJP has been calling for the sacking and the ouster of the TMC neta and also seeking an apology from Mamata Banerjee.
The most
pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Let's get your breaking update of the actor turned politician Pawan Kalyan, who has been booked now for rash driving while on his way to Guntur, where the complainant has complained that he lost control of his vehicle when Pawan Kalyan sat on his car and was travelling. Now this was a video that had went viral when Pawan Kalyan recently made headlines as he broke the internet with this dangerous entry in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur village, as the Telugu actor broke all the safety record and rules as he arrived in the village sitting on a car roof. Now this incident had left the people there angry as they slammed the actor for not following traffic rules and giving out a wrong message to the public. So the car stunt that had gone viral, and in a way, when the Jan Sena chief is concerned, he has now been booked for rash driving. Somit, what more do we know? Somit.
Dramatic visuals on 5th of November where, actor Pawan Kalyan who has started the party, Janasena Party, sitting on his car, giving a wrong precedent, went to a police station to lodge a complaint. So later after that, a complaint was filed against him for, booked for actually rash driving and also giving a wrong precedent. And after that, police, after taking the complaint, has booked Pawan Kalyan under sections 336, 279, IPC read with 177. Motor Vehicle Act. So now, police said that they will be also serving notice to the Pawan Kalyan. And, on the other hand, we haven't received any information from the Janasena Party yet.
All right, so Amit, thanks very much for the moment. So the Jan Sena chief, the actor turned politician, has now been booked for rash driving. We'll be back after a short break.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी राधे राधे कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी राधे राधे कल राखी सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम बहुत अच्छी बात है
आपका क्या विचार है? द्वारा आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast. Today we talk about Ganda the Gudi, a project that Dr. Puneet Rajkumar left behind for us, and a project that he dearly enjoyed. He really thought that this is going to be what the future generation needs to think about. Now, what is this entire movie or this documentary about? It is about living nature, living wildlife through the eyes of none other than our beloved Appu. To talk about this, we have none other than Mr. Amog Varsha, who's of course directed Ganda the Gudi this time around, and more importantly, he's going to take us through how that entire experience with Puneet Rajkumar, the actor, the celebrity and the wildlife enthusiast was like. So without further ado, let me welcome to our show Mr. Amog Varsha himself. Everyone wants to know this. How did this really come about from a man who's dancing his way through hearts, beating up villains in the movies, and finally has an interest in wildlife and does something like this? How did this really come about? Tell us that story, Amog.
So I think what really happened was he always was into experimentation with everything, including content, and I think when we first met, we were just bouncing off ideas, and I said we should travel together, and it suddenly kind of naturally said, I think we should do a film, right? It kind of spontaneously erupted. It was a passion project. We started really kind of, I think from the time we discussed it and the time we shot, it was just about a month and a half. So that was that quick. He was very excited about it. And then we really felt that the natural wealth that we have in our country, and which I've been really privileged to experience, and then he got to experience, we felt that this needs to be shown to a larger audience. It's very, very important because a lot of these places you cannot access. You need a lot of permissions, prohibitively expensive, a lot of these things. But how do we bring this to the audience at home as an experience? So that is pretty much how it started.
This is one aspect that I spoke to, some people from his team who said that he had seen, for many of you who don't know, Amog of course has directed Wild Karnataka, which has been extremely popular. Sir David Attenborough of course was the voice behind that, and it was recognized across the world. Now he saw this, and that's where the inspiration came from, and I was told that he wanted to do something like this where he can bring it on a larger scale on the big screen. And of course Wild Karnataka was on the big screen, but with Puneet being at the helm of affairs, that changes the entire big screen scenario. So this is what I heard. So tell me about that, when he came and approached you after Wild Karnataka, and how's the transition from there to this bit?
Absolutely, because he had seen Kali, Wild Karnataka, all my films, surprisingly. He was very surprised that, wow, there's so many things in our own state, in our own backyard. So which definitely was a trigger point. And also, like you said, he also wanted to be on screen as himself, which he had never done before.
Yeah.
So both these elements, I think, tied together.
Okay, and when you really look at his passion for anything, when he thinks that this is something that he wants to do, he does it with all of his heart, and that's seen in the movie, isn't it? So how was it when you prepared him? Take us through that journey from planning to actually delivering, because I want to go through that journey, because for you wildlife comes easy. You've been there, you've spent a lot of time. He's somebody who's used to a lot of people on set. He's used to that fan for following him everywhere. But when you enter the wildlife, the fans are probably the tigers, the elephants, and the leopards around. So that must have been tricky for you to convince him.
Actually, it was quite easy because it was Apu. He is somebody who's always up for experimentation, one. And also, he's not a person who says no. He's always up, kind of sport for everything. But I think one thing which is very fundamentally different in our film compared to a lot of wildlife reality series and shows is that typically they're shot in a very short block of time.
Yeah.
Usually a couple of days, because that's pretty much all the time that stars are able to give, and most of the series where celebrities are on screen is very short, but we shot over a year.
Yeah. And nothing seemed planned here.
Yeah, we just had a very rough skeleton, so to speak, as to what we're going to do, which sequence. But to kind of really answer that question, when I told him that this entails all of these things, we can't go in large groups and we'll have to do this, we have to prepare like this, these are the kind of clothes we can wear, they have to be forest sensitive, rules, regulation. He was game for everything. And like you said, I'm used to not having electricity, phone, running water, all of these things. But I never felt a single day that I was shooting with a star till the last day. And I think that is the reason the film has come out like this, in all its natural essence, which is what people are also saying, that we felt that we journeyed with you all. And to bring that essence, I think only somebody like him could have done it.
Yeah. And I think you've given us a little bit of insight as to how he was and how receptive he was to all the ideas. He also had some ideas. I think he took you to Gajanur.
Yes.
How was that? I mean, visiting that place, I think that Aladamara, the banyan tree, it was so beautiful. I don't think many people even knew about this, and this movie brings out all these aspects. And I think now it will become a tourist site.
The good news is always the protected areas. So I think hopefully we continue to do a good job of protection. So the film, I've always said that has been as much his as mine in terms of the film planning itself, though he would always say that the director's call is the call that I listen to, which is why all the directors loved him. But from day beginning, we kind of felt that this was as much his vision as well of what this needs to be, other than being on screen, which is why the Gajanur thing happened. And one of the most humbling experiences of my life, to be able to visit Dr. Rajkumar's house, was an icon for an entire generation who we all grew up watching, and to see it through his son's eyes, I think it was the most overwhelming experience, I would say.
Were there a lot of people shooting with you, the teams, when you were traveling? Because you of course need certain level of security, because he's a superstar when he's moving around. Even though it could be forest areas, there's a whiff of it that Puneeth Rajkumar is here would have brought in scores of people. How did you really manage all of that?
I think until the film shoot got complete, many people didn't know that the shoot was happening.
Wow.
Which is interesting, because typically once he would start films, people would know what he's shooting, where he's shooting. But this film, because of the sensitivity to the nature of the topic itself and the kind of areas we were visiting, we always made sure to keep a very low profile about it. But it's still interesting that we were shooting in a small village which is remote, where 30 kilometers off from any motorable road, no cell phone, nothing, no electricity. But somehow we were shooting in the morning, by afternoon 200 people had gathered. They had climbed hills, mountains, walked, and I don't know where they had come from. But we definitely kept a very, very low profile, which definitely
not too much in terms of crew.
At best, I would say we've taken 20-25 people. That's the maximum. He also traveled with a very small team, costume, security, 2-3 people. In fact, we have an entire sequence underwater. There were only 4 or 5 people below, because there's only so many people who can be down underwater. So I think...
And you're even trained to do it at that.
Yeah, trained, and they have to be safety divers, all of these things. You would even see, we shot at Joke Falls, one of the tallest waterfalls in the world, and probably one of the tallest in South Asia. We made sure that we had a safe distance from where we were viewing. We didn't do any sort of unnecessary heroism in any sorts, and that's the message that we've carried through the film.
So, for many of our viewers who've probably not seen it, what is Ganda the Goody? Tell us about, what was the imagination and what is the delivery in the cinema?
I think we have so much grand, places, experiences in our country, and unfortunately it's not accessible to everyone. How do you bring that experience? Today when I go and give talks in schools, when I ask them about wildlife, they talk to me about giraffes and zebras, which we don't have in our country, right? So I'm a big fan of Lion King, but Lion King is one of the most popular wildlife films out there. So we said, how can we make a film like that, like what Disney makes, with music, songs, nature, wildlife, go underwater, all of this, and make it really entertaining, so that people always think that if there is something which has something that you take back, it has to be boring. And we said, no, we'll change that. Nature can be super exciting, and this journey can be super exciting, and that's the feedback we've been getting from everyone. Everyone's been saying that for the 1.5 hours that we watched the film, we felt that we were journeying through all these places. And I've been seeing kids, they're whistling at frogs. There's a whole sequence on dancing frogs, and they're all whistling at frogs. They're whistling at tigers. So I think for me that was the whole motivation from which we both started this film, to bring this closer for somebody who doesn't have accessibility to go and afford something like this as an experience.
So when I'd like to ask you, you of course you've been through this entire journey with Apu, and what was his favorite among all? Because you've been to the Deccan, you've been to Nagarhole, you've done deep sea diving. What was his most special moment?
I think a lot of things, I would say, seeing a tiger, for example.
How was that? Like, you take us to the journey, because we see a lot of waiting happen. So how often do you actually see tiger? Many people go for the safari, but not everybody.
He really got lucky. He saw it on the first day, and I took 6 years to see my first tiger, so that's kind of him. But I think I still remember when he saw his first wild elephant, because it's seen elephants, domestic elephants. And I was driving, he went back in his seat, because you see a wild elephant in the forest, it's really big. Yeah. You don't imagine it, and it's wild. Yeah. That definitely was a really cool experience for him. I remember another incident which...
And I think it was just not one elephant, right?
Yeah, there was a herd. Yeah, there was a herd. Yeah. And the other experience was when we went to this small little village where some kids didn't know him.
Yes, I just noticed that.
Yeah, which was pretty exciting to him. And that's the kind of guy he is. Anybody else would have said, oh, they don't know me, all that, right? He said, oh, wow, they don't know me. So that's another experience. He loved Kali. He really loved Kali and the people, and special place in his heart for that. In fact, anybody who's watched that sequence they don't believe that such places exist. Yeah. I mean, I still can't believe such places exist, because I discovered this place only about 6, maybe 7, 8 years ago. And I'd seen a whole lot of the country and the state by then. And to go and see that village, I just, even today, it feels like a fairy tale magic kingdom that exists, which is untouched by everything. So for me, it just blows my mind.
And he would have enjoyed it. I think he, like you said, he enjoys something new, and people didn't recognize him. So the food, of course, what he's eaten probably was for the first time that he's probably tasted.
Absolutely. He thoroughly enjoyed food. You would have seen that we went to a shepherd's camp. I still remember this lady was making roti, this is jowar roti, and we just sat there, and we had not had breakfast because we got late or something, and we just arrived there. I think we had both not had breakfast, and we sat there, and she was making it. She said, kuri, and then we just started eating.
So that was not a part of...
yeah, we just started eating. Yeah. There was no plan to eat, but we saw it and we started eating it. That's kind of how he was, and that's how the whole journey has been for us. And I always feel that there is place for honest cinema, and that is what we've been realizing, because the Eastern view of treating wildlife or being connected with wildlife is very different. We don't pull, tug, do all these things. Right? So we are not a culture which is always trying to show that humans are superior. We treat in our culture, all beings have the same amount of importance. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we say. We're all one family. The plants, the animals, everything. So even from the very initial days of planning the shoot, we've always discussed, and I used to tell him that nature is big and larger than life, and we are kind of going through that, and nature is the hero. And he loved the idea. So you'll see a lot of shots where we look like specks and you'll see the grandeur of nature. Yeah. Right? It'll give you the scale. Yeah. If you see that joke fall shot where we are like this small.
It shows it's just a speck.
Yeah, just a speck, right? And to see that on the big screen, I mean, I saw it on the big screen only like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It still blew my mind.
See, the most important thing that, came to my mind when I saw this is, of course, firstly, living that 1.5 hours through, Apu was great. But when you really look at the message that he's trying to bring out, that blew my mind, because not many celebrities, like you said, I've seen celebrity shows, but they've not been about, nature conservation. The kind of message that it sends out to the younger generations, because you said the eastern part of the world, we of course have been nature worshippers. Many parts of the country, even till today, worship trees, rivers. We do that, but respecting rivers, respecting nature is something that's very latent. It's, on the surface because of our religious beliefs, but as far as, polluting it is concerned, it still happens rampantly. That sort of education is not there. Anything you touched on various of these aspects: protection, conservation, you touched upon stop using plastic, stop littering. Was this something that was planned? Was this an idea?
Yeah, we started with a film that needs to be enjoyable and is entertaining. That was the criteria, but we also didn't want to shy away from messages. Because most of the things that we have learned today growing up is because of cinema.
Yeah.
When Dr. Rajkumar, his dad, was the hero, whatever he did on screen, everyone would ape, right? How to respect women. Yeah. We've learned from cinema. Or how not to do it.
Yeah.
Even that is learned from cinema. So we said cinema is a very powerful, extremely powerful medium. If you don't preach and you can do things in a very subtle, just as a matter of fact, people will get it. I saw people whistling for all these messages, which is the first time I am seeing people whistle for a social message. So I feel that there's definitely scope. Some of the most well-performing cinemas and movies in this country have had very strong social messages. But the idea is to actually blend it with the story and not do it in a preachy way. And that was the idea from day zero.
I think if in many movies we had, actors as big as, power star Puneet Rajkumar pick up waste plastic from the ground and put it in a bin, I think that would have the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan would have reached at a very high level, don't you think?
Yeah, I think with this, I hope it's already started with this because this is the first time I've seen where we've gone deep diving underwater and then rescued a plastic bottle.
That was great to just do it. I mean, to have.
Yeah, we found it. Yeah. We actually, this was not planted. It was not planned. We were diving and we found plastic bottles under the sea, which is crazy to think about it. And this place is off the coast, 30 or 20 kilometers or something like that. So off the coast to find plastic bottle. So it's definitely something that we all need to be a little bit more cognitive about. But I think to do it in a way where it's still entertaining. Yeah. It's not that it's a preachy film is important, I think.
So you just spoke about Murdeshwar, the dive, where the entire sequence comes in. How was that experience? Because many people know, well, they've done safaris, so maybe the wildlife part of it, many people have experienced it to a certain extent, but underwater not many people get to do it, especially in India. It's just of late that dives are opening up to this level. So he was pretty, he looked like a pro, and both of you did. So have you trained, or did you train specifically for the movie? How was that?
No, we both trained, we both have licenses. Okay. I had done it long back, forgotten, then we both redid it. Okay. So we've both cleared and we are certified divers. And what is also interesting is that of course, there's a lot of diving that happens in Andamans and a lot of shoots have happened. But on the mainland of India, diving conditions are not really great because of the visibility and things like this. So this happens to be the clearest area to dive in the entire country for the mainland India is what I'm told.
Are everybody allowed to dive in this area that you
yeah, you'll have to go with a certified diving group and things like that. You can. But this is also the first time an entire sequence from the mainland Indian waters has been shot in a film like this is what I'm told. So it is pretty exciting.
It's actually pretty beautiful, and the waters, like you said, were pretty clear.
Yeah, because typically what happens is when we shoot, even we are doing some films on the ocean, to go to Maldives or Andamans is very easy because the visibility is great. There's definitely more. But I think for us to show such clear waters and such amazing marine biodiversity right in the mainland of India, I think is very exciting for me also to see on a screen.
How deep were you when you actually dived? Because when I've dived a couple of times, the max I've gone is about 11 meters.
Yeah, we went I think about 22 meters.
Wow.
20.
And that means you are thorough professional.
Yeah.
That was great to see. And coming back to the messages that either you said in a subtle manner that you all put out. How has the reach been? You've been visiting theaters, you've been speaking to the people who watched the movie. How's been the reception for these messages, and overall has it been ingrained in at least a few minds?
I think the reception has been stellar because I definitely knew that people are going to watch this film, but people are taking this film home, which is what I've been told. So many people have started tree planting drives. So many people have started plastic cleanups. We never said anything. This is before the film. And last week I've been just going and watching the film with kids to see. All their faces are lit up. They're all whistling at frogs. They're all like jumping and screaming at tigers and waterfalls. They asked yesterday some small kids, did you really go there? So for them it's disbelief that all this exists, and some people have really gone because we're so used to seeing computer generated imagery and graphics and everything else that we usually write off saying everything is graphics. So we made a point to tell people that none of this is graphics. Yeah, this is all real. It's all real and it's all shot in our own backyard. So I think to see the kids' response, and every day the number of kids who are going is just increased. Like today and tomorrow, I think there's so many schools going, government schools, children are going. So it's very overwhelming at one point, and also I think very humbling to see that a lot of people said that this is my kid's first film in a theatre, and that's their first experience of a cinema and wildlife. So I think it's very humbling.
It's great to see that kind of footage, and of course to see Puneeth Rajkumar one last time on screen in that manner. And lastly, I'd like to ask you, in terms of the message that he's given is brilliant, right? And this seems like the perfect gift before he left us, isn't it? Because he's left that beautiful message of conservation of nature, wildlife. Take us through lastly about his thought process behind leaving this message. Of course, we didn't know at that point in time that he's going to leave us, but he had this idea. And today, how is it going to really impact the future?
I think one of the important things for me when he started PRK with Ashwini was to encourage new formats of cinema, do experimentation, which maybe he couldn't have done with all the other production houses that whatever, right? So they said they started a home banner like this. And from day zero till now, Ashwini has been a big part of this film. And I feel both of them wanted to create a change in the world of cinema in terms of what kind of content can we create. And Karnataka is already leading in terms of all the types of formats that we've released. And both of them are very keen on this. So I think with this film, it kind of, I feel, sets a trend that people can say, oh, people can watch films like this. There is a place for films like this. And I think with PRK and with Ashwini and all of us, I think it gives us a lot more energy and runway to do more such things because it works, right? If your heart is in the right place and you want to do it for the right reasons, I think things work.
So you've been in this journey for weeks together with Appu. If you could tell our viewers something that we won't see in the movies, tell us one experience that you had with him that you could share today with us. I know it's difficult to just say it off the hook, but one experience that you remember.
I think for me, every time we traveled with him, being a wildlife filmmaker and photographer almost 2 decades now, I know 90% of the times things don't work out because that's how nature is. But with him, everything would just work like this. Very surprising. I still remember that we were shooting on Joke Falls. I was mist covered for 4 days and our team was there. They couldn't film anything. He came in and I said, I don't know whether we should shoot tomorrow because it looks like it's still misty. So he said, why don't you give it a shot? We went there, it was still misty. The moment we walked to the place of shoot, the mist cleared.
Man with the Midas touch.
Yes, and then we finished the shoot. I think we have the footage somewhere, and then the mist covers us.
Wow.
So, lot of such things. Like I said, it took me 6 years to see my first tiger. It took him a day, right? So I think a lot of such cool things have happened, but I always cherish the very childlike curiosity that he had and that kind of wonderment that he would carry with him. And to make all of us feel like shooting with somebody not such a big star, which made the shoot so much more easier. I think these are the things I'd take away.
Thank you so much, Amog. It was beautiful talking to you and you sharing this journey and of course living those moments and of course telling us about how the legend of Puneeth Rajkumar was through this journey with you. Thank you so much for making time and wish you the best of luck for this project.
Thank you so much.
Most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमंत
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कल रात की सावन कर में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी, राधे राधे।
कल राखी सावंत का बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं, मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी, राधे राधे।
कल राखी सावंत का बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी, राधे राधे।
कल राखी सावंत का बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं, मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
these were the Hawala route transactions that is being set through dubious NRI accounts, how the UPG is sending money back home so that they can be used as secret donations. Now, what exactly were these secret donations? Let's throw another round of graphics, tell you exactly how this modus operandi also worked. This is when it comes to the PFI functionaries there, how they were based abroad, how exactly when it comes to their Hawala transactions and routes, how the money was misused and how it was brought back home in a way to use it as a hate propaganda against the vulnerable youth. We have also seen that when it comes to the indoctrination, several incriminating materials that has also been recovered.
Big revelations have come in from the FIRs that NI has registered in the PFI case. It goes on to show PFI's link with Al-Qaeda and foreign entities from Afghanistan as well as Saudi Arabia, how youth used to be radicalized and then sent to Afghanistan for terrorist training. Now these FIRs that time now has access shows that how physical camps used to be organized by PFI in the name of karate camps, karate school, and through these they used to be provoked with hate speeches, and by imparting this information about the alleged violence against Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir, and after radicalizing them they used to be sent to Khorasan province of Afghanistan, where they used to be given terrorist training there.
side the genocidal, the survivors of genocide.
Stay with us, Mr. Ambadar. Let me take this across to Mr. Haidari. Mr. Haidari, like Mr. Ambadar said, this is a telltale sign of ethnic cleansing, where there's a deliberate attempt to rob a family that has stayed in Kashmir for generations of its dignity, even in death, a year after Mr. Bantu Sharma was mercilessly killed by terrorists.
Well said. This is the continuity of tragedy of Kashmiri Pandits. And I would say that when Kashmiri Pandits are not safe in Kashmir, how can their property be safe? And I'll tell you why Kashmiri Pandits are not safe in Kashmir and why their property is not safe. So today only, Apni party led by Altaf Bukhari is holding a major political rally in Srinagar. And we have some of the schools shut, we have restrictions, some kind of restrictions in place, and we have traffic police advisory for the people, for the do's and don'ts for today. So I would say that the BJP government is concerned about Altaf Bukhari and his party, but not for the Kashmiri Pandits. Because if Altaf Bukhari's political rally is such kind of a priority for the government, why is Kashmiri Pandits' life not a priority for
Right, so the law and order situation, I completely agree, Mr. Majid Haidari. Those are questions that actually have to be posed to the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Manoj Sinha as well. But the silence of the other parties in the fray in Jammu and Kashmir is also telling, is it not? Because it's the likes of Farooq Abdullah, the likes of Mehbooba Mufti, who have a selective amnesia with regards to what happens in Jammu and Kashmir. The story of the Kashmiri Pandits is completely lost in their own narratives, when a lot of them have actually been in power, when a lot of these things were happening in the valley, very much in their presence. Would you condemn them for their silence as well?
Abdullah Saab, when my own Honorable Prime Minister invites him to his residence on June 24 last year, how can I condemn him? He is Honorable Member Parliament. He has been selected by the people. Why should I condemn him? Why should I question the government for its failures? The government is concerned about Altaf Bukhari Saab and his rally and his workers, but not for the Kashmiri Pandits. The government is concerned for the reopening of multiplexes, but not for the Kashmiri Pandits. The government can provide.
Let me have Mr. Ambardar come, because he disagrees with what you're saying, Mr. Haidari. Mr. Ambardar, what's your rebuttal to what Mr. Haidari just said?
See, I don't accept this shedding of crocodile tears either by the so-called mainstream in Kashmir or the panelists you have on the channel. Kashmiri Hindu genocide did not begin in 2014 when Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, took over. Right? Genocide began in 1990, right? Under the watch of Farooq Abdullah, who was the elected Chief Minister, and that coward fled on 19th of January 1990 and left Kashmiri Hindus to the mercy of Kashmiri jihadists. And you had a Home Minister, India's Home Minister, first Muslim Home Minister, Mufti Mohammed Sayed. He exchanged dreaded terrorists for the release of his daughter, but went paralyzed politically.
You're talking about Rubaya Saeed and Mr. Ambardar. Thank you, Mr. Ambardar, as well as Mr. Majid Haidari. Unfortunately, the saga of killings continues in the valley. It goes completely unchecked, and the administration among the other parties in the valley will have to answer. We'll now, of course, turn our attention to the state of Telangana, where ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Telangana's Ramagundam, banners questioning Prime Minister Modi over his failed promises to Telangana were in fact put up. We'll come back. Now, the controversial posters had Right, so we are covering Narendra Modi's visit to the state of Telangana, which also happens to be a poll-bound state. He's arrived in Telangana and he will be visiting Telangana's Ramagundam, where banners questioning Prime Minister Modi over failed promises to Telangana have been put up. Now, these controversial posters have sparked a huge row, with the BJP claiming that these posters are distasteful and should not have been put up on the day of the Prime Minister's visit to the state of Telangana. Let me go across to Shomit for more on this. Shomit, do we have any idea as to who put up these posters? Right, we're not able to hear Soumit there because there's a speech that's also being broadcast in the background. But Prime Minister Modi has landed in Telangana. This is a critical state. Remember, we're talking very soon after the conclusion of the Munugode by-poll as well, where the TRS managed to register a reasonably comfortable victory. But the signs that it did spell out were the fact that the BJP has now emerged as the TRS's prime challenger in the state of Telangana in the build-up to the election that will be held there in 2023. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Telangana in a very short while from now. He'll be addressing a rally. It'll be very interesting to see what he says, especially about the ruling dispensation in the state of Telangana, which has also taken him on head-on with the TRS morphing into the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti as well, spelling out its national aspirations in the build-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections as well. Now, the BJP and the TRS have engaged in a heated debate. Let's also listen into some reactions that have come in.
Trying to show up Prime Minister Modi is not going to help, because it will only show the drawbacks of the TRS party and how it has failed the state of Telangana. As far as Mr. Kalvakuntla Chandrasekhar Rao coming or even showing his face, I believe he does not have the face to stand up to Prime Minister Modi and to be acknowledged, because he is dying and desperately trying to be acknowledged as a person of national prominence.
पूरा तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए मोदी साहब आ रहे हैं। हमारे सीएम साहब तो सो गए, अब सीएम साहब हमारे फार्म हाउस में सो के डेवलपमेंट के लिए वो परवाह नहीं। पूरे पब्लिक को मालूम हो गया मोदी साहब आने के बाद, ये बार तो सब पब्लिक, आम पब्लिक को, पूरे आम पब्लिक को भी मालूम है कौन पब्लिक के काम करते, कौन मोदी साहब कौन डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम कर रहे।
Well, let me go across to Soumit for more. Soumit, Prime Minister Modi is in Telangana to inaugurate certain development projects, including, of course, the Ramagundam Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited. He's addressing an event pertaining to that as well. But tell us about the political backdrop in which all of this is happening in the aftermath of the Munugode by-poll and the heated exchanges we've seen between the TRS and the BJP.
Well, Siddharth, this is not the first time we are seeing, such tussle between the TRS and the BJP. And since last 6 months, we are seeing this banner war. Since last, when even Amit Shah has visited, even Prime Minister has visited. When on the other hand, TRS has invited Yashwant, even at that time we have saw. And even now, ahead of Prime Minister visit, several posters have been put up at across, Ramagundam in the Hyderabad city. So now we can see that this tussle is on between BJP and TRS, and on the other hand, for the fourth time we can say, CM Kejriwal hasn't received Prime Minister Modi at the Begumpet airport, and this is the fourth time. Initially, even when Prime Minister Modi visited Bharat Biotech, and after that ISB, and after that to the English to all these places, when he has arrived to the Telangana state, at that spot, at that time, CM Kejriwal was not seen, and even now, even after extending the invitation by the top ministers of the BJP, CM Kejriwal has decided to skip the meeting. So basically, this tussle is
right. Let me just interrupt you there, Soumit, because we're getting a TRS response. Mr. Krishant is joining us for his response on the phone line. The criticism against the TRS, Mr. Krishant, is the fact that Mr. Modi, upon landing in Telangana, has been welcomed with posters reminding of promises that the people who put up these posters claim Mr. Modi has not fulfilled. Is this a way to welcome a Prime Minister? That's the question that many are asking.
Why? What's wrong in reminding the promises of BJP or the government of India? That is what people want, actually. That, you just can't come here, do your political visit and go back without delivering the promises which you have given to the people. This is just, like a political tourist. No, people are expecting from Prime Minister of India, from their party and the government, that they should deliver the promises, and that is why they are asking very important questions. Why is the ITIR project ratified? Where is the defense corridor? Where are the funds for pharmacity? Where are the funds promised by Niti Aayog for our mission Bhagiratha? Not even a single medical college in 8 years.
So these are pertinent
Mr. Krishank, in
questions
fact,
which are
stay on the
being
line with us. Let me, in fact, take some of the points you've made to the BJP as well. Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao joins us on the phone line as well. Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, the TRS's allegation is that the Prime Minister has made a series of promises for the state of Telangana. They've not been fulfilled, and therefore there are posters reminding him of those failed promises that have been put up, welcoming him into the state.
So basically, there is nothing of that sort which is due from the central government. It is just that the lower politics, the agenda of low-end politics, which is now ruling the roost in Telangana, driven by TRS party, is what the outcome of this particular exposition is. So it is sad that, this is how they are welcoming Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister to the city of Hyderabad.
Stay with us because Mr. Krishank, so will you acknowledge that it is the TRS members who put up those posters? Do you own up to it, sir?
See, absolutely not, because this is the way how BJP wants to run away from their responsibility towards Telangana. If the people are asking what they want, mind you, today where Prime Minister Modi is landing is Ramagundam, and this is the same government of India which is auctioning the Singareni coal mines. It is their life. Those people who are living there are depending on those coal mines, and this government of India wants to sell away to their private friends. So shouldn't they raise up these issues? They should answer that these issues are there or not, and hasn't government of India and BJP failed by not delivering these?
Right. How do you respond to that, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao? A specific point brought up about Ramagundam and the auctioning off of coal mines.
See, this is the tactic of changing the goalposts now and then, and especially when Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes. They seem to be following the Chennai model, the Tamil Nadu model, because what is the government's decision of, monetizing assets to do with the much larger asset creation for Telangana, which he is there for? And he's also dedicating multiple projects both in the
right, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, as well as Mr. Krishan. Thank you so much for your perspective. We'll also, of course, listen in directly now to the Prime Minister who has landed in Ramagundam in Telangana and will address a rally.
विकास आज रामागुंडम में फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट के साथ साथ रेल और रोड से जुड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास का कार्यक्रम है। लेकिन इसके साथ ही मैं भी आपकी तरह भाजपा का एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता हूं, और जब कार्यकर्ता के नाते हमारे संजय जी ने हुक्म कर दिया कि आप हैदराबाद में कार्यकर्ताओं को मिलकर के जाइए, तो मैं इसे अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में आने का मुझे अवसर मिला। साथियों, मैं तेलंगाना बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता इस कार्यक्रम में मैं आपको बधाई देने के लिए आया। मैं वाकई बताता हूं कि मैं तेलंगाना के कार्यकर्ताओं से बहुत प्रभावित हूं। कदम कदम पर आप लोग मां भारती के लिए समर्पण भाव से, निष्ठा भाव से जिस प्रकार से डटे हो, हर जुल्म के खिलाफ सर ऊंचा कर करके जंग लड़ रहे हो, निराशा की गर्त में डूबी हुई यहां की सरकार जिस प्रकार आप पर जुल्म ढो रही है, अत्याचार कर रही है, लेकिन आप बिना थके, बिना डरे, बिना झुके भारती की सेवा में लगे हैं। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई है। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे अफसोस है कि तेलंगाना के नाम पर जो लोग फले फूले आगे बढ़े, सत्ता पाई, वो खुद तो आगे बढ़ गए लेकिन तेलंगाना को पीछे धकेल दिया। तेलंगाना का जो सामर्थ्य है, तेलंगाना के लोगों का जो टैलेंट है, उसके साथ यहां की सरकार, यहां के नेता लगातार नाइंसाफी करते रहते हैं। जिस दल पर तेलंगाना के लोगों ने सबसे ज्यादा भरोसा किया, उसी दल ने तेलंगाना के साथ सबसे बड़ा विश्वासघात किया है। लेकिन साथियों, जब अंधेरा बहुत बढ़ जाता है, चारों तरफ घना अंधकारा हो जाता है, उसी परिस्थिति में कमल का खिलना शुरू हो जाता है। और भोर से ठीक पहले, उजियारे से पहले आज तेलंगाना में भी ऐसे ही कमल खिलता नजर आ रहा है। बीजेपी के परिश्रमी मेहनती कार्यकर्ताओं की वजह से अब तेलंगाना में अंधेरा छटने की शुरुआत हो गई है। अभी मुनुगुड़े की जनता ने जिस प्रकार भाजपा पर भरोसा जताया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। और मैंने देखा कि कैसे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने पूरी की पूरी तेलंगाना राज्य सरकार को एक विधानसभा सीट पर लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। बड़े आकाओं को घुटने टेकने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। ये दिखाता है कि जनता के आप पर आशीर्वाद है और आपकी मेहनत कैसे रंग ला रही है। आपने हर बूथ पर कितनी ईमानदारी और लगन से काम किया है, इसका ये सबूत है भाई। बीते कुछ समय से जो भी उपचुनाव हुए हैं, सभी उपचुनावों का एक ही संदेश है। तेलंगाना में सूर्योदय दूर नहीं है। तेलंगाना का अंधेरा दूर होगा। तेलंगाना में हर तरफ कमल खिलेगा। साथियों, बीजेपी का तेलंगाना के साथ बहुत पुराना और गहरा नाता रहा है। 1984 में, 1984 में जब हमारी पार्टी को लोकसभा में सिर्फ 2 सीटों पर जीत मिली थी, उनमें से एक इसी राज्य की हनमकोंडा सीट थी। हमारे जंगा रेड्डी जी जीत करके आए थे। तेलंगाना के लोगों ने सबसे मुश्किल समय में, जब हमारे बहुत बुरे दिन थे, तब भी तेलंगाना ने हमारा साथ नहीं छोड़ा था। तब तेलंगाना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो तब किया, उसी के कारण आज बीजेपी लोकसभा में 300 से अधिक सीटों की पार्टी है। आज तेलंगाना की जनता बीजेपी को तेलंगाना की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनाने के लिए भी मन बना चुकी है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का भारत अपनी विरासत को संजोते हुए, आधुनिकता को अपनाते हुए तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये शहर तो इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का किला है, किला। जब मैं देखता हूं कि इस आधुनिक शहर में अंधविश्वास को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है, तो बहुत दुख होता है। ऐसा लग रहा है कि तेलंगाना की सरकार ने अंधविश्वास को राज्याश्रय दिया हुआ है। यहां तेलंगाना में अंधविश्वास के नाम से क्या क्या हो रहा है, ये पूरे देश को, देश के लोगों को जानना चाहिए। कहां रहना है, किस दफ्तर में जाना है, किसे मंत्रिमंडल में रखना है, मंत्रिमंडल कब बनाना है, मंत्री में से किसको निकालना है, ये सारा अंधविश्वास तय करता है। तेलंगाना का विकास करना है, उसे पिछड़ेपन से निकालना है, तो हमें सबसे पहले यहां से हर तरह के अंधविश्वास को दूर करना होगा भाइयों। आज मैं देख रहा हूं तेलंगाना में सुशासन और तेज विकास की आकांक्षा कितनी प्रबल है। अब तेलंगाना के लोग एक परिवार के बजाय तेलंगाना के हर परिवार के लिए काम करने वाली सरकार चाहते हैं, भाजपा की सरकार चाहते हैं। तेलंगाना की जनता फैमिली फर्स्ट के बजाय पीपल फर्स्ट की राजनीति चाहती है। साथियों, इस बार लाल किले से मैंने आह्वान किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार और परिवारवाद, ये विकास के, लोकतंत्र के, सामाजिक न्याय के सबसे बड़े दुश्मन है। आज मैं तेलंगाना में भ्रष्टाचार और परिवाद के विरुद्ध जो जनाक्रोश है, जनता जनार्दन में जो गुस्सा है, नौजवानों में जो गुस्सा है, वो आज हिंदुस्तान देख रहा है। और मैं आज तेलंगाना की जनता को आश्वस्त करता हूं, मैं आज तेलंगाना की जनता को आश्वस्त करता हूं गरीब के लूटने वालों को, गरीब को लूटने वालों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। आज आपने देखा होगा कुछ लोग कार्रवाई से बचने के लिए एकजुट होने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, भ्रष्टाचारियों का गठजोड़ बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। लेकिन तेलंगाना की जनता, देश की जनता ये देख भी रही है, समझ भी रही है। साथियों, भ्रष्टाचार और परिवारवाद गरीब का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन होता है। भ्रष्टाचार और परिवारवाद विकास का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन होता है। इसलिए भाजपा भ्रष्टाचार और परिवारवाद दोनों से लगातार मोर्चा ले रहा है। भाजपा सरकार भ्रष्टाचार को जड़ से खत्म करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। आप याद करिए, पहले राशन की दुकानों में कैसे गरीबों का राशन लूटा जाता था। हमने जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की त्रिशक्ति का उपयोग करके करोड़ों फर्जी लाभार्थियों को हटा दिया। अब सरकार का बेनिफिट सीधे गरीब के बैंक खाते में पहुंचता है। अब केंद्र सरकार के अधिकतर सुविधाएं ऑनलाइन है। इससे घुसखोरी की आशंका कम हुई है। आज भीम यूपीआई के कारण देश में कैश लेन देन की मजबूरी कम हुई है। जब पेमेंट भी ऑनलाइन होती है तो भ्रष्टाचार की गुंजाइश भी कम हो जाती है। आखिर सरकार और जनता के बीच बिचौलियों की क्या जरूरत है भाई? सरकार सीधे जनता तक पहुंचे और जनता सीधे सरकार तक। इसलिए हमने टेक्नोलॉजी का ब्रिज बनाया है। तेलंगाना में भी भाजपा ऐसा ही भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त सुशासन देने के लिए तैयार है। मैं बीजेपी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं से कहूंगा कि आप तेलंगाना के बूथ बूथ में जाएं, केंद्र सरकार की कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का लाभ जिनको अभी तक नहीं मिल पाया है उनकी मदद करें। और एक बात, जरा मेरे तेलंगाना के कार्यकर्ताओं को मेरी व्यक्तिगत प्रार्थना है और मैं विश्वास करता हूं कि आप मेरी बात मानोगे। बताऊं? देखिए, कुछ लोग निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण, भय के कारण, अंधविश्वास के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं, भांति भांति की गालियां देते हैं। सारी डिक्शनरी मोदी को गालियां देने के लिए उन्होंने खपा दी है। मेरी आपसे प्रार्थना है, ऐसी बातों से आप परेशान मत होना। उनके पास गालियों के सिवा देने के लिए बचा क्या है भाई? आप बिल्कुल परेशान मत हो जाइए। और मैं तो पिछले 20-22 साल से बड़ी वैरायटी की गालियां खा चुका हूं। मेहरबानी करके इससे जरा भी परेशान मत होइए। शाम को उन गालियों को, उस पर बड़ी हंसी मजाक कीजिए, बढ़िया चाय पीजिए और दूसरे दिन सुबह कमल खिलने वाला है, इस खुशी में आगे बढ़िए। तो दोस्तों, आप मुझे बताइए, अब ये गालियों से आप परेशान नहीं होंगे ना? बिल्कुल नहीं होंगे ना? शाबाश। अरे सीना चौड़ा करके चलिए दोस्तों। देखिए, हमें याद रखना है, राजनीति सामान्य मानवी की सेवा करने और उनकी समस्या सुलझाने का माध्यम है। इसलिए राजनीति में हमारा एजेंडा, हमारा मकसद हमेशा सकारात्मक होना चाहिए, सेवा भाव से भरा होना चाहिए। लेकिन यहां तेलंगाना में जिन लोगों को सत्ता मिली, उनका सारा ध्यान मोदी को गाली देने और भाजपा को कोसने में लगा रहता है। मुझे कभी कभी लोग पूछते हैं कि मोदी जी आप थकते नहीं हो? अब कल मैं दिल्ली में था सुबह, फिर कर्नाटका में, फिर तमिलनाडु में, फिर रात को आंध्र में और अभी तेलंगाना में। तो लोग मुझे पूछते हैं थकते नहीं हो? तो मैंने उनको समझाया, देखो भाई, मैं डेली 2 किलो, 2.5 किलो, 3 किलो गाली खाता हूं। और परमात्मा ने मेरे भीतर ऐसी रचना कर दी है, ईश्वर ने ऐसे आशीर्वाद दिए हैं कि ये सारी गालियां मेरे अंदर प्रोसेस होके न्यूट्रिशन में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है। एक सकारात्मक ऊर्जा बन जाती है, जो जनता के सेवा में काम आती है। भाइयों बहनों, जो दिन रात मुझे गाली देते हैं, बड़ी नई नई गालियां खोजते रहते हैं, मैं उन्हें कहना चाहता हूं, अगर आप मोदी को कितनी ही गालियां दीजिए, हम हजम कर जाएंगे। भाजपा को गाली दीजिए, हमें कोई समस्या नहीं है, हम तो ऐसे ही बड़े हुए हैं। लेकिन अगर तेलंगाना के लोगों को गाली दी तो लेने के देने पड़ जाएंगे। यहां के लोगों के सपनों से खिलवाड़ किया तो मुकाबला बहुत रंगीन हो जाएगा, ये समझ लीजिए। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी और भाजपा को गाली देने से अगर तेलंगाना का भला होता है तो देते रहिए, अगर यहां के लोगों की सुख सुविधा बढ़ती है देते रहिए। ईज ऑफ लिविंग होता है, देते रहिए। मोदी और भाजपा को गाली देकर अगर तेलंगाना के किसान समृद्ध होते हैं तो जरूर दीजिए गाली। आज तेलंगाना के किसानों की स्थिति किसी से छिपी नहीं है। आप खुद इस बात के साक्षी है कि यहां के हल्दी किसानों को सरकार ने किस हाल छोड़ दिया है। आप इस बात के साक्षी है कि यहां विकास के रास्ते में किस तरह लगातार रोड़े अटकाए जा रहे हैं। मैं आज तेलंगाना के लोगों को भरोसा देना चाहता हूं, भाजपा तेलंगाना में पॉजिटिव एजेंडा के साथ आ रही है। हम मिलकर यहां विकास की नई गाथा लिखेंगे। साथियों, तेलंगाना, हैदराबाद मेरे लिए बहुत अहमियत रखता है। 2013 में मैं नव भारत युवा भेरी उसमें शामिल होने आया था। उस वक्त में अपनी पार्टी का पीएम उम्मीदवार भी नहीं था, मैं सिर्फ एक सीएम और प्रचार समिति का प्रमुख था। लेकिन जो स्नेह आप लोगों ने मुझे दिया, हैदराबाद ने दिया, तेलंगाना ने दिया, वो हिंदुस्तान के लिए ये टर्निंग पॉइंट बन गया था। और मैं कभी आपके उस प्यार को भूल नहीं सकता हूं। और मैं आपके इस प्यार को ब्याज समेत लौटाता रहता हूं, लौटाता रहूंगा, विकास करके लौटाता रहूंगा भाइयों। तब मैंने कहा था कि हमारी सरकार इंडिया फर्स्ट के विजन और संविधान को मजबूत करने की दिशा में काम करेगी। और सरकार बनाने के बाद हम निरंतर उसी लक्ष्य को ध्यान में रखकर काम कर रहे हैं। बीते 8 वर्षों में देश ने सुशासन का एक नया रूप देखा है। पहली बार देश की जनता को लग रहा है कि गरीब की हर जरूरत सरकार की प्राथमिकता बन गई है। यही कारण है कि जब 100 साल का सबसे बड़ा संकट आया तो केंद्र सरकार ने गरीबों को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी। पूरे देश में गरीब भूखा ना सोए, इसलिए अभी तक केंद्र सरकार 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक खर्च कर चुकी है। इससे तेलंगाना के भी लगभग 2 करोड़ साथियों को मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है। गरीब के जीवन की सुरक्षा हो, इसलिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्च करके हमने मुफ्त वैक्सीन उपलब्ध कराई। केंद्र सरकार हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचने की अप्रोच के साथ काम कर रही है, सैचुरेशन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। लेकिन आप ये भी जानते हैं कि तेलंगाना में यहां की सरकार को गरीब के लिए होने वाले विकास कार्यों में परेशानी है। केंद्र सरकार की सारी कोशिशों के बावजूद यहां की सरकार ने पीएम आवास योजना के घर बनाने में रोड़े अटका दिए। देश भर में पीएम आवास योजना के 3 करोड़ घर गरीबों को बनाकर हम दे चुके हैं। उनके सिर पर पक्की छत हो गई है। लेकिन तेलंगाना के गरीबों से ये सुख भी यहां की सरकार ने छीन लिया। कहां ये लोग 2 BHK फ्लैट देने वाले थे, कहां पीएम आवास के घर भी नहीं बनने दिए। मैं जानता हूं तेलंगाना के लोग इस अपराध को कभी माफ नहीं करेंगे। साथियों, आज तेलंगाना पॉजिटिविटी चाहता है, प्रोग्रेस चाहता है, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा दे सकती है। तेलंगाना के लोग ये समझ रहे हैं, इसलिए यहां बीजेपी का जनाधार लगातार बढ़ रहा है। और आज जो तेलंगाना में सबको दिख रहा है, ये बीते 8 वर्षों में पूरे देश का ट्रेंड है। त्रिपुरा में बीजेपी की गिनती नहीं होती थी। हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने संघर्ष किया, जनता के मुद्दों को उठाया आज वहां बीजेपी की मजबूत सरकार है। इसी तरह असम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, हरियाणा, इन सभी राज्यों में हम लोगों की सेवा में लगे रहे और जनता जनार्दन ने हमें भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया। अब तो बीजेपी की सरकारें जहां एक बार बन जाती है वहां बार बार बीजेपी सरकार बन रही है। भाइयों बहनों, बीजेपी के प्रति ये विश्वास सुशासन के कारण है। वो सुशासन जिसके मूल में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास का प्रण है। बीजेपी वो पार्टी है जो युवाओं की पार्टी है, गरीब के हित में सरकार चलाती है। अब तेलंगाना में भी हमें भाजपा को निरंतर मजबूत करना है। तेलंगाना को भ्रष्टाचार और परिवार के शिकंजे से मुक्त करना हमारा कर्तव्य है। मुझे भाजपा के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं पर भरोसा है और आपका जो जोम जुस्सा मैं देख रहा हूं, मुझे भी नई ऊर्जा मिलती है। मैं फिर एक बार आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आपकी निष्ठा को नमन करते हुए मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
At Ramagundam in Telangana, addressing a rally of BJP party workers and throwing an open challenge to the ruling dispensation in the state of Telangana led by the TRS. Prime Minister Narendra Modi talking about the current TRS dispensation. These were his words, having presided over an era of darkness that the BJP wishes to eradicate. That's his commitment, he claims, to the people he addressed at the rally. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned. Welcome back. So a short while ago we heard the Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi address a rally of BJP workers near Begumpet in Telangana. He's in Telangana to launch a whole host of development projects, and he pretty much sounded the poll bugle almost 6 to 7 months before the elections are due to be held in the state of Telangana. Let me in fact go across to Somit for more. Somit, you've been tracking what the Prime Minister said. An interesting dig at the ruling dispensation, including the family of KCR, who the Prime Minister accuses of following blind superstition.
Well, this is the first time ever Prime Minister Modi has come down heavily on the TRS government, and he has clearly hit out at the CM KCR, stating that here everything is decided on the basis of superstition. So even after that, he has stated how family dynastic politics is going on and how the family is ruling the state, and also how they are targeting the poor, how they are looting the poor, and several other issues. Prime Minister have taken up, have raised the points, and several other points. Even we have heard if you even abuse the Prime Minister, even if you want the TRS,
absolutely,
indirectly.
But don't abuse the people of Telangana. That was his message. We'll also see what the TRS response is to what the Prime Minister said. Thanks, Amit. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामालिनी
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का will also become. सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामालिनी
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का will also become.
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट? ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. This is Times Now Live and I'm Siddharth Talya. Now, as Telangana Chief Minister snubs Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event and calls him Ravan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, while at Begumpet after landing in Telangana, launched a blistering attack on Gali politics in the state. In an unsparing attack on the TRS, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also said that your abuses work as nutrition for me.
हमें याद रखना है, राजनीति सामान्य मानवी की सेवा करने और उनकी समस्या सुलझाने का माध्यम है। लेकिन यहां तेलंगाना में जिन लोगों को सत्ता मिली, उनका सारा ध्यान मोदी को गाली देने और भाजपा को कोसने में लगा रहता है। मुझे कभी कभी लोग पूछते हैं कि मोदी जी आप थकते नहीं हो? अब कल मैं दिल्ली में था सुबह, फिर कर्नाटका में, फिर तमिलनाडु में, फिर रात को आंध्र में और अभी तेलंगाना में। तो लोग मुझे पूछते थकते नहीं हो? तो मैंने उनको समझाया, देखो भाई, मैं डेली 2 किलो, 2.5 किलो, 3 किलो गाली खाता हूं।
Well, Soumit has been tracking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the state of Telangana. Soumit, that was quite a speech that the Prime Minister delivered, taking serious digs at the ruling dispensation in Telangana led by the TRS, and of course also slamming what he calls blind superstition in decision making on the part of KCR's family and the ruling government.
Well, Siddharth, this is the first time ever we can say Prime Minister has come down heavily on the state government and mainly hitting out at the Chief Minister KCR, and he has stated, he has actually raised several issues, even how CM is following the superstition, and because of the superstition beliefs, how he's not actually, he only, we have only heard that he's not going to Secretariat, but this time even Prime Minister has said that here the cabinet, the minister, whoever sits in the cabinet, who sits in the cabinet, and who's that person, everything is being decided by the state government based upon the superstition belief. So basically, several other attacks as well, and how they are looting the poor, and he has clearly warned the state government here, stating that whoever loots the poor, they will not be spared, and he also stated that how they are trying to join hands to actually, getting, paid or the escape from the investigation. So basically, he has also even clearly warned the state government, stating that if you, abuse Prime Minister Modi, that is okay. If you abuse BJP, that is okay. And if you abuse, the public, then, you will face the consequences. And he has stated that, sunrise is, very soon it is expected, can be seen here in Telangana state, and, Lotus operation. He has also, stated that indirectly, Lotus will start its operation in the state of Telangana. And so basically, we can say that, he has come down, has taken a jibe, has come down heavily on the Chief Minister, as well as on the, on the TRS government, stating how they are ruling, on the name of on the pretext of Telangana, and using the name of Telangana, how they are, looting the public, and even several other points we can say. And, this is like a never before speech of Prime Minister Modi, hitting out at the TRS government.
Right, Soumit. In fact, it was also very interesting that the Prime Minister referred to the Munukode bipole as well in his speech and talked about the serious challenge that the BJP gave to the other contenders, including the TRS. The TRS won that election, but what is quite clear in Telangana is that the BJP has emerged as the principal challenger to the TRS, sidelining the Congress party completely.
Well, a major boost to the Karyakartas, we can say. Initially, he has begun speaking about how, he's a small Karyakarta.
Right, Soumit. In fact, we're getting reactions from the TRS. Please stay with us. But Khalikur Rahman of the TRS now joins us. Mr. Rahman, the Prime Minister made a couple of critical points during the course of his speech. He accused the TRS of abusing him day in and day out. And he also said that people within the TRS follow blind superstition when it comes to taking important decisions within the party and in the government. Your response?
So first of all, with all due respect to our Honorable Prime Minister, we would like to tell him that we have the utmost respect for the chair and for the Prime Minister. It is not that. We talk on the policies, we talk on the promises, what was made by our Honorable Prime Minister during the election, and also the stepmotherly treatment which is being meted out to our state. It is nothing against Prime Minister, and we follow the complete the Sanskriti of our state. That is the utmost thing with us. I am coming to the superstitious this thing, because all the decisions which are taken, it is rather we should say the Honorable Prime Minister who follows the superstition, but we never follow any kind of superstition. All our decisions are based on the feedback what we get from the people, and all our decisions are based on in the interest of the people. So it is nothing that any decision is taken based on any kind of superstition, because the governments are not run on the basis of the superstition. Governments are run on the basis of the good.
Man, then allow me to ask you, why did the Chief Minister not go to receive the Prime Minister? Why snub protocol, sir?
See, our minister has already been deputed to receive the Honorable Prime Minister, and that is the protocol which is being followed. There is no shortcoming in following the protocol while receiving the Prime Minister.
Okay, so you are saying the BJP has run out of issues, which is why they are making an issue out of this. Let's get a response from the BJP. NV Subhash is on the phone line. Mr. Subhash, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Khaliqur Rahman of the TRS is saying that, look, the government in Telangana is pro-people. Everything that we do is dedicated for the people.
Yeah. So, in this case, KCR has had a good opportunity to talk to PM and then get more and more funds. Then why did he avoid? Why did he not face to face with the Honorable Prime Minister? When every time he is coming to Telangana, unfortunately, on one excuse or the other, the CM is just absenting. What is the purpose? Why is he afraid of Narendra Modi's government? Why is he afraid to talk to him? When other states, the neighboring states like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh also, when the Prime Minister visits, the Chief Ministers always come and then express their more and more support from the central government schemes. Then why is he purposely doing it? This is the third time he is avoiding. So Telangana people are looking forward an answer from the Chief Minister.
Okay, let's get a response from Mr. Rahman on that. Mr. Rahman, what would you say?
See, as I told you, the befitting respect and the befitting protocol is being extended to our Honorable Prime Minister. Hello?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Yes.
I can hear you. And when my friend from the BJP said that, it is just because the Chief Minister is not receiving the Prime Minister, because of that, our state has been deprived of the funds that are to be received from the center. How illogical and how irresponsible statement this is. Do you think that should be the criteria to reach any state? So don't you think what I said, the state motherly treatment being meted out to the state?
No, the BJP says that this is the third time, Mr. Rahman, the BJP's charge is that this is the third time that the Chief Minister has not gone to receive the Prime Minister.
One more thing I would like to highlight here, was when in 2014, when our Honorable Prime Minister took oath and after the BJP government was formed, we in fact maintained very cordial relationship with the center and we supported them on many of their policies. But what happened later on? Was there any kind of reciprocation from the Prime Minister? And this support was not just to please the Prime Minister, but that was in the larger interest of our state. It was in the larger interest of the people of the Telangana. And what happened to all those promises which were made?
Okay, there is no end to this blame game, but the Prime Minister today, breaking his silence, lashing out at all those people who've been abusing him, he said it powers him to work even harder for the poor people. Thank you, Mr. Rahman and Mr. Subhash, for joining us on Time Stop. We move on, viewers, to the other big story we are tracking closely, and this is a shocker from TMC Mantri. TMC minister crossed all lines of civility when he said that how does the president look? The BJP ridicules me for my look. But will the BJP answer how does President Murmu look? This comment has sparked a massive controversy. The BJP is gunning for Mamata Banerjee, demanding her apology and also action against this minister. First, listen to what he said.
वो আমাকে বলে হাফ প্যান্ট, আমি বলি আমি যদি হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী তোমার বাবা কি এনসি মন্ত্রী? দেখতে ভালো না, কি বলছি? আমরা রুমার বিচার করি না, তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতির চেয়ারকে আমরা সম্মান করি। রাষ্ট্রপতি কেমন দেখতে বাবা?
Amid outrage and anger, the TMC minister clarified he did not apologize. He said, look, I was angry, I was upset and did not mean to insult President Murmu.
কিন্তু পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিজেপি নেতা, বিধানসভার বিরোধী দলনেতা শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আমার সম্পর্কে গত কয়েক মাস আগে থেকে যে কুরুচিপূর্ণ মন্তব্য করছেন বিভিন্ন জনসভায়, কখনো আমাকে কাকের মতো দেখতে বলছেন, কখনো হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী বলছেন, সেই উক্তি শুনে বারে বারে আমি একজন বয়স্ক মানুষ, আমার মনের মধ্যে একটা ক্রোধ জন্মেছিল। আমি সেই মন্তব্যের বিরোধিতা করতে গিয়ে আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতিকে অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতির প্রতি আমার অগাধ আস্থা আছে, মহোদয়ার প্রতি, কিন্তু আমি রাষ্ট্রপতিকে কোনো অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকে কটাক্ষ করেই আমি বলেছি যে আমি আমার ক্রোধের ফলে মুখ ফসকে আমি কিছু মন্তব্য করে ফেলেছি।
More reactions coming in. TMC has distanced itself from the comments made by the minister, but the BJP says this is not enough. Mamata Banerjee must tender an apology and this minister can't remain in office. He must be sacked.
Renewable Congress disowns this comment. Renewable Congress as a party possesses high regards for the Constitution of India and high regards for the constitutional head of the country, that is President Madam of India. Especially so far the question of women empowerment is there. Mamata Banerjee, who has started so many social welfare projects benefiting the women community, she has become a symbol of women empowerment. But at the same time, the way BJP is doing politics with this, it doesn't suit them.
Tamal Saha now joining us live from Kolkata. Tamal, just a short while ago, the BJP leaders carried out a protest march. They are saying we will not stop till this minister is sacked.
That's right, Pranesh. BJP is, gunning for Akhil Giri, the Trinamool Congress sitting minister, also slamming Trinamool Congress political party. They are suggesting that given the fact that Trinamool Congress as a political party has not really taken any cognizable action on the ground against Akhil Giri, it is tantamount to be construed as condoning of what he has said and not really condemnation of what he has said. Now, Akhil Giri might come up with a clarification suggesting that he has said in a spur of the moment that he holds high regard and respect for the chair of the president. But the very fact that he found it comfortable to draw an analogy with a woman, how she looks, many have found it extremely appalling, distasteful and absolutely abominable. They are questioning as why, in what context was it needed to bring about a comparison like this. If you are targeting Shubhendu Adhikari, a political leader, you are doing, But then in that comment too, the kind of words he chose to use, many have found extremely distasteful. So Akhil Giri is trying to suggest that Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of the opposition in the state of West Bengal, had been name-calling him, had been calling him certain names which had offended him to an extent that he wanted to volley this before Shubhendu Adhikari as whether he would also question the looks of President Murmu. But then this explanation has neither cut ice with Trinamool Congress as a political party, the party he belongs to, nor with the opposition, that is the BJP, because Trinamool Congress has clearly distanced itself. Trinamool Congress has not issued any statement in support of Akhil Giri. In fact, Pranesh, if sources are to be believed, a very senior Trinamool Congress leader has spoken to Akhil Giri, warned him from making such insensitive statements in the future. But then BJP is saying that such warning isn't enough, that there should be action, visible action. He should be penalized for having such a parochial mindset, which was quite reflective, that you found it comfortable to bring an analogy.
And that's really the question, that after a comment like that, can he remain a minister in the Bengal government? Tamal, thanks for joining us with your inputs. We will, though, keep coming back to you on this story as we move along, but more breaking inputs this minute. It's a massive setback for the NCP. The serving MLA and former minister, someone who's considered very close to Sharad Pawar, Jitendra Awad, has been sent to 14 days judicial custody, which means he has been sent to jail. The assault case is now haunting Jitendra Awad. He was booked, subsequently placed under arrest after he, along with NCP workers, had barged into a theatre in Thane and stopped the screening of film Har Har Mahadev. Shivani now joining us with the latest. Yes, Shivani.
Well, here we have seen that how a video emerged on social media, and in fact the case was registered against Jitendra Awad and other 100 supporters and the NCP workers in the police station of Thane. Simultaneously, we are seeing that the Thane police was seeking a 7-day police custody for the further investigation and recording the statements of many others involved in the matter. Rather, the court took an hour of time to, pass the order, but they have granted a judicial custody to the MLA Jitendra Awad.
Right, Awad sent to 14 days in jail. His legal team will now apply for bail, but we'll see what happens. Shivani, stay with us. Reactions coming from the BJP. Ram Kadam now joining us. Mr. Kadam, good afternoon. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. I remember the first day when we had you on the phone line, you said the government will take action. We will not let this pass.
True. It's a very clear message that this government will not spare anyone. Whoever will take law into their hands, they will punish them, will not spare anyone. And what kind of footages police personnel they have, according to that, they investigated thoroughly and they booked ex-minister and they put him behind bars. We have seen in the past, when Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister, there are so many cases happened, but that government categorically, intentionally, they ignored such kind of incidents. But under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Shinde and Mr. Fadnavis, will not spare anyone. Whoever will take law into their hands will punish them, and this is a good example.
Okay, while you are calling this a good example, Mr. Kadam, of good governance, of zero tolerance, there are many in the opposition who are saying that the police is being misused.
No, see, basically we have to look at it, this entire issue, that the government has been functioning, that our main motto is everyone is equal in front of law. We will not differentiate. If somebody is a big politician, for him law will not work in a different way. Law is equal for all, whether it is a common man or whether it is some politician. And that is a good example.
Right, Mr. Kadam, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Let's see how this case unfolds. Shivani, thanks for joining us with your inputs. Taking a quick break. When we return, we'll tell you that NCW has now taken cognizance of Times Now news break on Akhil Giri.
pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल रात की सावन कैंपेन देंगे। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल रात की सावन कैंपेन देंगे।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट? ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. Stalin government has confirmed that they will not implement the EWS quota. Remember, the DMK government was one of the parties in the case and has decided not to provide EWS quota in Tamil Nadu. This comes at a time when the BJP has slammed the DMK for not implement what it calls Sabka quota. Prapanch is now joining us for more on this. Yes, Prapanch. All right, we'll go to Prapanch in just a bit, but just to give you a background of the case, the DMK was one of the parties in this case, had decided not to provide EWS quota in Tamil Nadu. It was also a petitioner against the EWS quota in the case in Supreme Court, and Stalin, remember, had called for an all-party meeting to decide on the next move on the quota issue, and now it is confirmed that the DMK government, while it has also gone up in appeal, decided not to have this scheme, at least in Tamil Nadu. Prapanch is back with us. Yes, Prapanch, major political development this.
It is a major political development. In fact, we could see that earlier also DMK has stated that they will be going for an appeal in terms of filing a review petition in the Supreme Court against the Supreme Court verdict. Now we could see that in fact DMK had held an all-party, the Tamil Nadu government had held an all-legislative party meeting, and thereby we could also see that the Congress, in fact leader Silva Perandage had come out and said that though they don't agree completely with that DMK's stand, they are in controversy with that particular, in fact 10% reservation. They have stated that they will go along with the DMK's decision is what they have stated. But today we could also see that the BJP and AIADMK had boycotted the meeting, and now in fact we could see that the DMK will file, in fact the Tamil Nadu government will file an appeal against this Supreme Court verdict.
That's right. Thanks for your inputs. Taking a quick break. Lots more lined up on times now. Please stay with us.
this.
On the show this week, it's BMW versus BMW with a difference, as the all-electric i4 takes on the similar-priced M340i petrol. We also have a go in the strong Mercedes C300D diesel and introduce you to Royal Enfield's new flagship motorcycle, the Super Meteor 650.
This is BMW's i4. It's all electric, rear-wheel drive, based on the 3 Series platform and the 4 Series coupe. And surprise, surprise, it drives like a proper BMW. Question is it nicer than something we consider to be one of the best driving cars around? I've asked Sawmill to give me a little bit of help with this. Check it out. That's right, that's the 340i, and we're going to tell you which car is nicer to drive, nicer to own, and the better choice, especially if you love to drive. Okay, so where do we begin? Well, I think first up is the driving position. Real BMW driving position, slightly low, very sporty, a great view of the road ahead nonetheless. and immediately as soon as you see a corner, you want to drive it. And yes, the i4 doesn't disappoint at all. Now the steering is pretty light in Eco Pro and Comfort, but once I put it into Sport, well, there's a bit more weight added, which feels nice. There's a lot more kick from the motor, even nicer. It gives you plenty of feel. The back slides around a bit when you're in Sport, and it allows you a bit of leeway, and that just makes this car loads and loads of fun. And what I'm particularly pleased about is that battery slung down low doesn't spoil the driving experience too much, even on a road that undulates and moves up and down in this manner. The body control is pretty good, especially when you consider the weight of the battery. In fact, the driving experience is so good, I'll say this electric BMW is as much fun as a petrol one. Yes, it is very low and you have to take care on speed breakers, and then sometimes even then the bottom touches. The clearance is just 125 mm, but surprisingly the i4 actually rides pretty well. There's a degree of suppleness that's difficult to believe. This car rides better than a regular 3 Series. And what's also great is that after that initial nice strong bottom end punch, the throttle remains pretty linear. The harder you press down, the more it accelerates. And that frankly is exactly what you're looking for, a sort of linearity with the throttle. Now it does flatten out towards the top after around 60 or 70%, and no, it will not give you that same top end feeling of a good BMW 6-cylinder. And Somil will be telling you just that.
The M340i uses the straight 6 3-liter turbocharged petrol engine that makes 387 horsepower. Now, because it's so explosive and so free revving, this is considered one of the best engines from BMW this side of an M car. The engine revs to 7,000 RPM and it sounds something like this. This one uses ZF's telepathic 8-speed automatic transmission. Now this is as quick, if not quicker, than any dual clutch automatic on sale, and it predicts exactly which gear you want to be in at all times. And the best part is, it gets it right every single time. In India, we only get the M340i with BMW's X-Drive all-wheel drive system. Now, it is rear biased, but it still powers all the 4 wheels, and unlike the M cars, you cannot have a rear wheel drive only mode. So sliding the car around is not all that easy. You have to be a lot more aggressive with your steering inputs, and it is not a walk in the park like in the M cars. But on a road like this, there is just so much grip on offer, and the steering is pretty communicative, so it offers a really confidence-inspiring drive experience. Now in this car, the steering does weigh up quite well. It really inspires a lot of confidence while tackling corners.
So what's not to like then? To begin with, it looks just like a run-of-the-mill 3 Series, both inside and out.
The downside of all that grip is that the ride is very firm. It gets lumpy over bad roads, and yes, for everyday driving, the seats are a bit hard. But as a driving enthusiast, in my opinion, this M340i is all the car, all the performance, and all the handling you need. Okay, now it's time to see what the electric BMW is like. Whoa, not bad at all. You just can't tell this is BMW's first all-electric sedan. I mean, this is such a fundamentally sorted car. And compared to that M340i, this interior feels just so special thanks to these two twin screens and this whole curved layout. It just feels very premium and it feels a lot more special. The 340i, it just feels like any other BMW 3 Series.
Even those frameless windows add to the sense of occasion. But it's not all perfect. The front grille will polarize opinions and the rear seat space is a bit tight. But the best part of the i4 is that despite being a full import, it is similarly priced to the locally assembled M340i.
Now this is what I was looking forward to. That straight 6 engine. And I was instantly reminded of why we love this M340i so much. And wow, immediately, woof, what an engine. I just can't resist pulling it. And the steering, even in the straight ahead, has so much more feel and weight. It's just wow. I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Told you. 3-liter turbo petrol engine, BMW sedan. This is what represents the brand.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Explosive performance, that oral sound, the oral experience. I don't think you can get that with the i4.
Not at all.
And that steering, I mean, on the Ghats that we drove right now,
absolutely.
It
So much more
handles
weight.
so much more engagement.
The thing is, even with their first electric sedan, BMW has come such a long way. They've come almost right up to what is practically an M car. And it got us questioning ourselves. We asked ourselves, is this really that good? Of course, when you put them together, it isn't quite. But it's a great driving experience on its own. It's got a beautiful chassis. It points into corners. The throttle is nice and linear. It gives you that, connected driver feel. Well, tomorrow, maybe the electric will be better.
But not today.
But not today.
After the break, we have a go in the strong Mercedes C300D diesel and introduce you to Royal Enfield's new flagship motorcycle, the Super Meteor 650.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी कल रात की सावन का सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी कल रात की सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार आप?
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। Lord Krishna will do it.
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ। डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Mercedes calls the new C-Class your comfort zone, but this very one is for those who want more than just comfort. This is the new C300D, and the focus of this review is going to be on the 300D in its name. Some facts and figures first. The 300D gets you 265 horsepower and 550 Newton meters, and the source of that power is Merck's 2-litre 4-cylinder diesel engine. It's the same engine you'd find in a 200 horsepower C220D, but as the numbers make amply clear, it's been tuned for a whole lot more punch here. Also, like the other Cs on sale in India, the C300D gets a 48-volt mild hybrid system that chips in with 20 horsepower and 200 Newton meters under hard acceleration. The power goes solely to the rear wheels via a 9-speed automatic gearbox. And all of these ingredients come together very well. ESC off, left foot on brake, right foot on accelerator, here we go. That is diesel grunt with a helping hand from the electric system. Mercedes claims a 5.7 second 0 to 100 kph time. It sure feels as fast as it says on the box. And even if that 0 to 100 kph time is something that you won't really make use of every day, kick down acceleration is something that you will. Press down hard on the throttle and you get this instant thrust from the engine. It just livens up your journey, and it's something that will make you feel that your extra 5 lakhs over the 220D has been very well spent. The mid-range punch is exciting, but you do hear the engine give its best too. As 4-cylinder diesel engines go, the C300D's 2-litre diesel engine scores reasonably well on refinement. It's quiet enough at idle, and even when you're driving at slow city speeds, you won't really hear much from the engine bay. It's just that when you press a bit harder, there is a bit of a groan from up front, and when you keep pressed, that groan develops into a pretty audible boom. A 6-cylinder unit would be smoother and quieter, but also more expensive and less efficient. Speaking of which, even after a hard day of driving, you can still see double-digit numbers on the instrument cluster for fuel economy, and that is a very refreshing sight in our times of crazy fuel prices. On winding roads too, the C300D impresses. The steering is just delightful. It's very smooth, and though it's an electric unit, it feels very well oiled, if you know what I mean. Sport mode does add a bit of playfulness to the experience. The steering gets more feelsome, weightier, and ESP goes into sport mode, which allows the tail end to get a bit frisky. You can string a series of corners with a big fat grin on your face. The thing is, as tidy as the C-Class is in its handling, it could have been a bit better tied down. And that's partly because even the C300D doesn't get adaptive dampers, that would have given keen drivers a bit more adjustability. The seat does feel well damped and sure-footed at high speeds. As far as low-speed manners go, well, the C300D rides on 18-inch rims, so the low-speed ride is a bit busier than what you get on rivals. The trouble is ground clearance. You have to be very careful over speed breakers, and on the worst of the lot, you have to go supercar style and just approach them diagonally. If you're wondering why I've not touched upon the AMG in this C's name as yet, it's because this is an AMG line. That's to say, its AMG-ness is restricted to a sportier look outside and in. The AMG elements like the larger star-studded grille, larger 18-inch rims, side skirts and sportier bumpers easily establish the C300D as a more potent C-Class. AMG line or not, the C-Class interior will wow you. Now, Renuka has already given you a tour of the latest Gen C-Class's interior, and in fact you can watch her full review by clicking on this link above. But let me reiterate, this cabin is an exquisite place. Cabin quality is really a few notches above rivals, and the smallest of things like these switches and even larger controls like these air conditioning vents operate beautifully and are great to touch. Now, of the differences between the C200 and C220D and this C300D is the fact that this is available in AMG line trim, and what that gets you are slightly different colors on the inside. You have a gloss finish on the dashboard with a carbon fiber like weave, which looks quite sporty. And you also get a sportier flat bottom steering wheel with twin spokes on either side of the steering boss, which looks really cool. Of course, the main talking point inside the new C-Class is this 11.9-inch touchscreen. It's a portrait-oriented unit and it's really slick. Thing is, you need some time to get the hang of it, and what's missing are manual controls for even certain basic functions like air conditioning. Still, you do get wireless Android Auto and wireless Apple CarPlay, which is really nice. And of the other things, there's the 12.3-inch digital dials. Again, very high res, great graphics, and you can also choose between themes as per your liking. And finally, the front seats themselves, very comfortable, and they also get adjustable thigh support. You don't get seat ventilation, but a two-part sunroof, clever LED headlights that adjust the beam when you're driving, and brilliantly done ambient lighting are included. Safety features include active brake assist, but we did find the system too sensitive for our driving conditions. Over to the back. Talking rear seat space, to give some perspective, I'm just under 6 feet tall. The front seat is set to my driving position, and I have a reasonable amount of knee room. I also have space to tuck my feet under the front seat, but I'd still describe this rear seat experience as being cozy. Now, someone of my height will find their hair brushing against the roof lining, and of course, a third passenger will be a really tight fit here. What also takes away from the experience is this high center tunnel. Now, as for the seat itself, the seat is nicely cushioned, but the seating position is slightly knees up, as you can see, and the rear seat squab is also a bit short. As for practicality, you get a reasonable 455 liters of luggage room in the boot, but pack in a spare wheel and usable space reduces dramatically. Priced at 61 lakh rupees ex-showroom, the C300D costs a good 5 lakh rupees more than the C220D, which is itself pricey by segment standards. There's also the matter of a slightly firm low-speed ride, a compromise that not everyone will be ready to make. On the flip side, the C300D has the power, the punch and the handling. And for all the performance, the C300D is relatively economical too. So essentially, the C300D is a luxury sedan if you're someone looking more for front seat thrill than rear seat chill. Up next, it's all eyes on the Super Meteor 650, Royal Enfield's new flagship motorcycle.
most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
After a steady dose of spy shots over the last few months, the Royal Enfield Super Meteor 650 has finally been unveiled at EICMA, and there's a lot to talk about. First of all, this appears to be a very nice looking motorcycle with a great sense of proportion. That's thanks to the use of a 19-inch front wheel and a 16-inch rear. Like the Meteor 350, the Super Meteor also runs on alloy wheels shod with Seat Zoom Cruise tires, so you don't need to worry about dealing with tube tires if you have to repair a puncture. And of course, there's no missing that chunky 43mm USD fork, which marks the very first time that Royal Enfield has used this modern suspension setup. Another first for an RE is the fact that the Super Meteor 650 gets a full LED headlamp. The Super Meteor's large teardrop-shaped fuel tank flows downwards to a split-seat setup with what appears to be a spacious and comfy rider's seat, although the pillion seat doesn't appear to be that large. The rear section also looks clean thanks to the simple brake lamp mounted on the fender, while the indicators are placed near the number plate. The instrument console is a familiar round unit with a tripper navigation display seen at the side. Royal Enfield has also put effort into making sure that the Super Meteor is the most premium feeling motorcycle that they've made to date, and that can be seen in details like the switch cubes, which are actually made out of cast aluminium. The centerpiece of the Super Meteor 650 is undoubtedly the much loved parallel twin engine from the Interceptor and the Continental GT 650. The visual aspect of this engine that most people will appreciate is that unlike the current 650s, these exhaust pipes don't stick out wide, and that should make the bike easier to navigate through tight gaps in traffic. Royal Enfield has also done a good job of hiding away the catalytic converters underneath the motorcycle. This 648cc air and oil cooled engine makes 47 horsepower and 52 Newton meters of torque, which are the same numbers as on the current 650 twins, although the peak torque arrives 500 rpm later in the rev range. Royal Enfield does say that they have given this bike different mapping and gearing to better suit the nature of a cruiser motorcycle. While the engine is quite similar, the Super Meteor gets a brand new chassis. What you'll immediately notice is that the rake angle on the front end is much more relaxed than the current 650s, which goes with the slow reacting and planted feel that you would expect from a 650cc cruiser motorcycle. The Super Meteor has a very low seat height of 740mm, which is even lower than the Meteor 350, and this bike gets very forward set foot pegs that are mounted near the front of the engine. While the low seat will make this bike easy for shorter riders to manage, it is still a heavy machine, and with a curb weight of 241 kilos, this is the heaviest of all the Enfields currently on sale. However, it is worth considering that the ground clearance is quite low at 135 mm. Braking duties are handled by a 320 mm disc at the front and a large 300 mm unit at the rear, with dual channel ABS being standard. The Super Meteor 650 will be available in two variants. There's the base model that comes in 5 color schemes: Astral Black, Astral Blue, Astral Green, Interstellar Grey and Interstellar Green. And then there's the Super Meteor 650 Tourer, which is basically the touring variant that gets a windscreen, a backrest and a much larger and more comfy looking seat for both the rider and the pillion. The Super Meteor 650 Tourer will be available in two colors, Celestial Red and Celestial Blue. There will of course be a wide range of accessories as you see on most Royal Enfields these days. The new Super Meteor will be unveiled in India at Royal Enfield's Rider Mania event later this month, and at the moment there is no word on what the prices will be. We expect it to be priced above the current 650s, somewhere between about 3.5 to 4 lakh rupees. As things stand, the Super Meteor 650 will have very little competition, and its closest rival will be in the form of the Benelli 502C, which is a more modern looking motorcycle and quite a bit more expensive. What are your thoughts on this latest motorcycle from Royal Enfield? Let us know in the comment section below.
Welcome to Times Now Live and a very good afternoon. I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's take you through the headlines at the top of this hour.
निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं.
After Chief Minister KCR snubs Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event and his party The TRS calls him Ravan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi shames the Gali Brigade, says your abuses give me nutrition. After the Congress, now the TMC's Mamta's minister Akhil Giri insults President Murmu, mocks her looks, but Didi remains silent. BJP escalates attack on Mamta Banerjee, stages dharna and demands Mantri Akhil Giri's sacking. After the Aam Aadmi Party rewarded Hindu baiter, BJP launches a scathing attack on Arvind Kejriwal, says title of Chunavi Hindu fits Arvind Kejriwal. Alleged conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes his fifth letter, says he gifted luxury watches to Arvind Kejriwal, dares him to take the lie detector test. BJP questions Kejriwal's silence. A massive outrage over release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassins as the DMK celebrates the release of convicts. BJP dares the Congress, asks why not snap ties with the DMK. High stakes battle also coming up in the state of Himachal Pradesh after this. The elections and the voting is ongoing in Himachal Pradesh. The BJP looks to retain power. The Congress fights for survival. The Aam Aadmi Party hopes to make inroads. Assault case haunts NCP MLA, former Maharashtra Minister Jitendra Avhad, arrested and sent to 14 days custody over stopping Marathi movies show. The name of the Marathi film was Har Har Mahadev. A day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled the Kempe Gowda International Airport, Times now gives you a sneak peek from within. Now the TMC is once again in the eye of the storm over the remarks being made by its MLA and Minister Akhil Giri after he landed in a controversy following a comment he made against President Draupadi Murmu. Now Giri, while addressing a gathering, said, "We don't care about looks, but how does your president look?" That was his exact remark. Giri was responding to West Bengal leader of the opposition Suvendu Adhikari when he'd made the controversial comment. Let us listen in to what Mr. Giri actually said and why there is widespread condemnation now over his remarks.
वो আমাকে বলে হাফ প্যান্ট, আমি বলি আমি যদি হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী তোমার বাবা কি এনসি মন্ত্রী? দেখতে ভালো না, কি বলছি? আমরা রূপের বিচার করি না, তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতির চেয়ারকে আমরা সম্মান করি। রাষ্ট্রপতি কেমন দেখতে বাবা?
Well, we're being joined right now by Mr. Arun Halder, the Vice Chairman of the National Commission for Scheduled Castes. Thank you, Mr. Halder, for speaking to us. First and foremost, you just heard Mr. Akhil Giri's remark that he made before a gathering there and clearly speaking about the President of India, Ms. Draupadi Murmu, in extremely deplorable terms. What's your response, sir, to what was said?
देखिए, अखिल गिरी जो घिनौना बात उच्चारण किया है, इसका कारण सिर्फ अखिल गिरी नहीं है, ये पूरा उनका दल की मानसिकता है। मैं तो वही बोलना चाहता है, जो आप लोग देखा था कि उनका दल के नेत्री प्रधानमंत्री के अगेंस्ट में किस टाइप की बात किया है। जो दल की प्रधान मुखिया होता है, उसी से उनका परिवार चलता है। जो परिवार का मुखिया होता है, परिवार का मुखिया जिस दिखे जाने उनका जितना उनका फॉलोअर्स था वही इस हिसाब से बात करेंगे। आज लोग बेपरवाह हो गया, बात करते करते किसको क्या बात करना चाहते हैं इसको पता नहीं चलता है। अभी इसी जगह में कोई कंट्रोल करने वाला कोई नहीं है। को जिस परिवार का मुखिया इस टाइप का बात कर रहे हैं, उनका नीचे वाला लोग ऐसे ही बोलेगा। अभी बोलते बोलते वो लोग सोच भी नहीं थका, जो हमारा महामहिम राष्ट्रपति को भी बात बोल दिया। अभी आ गया प्रॉब्लम, अभी तो कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा। मैं बोलना चाहता हूं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आप चुप किए हुए हैं। अभी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को चैलेंज किया है, उनको इस टाइप के घृणा बात, उनको अपमान किया है। ये बंगाली हिसाब से मैं लज्जित बोध कर रहा है। मैं एक बंगाली होकर बोल रहा है, मैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट में नहीं बोल रहा है। ये बांग्ला अपमान, आप जल्दी इनको सैक कीजिए। आपको अपना अभी भी उनको जो कानूनी कार्रवाई होगा करना चाहिए, नहीं तो और भी बांग्ला का अपमान हो जाएगा। आप जल्दी इसका कुछ ना कुछ कीजिए। आप पार्टी का मुखिया है, मैं जरूर आपसे कहूंगा इमीडिएट इनको सैक कीजिए, उनको कानूनी कार्रवाई कीजिए, नहीं तो बांग्ला को कहाँ लेके जाएंगे हम लोग। हम बंगाली होकर पहले बार वाइस चेयरमैन बना कमीशन में, हम मुख दिखाने का लायक नहीं गए इस बात से। ये बंगाल का कोई मिनिस्टर इस टाइप का बात बोल सकता है
जी,
इस टाइप का बात घृणा बात बोल सकता है, देश में क्या संदेश जाएगा?
हल्देर जी,
दुनिया में क्या संदेश जाएगा?
टीएमसी की तरफ से एक ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट आई है जहां पे उन्होंने बोला है कि इस तरह के रिमार्क्स को वो कंडोन नहीं करते, कंडेम करते हैं। क्या ये काफी है आपके मुताबिक?
ये देखिए, ये कोई बात बच्चा को नीति पढ़ाने वाला बात है? ये कोई बात है? हम कंडेम करता है, मतलब क्या है? क्या कंडेम है? राष्ट्रपति को अपमान किया है, इमीडिएट मंत्रित्व के उनको हटाइए। अगर आप नहीं हटाएंगे तो हम लोग इसके काफी आए, कानून है देश में, हम लोग जरूर SC/ST कमीशन मिलकर इसके अगेंस्ट पे जरूर सोमोटो एक्शन में हम जाएंगे। ये नहीं होना चाहिए। आप जल्दी जल्दी इनको सैक कीजिए और आप इनको माफी मांगने बजाय कानूनी कार्रवाई होना चाहिए मंत्री के अगेंस्ट में।
तो SC/ST के कमीशन के द्वारा अभी क्या एक्शन ली जाएगी सर? क्योंकि NCW नेशनल कमीशन ऑफ विमेन जो है उन्होंने ऑलरेडी एक एक्शन जारी कर दी है। SC/ST कमीशन की क्या राय होगी, वो क्या करना चाहेगी मिस्टर अखिल गिरी के खिलाफ?
अभी हमारा ऑफिस छुट्टी है, मंडे ऑफिस खुलने के बाद ही हम लोग प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पूरा टीम को बुला के ये चीज लेके हम लोग कानून, जितना हमारा लीगल टीम है, जो शब्द किया है हर चीज चयन करके हम लोग इसके अगेंस्ट पे जरूर हम लोग सुमोटो नोटिस भेजेंगे।
सुमोटो नोटिस भेजेंगे। दैट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट देयर। एक और आखिरी सवाल, आपने मुखिया के बारे में बात किया, ममता बनर्जी ने अभी तक तो इस बारे में कुछ बोला नहीं। अभी तक क्या संकेत होगा आपकी तरफ से ममता बनर्जी को इस मामले में?
मैं उनसे ये विनती करना चाहता है कि आप इमीडिएट चुपचाप खामोश मत रहिए। आप चुप रहना मतलब आप इसको समर्थन कर रहे, राष्ट्रपति का अपमान आप समर्थन कर रहे। मैं एक बंगाली होकर बोल रहा है, ये अपमान बांग्ला जनगण नहीं सहन पा रहा है। आप इमीडिएट इनके एक्शन में जाइए। नहीं, एक बंगाली नहीं, देशवासी अपमान सह्य नहीं कर पा रहा है। इस टाइप के घृणा बात को आप खामोश मत रहिए, एक्शन जरूर लेना चाहिए। ये आप दिखाना चाहिए जो आप इसका मंत्री का इस पर एक्शन लिया है। ये सिर्फ एक मैं पॉलिटिकल मुद्दा हिसाब से नहीं बोलना चाहता है, मैं ये कहना चाहता है ये पूरा देश की जनता का अपमान है और देश की जनता को अपमान करके आप चुपचाप बैठ नहीं सकता है। दलों मत निर्विशेष से, चीज जाति धर्म भी हो सकता है, सबको महामहिम राष्ट्रपति को ऑनर करके रास्ते में आना चाहिए जब तक इसका अगेंस्ट एक्शन नहीं होता है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए मिस्टर अरुण हल्दर, द वाइस चेयरमैन ऑफ द नेशनल कमीशन ऑफ शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट, इन्फॉर्मिंग अस दैट कम मंडे a suo moto cognizance of the comment made by Mr. Akhil Giri will be taken and a notice will be sent to him. Thank you very much for joining us there, Mr. Halder. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has launched a scathing criticism of the comments made by Mr. Akhil Giri of the TMC. He's the Correctional Affairs Minister and has also demanded his resignation. Now, the BJP has condemned the statement and also called on Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee as well as her party to come out categorically and sack the minister, and also labelled the TMC as being anti-tribal.
कि सर हमने कांग्रेस को भी देखा और आज तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एक लीडर ने फिर से
स्टेटमेंट में देखा नहीं, बट जो मैंने सुना इट इज कंडेमनेबल।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सो दैट वाज बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट JP नड्डा।
ये एक नॉनसेंस एटीट्यूड है। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एक मिनिस्टर इस तरह का बयान देते हैं और वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री चुप है, यह भी एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण विषय है। वहाँ जिस तरीके से पूरे जनजाति समाज आज जैसे मुझे सूचना मिली आक्रोशित है और देश का पूरा जनजाति समाज, सुबह से हमें लोग कह रहे हैं कि इस तरह का बयान कोई दे सकता है, लेकिन अभी तक तृणमूल कांग्रेस चुप है, कुछ नहीं बोल रही। ऐसे लोगों को तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए, देश के सामने माफी मांगना चाहिए। They should apologize.
It is most shameful that the government of West Bengal, which is headed by a very respected leader, a woman leader at that, who herself has come from difficult circumstances, allows such statements to be made by her own cabinet ministers and colleagues in the presence of other ministers, which are the most insulting, not just to the position of the president, not just to Draupadi Murmu ji herself, but to the entire tribal community.
Let me go across immediately to Tamal Saha, who's been tracking all the developments pertaining to the comments as well as what has followed. Tamal, the BJP has raked this up very aggressively. We also heard now from the Vice Chairman of the Scheduled Castes Commission as well, and there is nothing short of a sacking of the concerned minister that will satisfy people belonging to the opposition in the state of West Bengal.
Well, that's right. BJP is demanding that Akhil Giri be sacked from his position, he be removed, and that only would be considered as a cognizable action against him, because his statements are deplorable as being admitted by the party itself. Renewable Congress on its social media handle has now come up with a statement, calling it absolutely misogynistic and unacceptable. Renewable Congress said that we have utmost respect for Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Our party strongly condemns the unfortunate remarks made by MLA Akhil Giri, and that in the era of women's empowerment, such misogyny is unacceptable. But has that cut ice? The answer is a big no, because BJP is saying that this reflects a mindset. BJP is saying that until and unless action is being taken against the said leader, there won't be a right precedent said. Trinamool Congress so far has not really come up with a statement, even going to the extent of challenging BJP and pulling up BJP over their leaders making such comments in the past. But Trinamool Congress has maintained an absolute stoic silence over it. The social media post is there condemning it. Trinamool Congress has distanced themselves from Akhil Giri. But Akhil Giri, the man who is caught in this massive controversy, he has come up with a statement suggesting that for the past couple of days and weeks, Shubhendu Adhikari had been name-calling him, had been questioning how he looks, and that had irked him so much so that at the public gathering he had raised that issue, tried countering him. While retorting to Shubhendu Adhikari, he had made that suggestion, and that he had got no malice in the heart against President Murmu. But the question remains, the analogy that he found so comfortable to draw with the look of President Draupadi Murmu is something that has appalled simply not the opposition parties, but also the civil society, because this particular comment has breached the civility that is expected from a public representative. Leave aside that the public representative also happens to be a minister. So at this point in time, yes, the verbal spat is there between Trinamool Congress and BJP. Trinamool Congress is not responding to BJP. BJP is trying to mount pressure on Mamata Banerjee government, questioning why there is so much of silence and why should not action be taken against Akhil Giri. But the fact of the matter remains, Akhil Giri continues to be a minister. Absolutely. The party has distanced itself from
stay with
Akhil
us.
Giri.
He's not yet been sacked. Will Mamata Banerjee herself step forward and condemn the remark outright herself? That's a question that still remains. Let's also listen in to the clarification given by Akhil Giri over his comments that Tamal Saha just pointed out a short while ago.
কিন্তু পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিজেপি নেতা, বিধানসভার বিরোধী দলনেতা শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আমার সম্পর্কে গত কয়েক মাস আগে থেকে যে কুরুচিপূর্ণ মন্তব্য করছেন বিভিন্ন জনসভায়, কখনো আমাকে কাকের মতো দেখতে বলছেন, কখনো হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী বলছেন, সেই উক্তি শুনে বারে বারে আমি একজন বয়স্ক মানুষ, আমার মনের মধ্যে একটা ক্রোধ জন্মেছিল। আমি সেই মন্তব্যের বিরোধিতা করতে গিয়ে আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতিকে অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতির প্রতি আমার অগাধ আস্থা আছে, মহোদয়ার প্রতি, কিন্তু আমি রাষ্ট্রপতিকে কোনো অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকে কটাক্ষ করেই আমি বলেছি যে আমি আমার ক্রোধের ফলে মুখ ফসকে আমি কিছু মন্তব্য করে ফেলেছি।
Trinamool Congress disowns this comment. Trinamool Congress as a party possesses high regards for the Constitution of India and high regards for the constitutional head of the country, that is President Madam of India. Especially so far the question of women empowerment is there. Mamata Banerjee, who has started so many social welfare projects benefiting the women community, she has become a symbol of women empowerment. But at the same time, the way BJP is doing politics with this, it doesn't suit them.
So Tamal, coming back to you, you heard those comments as well. What's the thinking like right now within the ranks of the TMC? Tell us a bit about the rumblings within the TMC. Is any action against Akhil Giri likely vis-a-vis his possible sacking, or is the TMC just going to play a waiting game on this?
Well, removing him from the ministry seems like very unlikely. Having spoken to several Trinamool Congress leaders, and if I go by sources, they are saying that a very senior Trinamool Congress leader has personally spoken to Akhil Giri and has warned him from making such insensitive comments in the future. But then, well, will that be enough? We have to wait and see. As of now, there is no concrete decision arrived at to remove him from the ministry or from the party. So as I said, he continues to be the minister, and possibly that's why the politics over it would only intensify. As you see right behind me, several BJP Mahila Morcha women have assembled, and they would all be taking out a protest against Akhil Giri. Now at the moment they have assembled here. Ma'am, आप लोग Akhil Giri का जो comment है आपने सुना, आप लोग protest करने आ गए, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? वो मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि उनके मुंह से जो निकला प्रेसिडेंट के खिलाफ नहीं था, वो शुभेंदु अधिकारी को कुछ समझाने की प्रयास था।
वो तो अभी वो लोग बोलेंगे, लेकिन वो जो अशालीन मंतव्य किया था उसके खिलाफ हम यहाँ पर एक हुए प्रोटेस्ट करने जा रहे। श्यामपुर थाना में हम लोग डेपुटेशन देंगे। उसके बाद उसके खिलाफ जो धिक्कार है, एक पुरुष होकर एक महिला के ऊपर इतना अशालीन मंतव्य कैसे हो कर सकता है, एक मंत्री होकर। हाँ, ये एक महिला समाज के ऊपर।
आप लोग पुलिस के पास कोई कंप्लेन, लिखित कोई कंप्लेन जमा?
यस, डेपुटेशन में देगा।
डेपुटेशन देंगे। तो आप लोग को क्या एक्शन आप लोग डिमांड कर रहे हैं, क्या चाहिए आप लोग?
उसको माफी मांगना होगा, उसके खिलाफ धिक्कार है। ये महिला के ऊपर एक राष्ट्रपति है, वो पिछले समाज के महिला है, वो दलित समाज के महिला, दलित के ऊपर ये एक धब्बा है उसका मंतव्य पे। तो हम लोग चाहते हैं वो क्षमा मांगे, और उसका पदत्याग भी हम दाबी करते हैं।
Okay, so there you heard the women out here from BJP Mahila Morcha. They are demanding immediate dismissal of Akhil Giri from the ministry, from the cabinet, and also from the MLA position, and they would also be submitting a written deputation to a local police station. Will that be converted into a complaint and any action be taken against him? Well, we have to wait and see. Back to you.
Right, thanks a lot for that, Tamal. Of course, you'll keep a close watch on the protest which is building up now against Akhil Giri on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party's Mahila Morcha in West Bengal. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं, हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी,
कल राखी सावंत का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं, हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी,
कल राखी सावंत का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has promoted Rajendra Pal Gautam, somebody who has made a series of disparaging remarks against members of the Hindu community. He's been made the star campaigner for the upcoming MCD polls, a move that has left the BJP and Hindu groups fuming. The Bharatiya Janata Party launched an unsparing attack on Arvind Kejriwal and the rest of the AAP. It says that the same Kejriwal who warns Hindu deities on bank and currency notes has now unleashed his army to mock the Hindu community. Not just that, the BJP says that the Chunavi Hindu title fits Kejriwal perfectly.
फर्जीवाल ढोंगी अरविंद केजरीवाल, ऐसी भी क्या है मजबूरी जो हिंदू धर्म से करे नफरत, उससे नहीं बना पा रहे हो दूरी। शब्द राजेंद्र पाल गौतम के थे विषैले, नफरत भरे। सोच अरविंद केजरीवाल की ही थी, रहा नहीं गया अपने नफरती नेता के बिना। उनको स्टार कैंपेनर बनाया, स्टार कैंपेनर बना के जिम्मेदारी ये दी जाके हिंदू देवी देवताओं को खूब गाली देना।
Aam Aadmi Party's true anti-Hindu charitra has been exposed once again. They may speak about Hanuman Chalisa ji, they may speak about putting Ma Lakshmi ji and Ganesh ji on currency notes. But what is their true character? Their true character is that they promote people like Rajendra Pal, who mocked and insulted Hindu Astha by saying we should have no faith in Vishnu Brahma Mahesh. They promoted and protected Gopal Italia, who made many despicable comments about Mandir and Katha.
आपने उनको खुश करने के लिए, एक कम्युनिटी को खुश करने के लिए आपने उनको स्टार कैंपेनर बना दिया। ये दोगलापन नहीं है तो क्या है अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब? एक तरफ चूंकि गुजरात के चुनाव थे इसलिए आपने उनको हटाया, और दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली के चुनाव हैं इसलिए आप उनको स्टार कैंपेनर बना रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब, थोड़ी सी भी शर्म हो तो जिस प्रकार से हिंदुओं को जो गाली दी गई उस पे आप माफी मांगने तो दूर, आप उसी व्यक्ति को स्टार कैंपेनर बनाते हैं जिसने हिंदुओं को गाली दी। इसलिए अरविंद केजरीवाल, आपको देश से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
Time now for a quick roundup of news. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is likely to skip the upcoming winter session of Parliament owing to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin has passed a resolution to file a review petition against the Supreme Court verdict that upheld the 10% EWS quota. According to the DMK-led government, the EWS reservation is against social justice and equality. Amid heavy rains in the state of Tamil Nadu, holidays have now been declared in 25 districts across different parts of Tamil Nadu for schools and colleges. Meanwhile, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. Focusing on Maharashtra now, the Thane Crime Branch Unit arrested 2 persons with counterfeit currency worth rupees 8 crore from Ghodbandar Road in Thane. In yet another seizure, police have managed to recover rupees 95 lakhs from a Hawala operator. In Delhi, the Income Tax Department has been roped in to investigate this matter. Taking a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back more with updates on the other side. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at the headlines once again.
हताशा के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं.
Chief Minister KCR snubs Prime Minister's event and the TRS party calls him a Ravan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hits back at the Gali Brigade in Telangana, says your abusers give me nutrition. After the Congress party, now the TMC, Mamata Banerjee's minister Akhil Giri insults President Draupadi Murmu, mocks her looks, but Didi remains silent though the party has condemned his remarks. BJP escalates the attack on Mamata Banerjee, stages dharna and demands Akhil Giri's sacking. After the Aam Aadmi Party rewarded Rajendra Pal Gautam for his remarks on Hindus, BJP launches a scathing attack on Arvind Kejriwal, says the title of Chunavi Hindu fits Arvind Kejriwal perfectly. Alleged conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes a fifth letter, says that he gifted luxury watches to Kejriwal, dares him to take the lie detector test. The BJP questions Arvind Kejriwal's silence. Massive outrage over the release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassins. As Congress slams the ruling, DMK celebrates the release. BJP dares the Congress party to snap ties with its ally, the DMK. High-stakes battle in Himachal Pradesh underway. While the Bharatiya Janata Party looks to retain power, the Congress fights for survival. Aam Aadmi Party hopes to make an impact. Assault case haunts NCP MLA, former Maharashtra Minister Mr. Jitendra Avhad arrested and sent to 14 days custody over the stopping of a Marathi movie at a theatre. The Har Har Mahadev film is in question here. a day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled the Kempe Gowda International Airport. Times now gives you a sneak peek from within. Now, amid the raging debate on Hindi imposition, that's the allegation being levelled at the centre by parties such as the DMK, the centre has now decided to walk the talk. Home Minister Amit Shah has batted during his visit to Chennai for the promotion of Tamil. He says that medical education and other technical education should be brought in with Tamil as the medium of instruction for those subjects. He said that at an event in Chennai. Let me in fact go across immediately to Prapanch. Prapanch, what can you tell us about what the Union Home Minister exactly said during that address in Chennai?
There has been a constant tussle over this language issue in Tamil Nadu. Even recently we saw Tamil Nadu Chief Minister writing a letter to the Prime Minister, in fact asking not to implement the recommendations of the Parliamentary Committee of Official Language. But now we could see that the Home Minister Amit Shah had come to Chennai. There he stated that Tamil is a very old language, the grammar of the language is very old, and he also stated that the government should in fact promote this Tamil language and also concentrate on in fact imparting
you there for a short while because we're getting an official DMK response. Mr. Sarvanan joins us for his reaction. Mr. Sarvanan, at the time that Amit Shah had once in fact inaugurated textbooks or launched textbooks in Hindi in the state of Madhya Pradesh for medical examinations and MBBS courses, there was criticism from the DMK that this amounts to Hindi imposition. Now that he's batting for the inclusion of Tamil as a medium of instruction for medical and technical education in Tamil Nadu, how do you see that response?
See, Mr. Amit Shah, somebody has not told Mr. Amit Shah that even in the year 2006, when DMK was in power, we have introduced Tamil text for engineering, and now we have already constituted a committee for having textbooks in Tamil for medical education. Probably he should get updated when he comes to Tamil Nadu and speaks about the ground situation there.
Right, and Mr. Sarvanan, so you're saying that the DMK government in Tamil Nadu has already introduced what Mr. Amit Shah is proposing. But do you believe that what Amit Shah is doing right now is tokenism? Because that's the reaction coming in from the DMK, because he's also spoken about Tamil being the oldest language, the fact that it needs to be accorded the greatest of respect. And he, in a previous speech, he'd also said that local languages as well as Hindi could be possible mediums of communication between a set of Indians as opposed to English. How do you see how do you see the DMK's response to that comment?
See, that statement of Mr. Amit Shah, that Hindi should be the medium of communication, amounts to imposition of Hindi. He is trying to destroy the federal structure. He wants to impose Hindi, and he wants to make the non-native speakers of Hindi as second-class citizens.
But Mr. Sarvanan, are you trying to misread Mr. Amit Shah's comments? Because he did not single out Hindi as a link language. He said it could be Hindi or the local language instead of English. That was what he said.
See, English is the insurance policy. Probably you have not understood the history of our country, why we want English as the link language. We don't want Hindi as the link language. We don't want people to speak Hindi to communicate with each other. If they want to do it out of their free will, they can do that, but the government should not pursue that policy, because English is a leveler. English is alien to me. English is alien to someone from Uttar Pradesh. I can never compete with someone from Uttar Pradesh while trying to speak Hindi. If you look at the union government, the jobs, the competitive exams are only in Hindi. They don't include any other regional language. So they want only the Hindi speakers to join the union government. This is the imposition we are fighting against. We are not misleading anything. Probably you have not understood history properly.
Well, that was just a question, sir, because the Press Information Bureau had actually issued an exact press release of what he said at the time that the DMK had called it a case of Hindi imposition. Thanks for your response. We'll in fact listen in to what Amit Shah actually had to say during his speech in Chennai, where he batted for Tamil as a medium of instruction for medical and technical education in the state of Tamil Nadu.
मैं तमिलनाडु सरकार को एक निवेदन भी करना चाहता हूं। तमिल भाषा विश्व की सबसे पुरानी भाषाओं में से एक है। शायद तमिल का व्याकरण भी विश्व के सबसे पुराने व्याकरण में से एक है। तमिल भाषा का बढ़ावा और तमिल भाषा को समृद्ध करना न केवल तमिलनाडु, पूरे देश की जिम्मेदारी है। मैं तमिलनाडु सरकार को अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, देश के कई राज्यों ने मेडिकल और टेक्निकल एजुकेशन को अपने अपने राज्य की मातृभाषा में शुरू किया है। अगर तमिलनाडु सरकार भी मेडिकल एजुकेशन को पूर्णतया तमिल भाषा में पढ़ाने की शुरुआत करती है तो तमिल मीडियम में पढ़े हुए विद्यार्थियों को मेडिकल साइंस समझने में बहुत सरलता होगी और वो अपनी मातृभाषा में ही रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट कर अपनी और क्षमताओं का देश को और मेडिकल साइंस को योगदान कर पाएंगे।
Well, Mr. R. Rajgopalan joins us on the phone line for his perspective. Mr. Rajgopalan, the DMK believes that this is nothing but tokenism because they've already introduced in Tamil Nadu what Mr. Amit Shah is proposing, which is the introduction of textbooks as well as technical and medical education in the Tamil language. The DMK says we've already done it, so we don't require lectures from Mr. Amit Shah.
I see three important developments in this Amit Shah speech. One, BJP in its national executive meeting held at Hyderabad was focusing on South India. So now that is in that aspect. Yesterday Prime Minister was in Chennai or Tamil Nadu. Today Mr. Amit Shah is in Chennai and they are also talking about Tamil language, the regionalism like that. So therefore it is a foundation laying thing for BJP.
Okay.
Mr. Shah has very cleverly turned the table against the DMK. That is why DMK is very much rattled. The BJP has grown length and breadth in Tamil Nadu. DMK is rattled over that.
Right.
This is a simple political arithmetic.
Right. Thanks for your perspective there, Mr. Rajgopalan. Mr. Kovai Satyan of the AIDMK also joins us for his perspective. Mr. Satyan, while the AIDMK and the BJP are alliance partners, does the AIDMK actually believe that there is a creeping Hindi, imposition on the part of the centre?
This language war is raked up by DMK time and again for its own political benefits. But DMK as a party, as a Dravidian party, has not so far done anything concrete towards nurturing the language and developing the language. So whenever they need a diversion, whenever they need any political mileage and benefits, they rake up this language war and instigate people. I think the message of Amit Shah is clear. There cannot be no more politics that can be played around on language war. And that's the message I think he has sent out.
Right, and one more question to you, Mr. Satyan. The DMK representative, Mr. Saravanan, said a short while ago that the DMK has already done what Amit Shah had actually proposed in that speech, which is to introduce textbooks in Tamil for technical and medical education. The DMK says we don't need Mr. Amit Shah to be telling us this. We've already done it. Your response?
It's on the papers. The plan is on the papers. It's not done it. The moment Amit Shah went and launched in MP for medical students the textbooks in Hindi, 2 weeks ago, that's where the announcement from DMK came, saying that they are going to have medical books in Tamil and technical books in Tamil. However, it's on papers, so they cannot take credit or immediately saying that they have done it.
Okay.
So the point is, don't make it only on papers, bring it to reality. Because DMK is known for that. They make fancy promises, but will not turn into reality.
Right.
So the message is like turn into reality.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Satyan. Let me once again go back to Mr. Rajgopalan, who's with us on the phone line. Mr. Rajgopalan, Amit Shah in the month of April had actually said that he would prefer that Hindi emerges as a substitute for English along with the local language of the concerned state or the mother tongue, as opposed to English emerging as some kind of a linked language. This was his comment in the month of April. How do you respond to that specific sentiment that was echoed by Amit Shah, that either Hindi or a local language should emerge as a substitute for English in India?
Amit Shah has reflected the mindset of BJP, mindset of Johnson, former BJP members Johnson. Even during the days of Johnson, the main focus is Tamil should also play an active role. That is why they are re-emphasizing. Amit Shah has done extremely best politics, putting DMK on the mat. As the representative Mr. Kovai Satyan stated, Amit Shah has done an extremely best politics by turning the table against DMK.
Right. Many thanks for that, Mr. Rajgopalan. Let me take this back once again to Prapanch. Prapanch, the DMK says they've already implemented what Amit Shah has proposed, but how is the ruling party in the state of Tamil Nadu actually responding to this internally? Are they rattled by what Amit Shah has proposed? What's the perspective within the DMK on this?
The reactions are yet to be known. However, we need to understand that in fact earlier there was a war tussle going on between, even recently Chief Minister had written a letter to in fact the Prime Minister, in fact opposing those recommendations that was being given to the Parliament, that was given by the Parliamentary Committee of Official Languages. And now we could see that Mr. Amit Shah has in fact stated that this particular issue, as in Tamil should be developed. Tamil is the oldest language, and he has stated that in fact medical and technical education should be imparted in Tamil is what they have stated, but it is yet to be watched what is the official reaction of in fact
many thanks for that, Prapanch. Those are of course the developments in the state of Tamil Nadu right now with respect to what Amit Shah has just said. We'll now turn our attention to another story that's been developing in the national capital, and that pertains to conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar, who's fired a fifth letter from Tihar jail and has made an open challenge. He says that he's ready to take a lie detector test, but his challenge comes with certain conditions. Sukesh Chandrashekhar has alleged that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and his Minister Satyendra Jain for a lie detector test face to face, and wants it, interestingly, to be telecast live across the country. And not just that, he goes on to say that he is gifted a Jacob & Co. Astronomia watch and was also asked to get a certain brand of watches from Dubai for Satyendra Jain as well. He also alleges that he arranged meetings with PR agents who were working with news outlets like the New York Times and Washington Post to get paid articles published to promote the Delhi government's school model. These are entirely Sukesh Chandrashekhar's claims.
जेल से राज करते हुए भारत के इतिहास में यह पहला उदाहरण है जब उनके एक मंत्री कोर्ट के द्वारा बेल न मिलने के बावजूद जेल में हैं और 4 महीने से वो जलवे से राज कर रहे हैं। फिर मंत्री महोदय पर क्या आरोप लग रहे हैं कि वो किसी को धमकाया जा रहा है, किसी से उगाही की जा रही है। जिस प्रकार के आरोप राजद के शासनकाल में बिहार में और सपा के शासनकाल में उत्तर प्रदेश में लगते थे कि जेलों से धमकी चल रही है, वो दिल्ली में लग रहे हैं।
Today, yet another letter from Sukesh has exposed the true face of the AKVC, Arvind Kejriwal, Vasuli Company and the Vasuli Bhaijans, Satyendra Jain and Kailash Gehlot. In the fresh letter, Sukesh has now spoken of how crores of rupees worth expensive watches were gifted. If Mr. Kejriwal has nothing to hide, there is no tinka in his mooch, then he must take the live lie detector test and prove to the world whether Sukesh is lying or whether AKVC and the Vasuli agents are lying.
Now turning our attention once again to the protests that are ongoing in the state of West Bengal against the TMC on the part of the BJP for the extremely deplorable remarks made by a TMC minister, Akhil Giri, against the President of India, Mrs. Draupadi Murmu. Now, the BJP has decided to take it to the streets in West Bengal. Those are the visuals coming in from Kolkata, where they are protesting against the remarks being made by Akhil Giri. They're burning his posters and photographs. And Tamal Saha was reporting from the site of the protest just a short while ago. Once again, let me go across to him. Tamal, what's happening?
Well, there is anger reflecting on the street of Kolkata. BJP Mahila Morcha has taken out a protest against Akhil Giri, and they have all assembled. They have taken out a small rally. They are now doing a sit-in demonstration right outside Shampukur police station. They would be submitting a deputation, and they would also be filing a police complaint against Akhil Giri. Mind it, Akhil Giri's comment. Akhil Giri is a Trinamool Congress sitting minister. His comments have sparked up a massive row. His comments have upset people. His comments have now irked so many people that the anger, as you see, is certainly reflecting here in the street. BJP Mahila Morcha has taken out this protest rally. They are all demonstrating right outside Shampukur police station. They were all holding posters of Akhil Giri, calling it a shame. They are demanding immediate action against him, that he be suspended from the ministry, that he be dismissed from the ministry and from the post of the MLA that he holds. As you see all these women out here, they are holding posters of Akhil Giri with the tagline "Shame, Shame." All the Mahila Morcha leaders with BJP flags, they are all doing a sit-in demonstration, and they are all demanding action on part of Trinamool Congress. They are saying Trinamool Congress issuing a statement, social media is certainly not enough. They want action against Akhil Giri. Akhil Giri on his part has so far maintained that it was a spur of the moment. He never meant to insult the chair of the president or the president herself. That his comments his comments were more directed towards Shubhendu Adhikari, and that Shubhendu Adhikari had offended him by questioning his looks, so much so that he made such a suggestion. But then as of now, we see BJP Mahila Morcha leaders have taken out this protest. Ma'am, you all would be filing up लोग पुलिस कंप्लेंट फाइल करने की सोच रहे हैं. अभी क्या एक्शन डिमांड कर रहे हैं आप? क्या एक्शन डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
एक्चुअली हम लोग डिमांड करता है एक ही बात, जो उसको गिरफ्तार कीजिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. ये जो बात चलते ही रहेगा. अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने किया है, महुआ मोइत्र ने माँ काली के लिए बात करने हैं. ये जो चलते ही रहे ना, ये जो नहीं चलेगा. यही हमारा बात है. हम चाहते हैं उसको इमीडिएट गिरफ्तार करे. और ममता बनर्जी बोलते हैं अखिल गिरी के साथ वो नहीं है, तो उस इमीडिएट सस्पेंड करके दिखाइए जो वो नहीं है.
अभी ये ऑपोजिशन, बीजेपी की ऑपोजिशन भी है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस बीजेपी का ऑपोजिशन है. तृणमूल कांग्रेस कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के लोग जब ऐसे कुछ कहते हैं तब कहाँ पे ये प्रोटेस्ट होता है, तब कहाँ पे पुलिस.
बीजेपी का लोग कहीं भी किसी भी कोई दिखाने नहीं होगा, क्योंकि ये बात कभी नहीं बोला कोई राष्ट्रपति के लिए, कोई प्राइम मिनिस्टर के लिए कुछ नहीं बताया. वो आप लोग दिखाइए कोई बात की.
आपको लगता है महिला के असम्मान किया?
वो जो महिला है वो मुख्यमंत्री भी महिला है. वेस्ट बंगाल में ये हमारा संस्कृति का ऊपर एक धप्पा है. वेस्ट बंगाल के जो मिनिस्टर है, जो नेता है तृणमूल का, वो सब लोग दुर्नीतिबाज है, वो चोर है. बट यही एक भी ठीक तरह, लेकिन ये जो संस्कृति था वेस्ट बंगाल का, वो आज ये अधोपतन किया है. इसीलिए हम मांगते हैं जो महिला के असम्मान हम नहीं मानेंगे.
So there you heard the Mahila Morcha leaders of BJP strongly condemning what Akhil Giri has said, also demanding police action, that he be arrested, that there be a right precedent set, because they are saying that at times Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary would make a statement and get away, Akhil Giri would make a statement against the president and then get away. That cannot continue, and thus they want a right precedent to be said. We are right outside Shampukur police station, and the demonstration is currently underway right outside the Shampukur police station, where BJP Mahila Morcha leaders have assembled, and they are all demonstrating against Akhil Giri. Akhil Giri on his part has issued a clarification suggesting that he has said what he has said out of rage and holds nothing against the president, that he has highest respect and regards for the president, but the statement that he has made, many find distasteful and absolutely misogynistic. Trinamool Congress too, as a political party that he belongs to, has condemned the statement and has called it nothing but misogynistic. Will such condemnation on part of Trinamool Congress be enough? It's something you have to wait and see. At the moment, Mahila Morcha protesting right outside Shampukur police station. Back to you.
Many thanks for that, Kamal. The BJP clearly isn't satisfied with the response that's come in from the TMC so far. We'll come back to you with more updates from that protest a bit later. But for now, a roundup of news from different parts of the country. Congress leader Kantilal Bhuria accuses Ratlam district magistrate of acting as a BJP leader, says that he's not working to solve problems faced by farmers, and threatens to teach him a lesson when the Congress comes to power. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan was stopped at the Mumbai airport by customs officials as he arrived from Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. According to Air Intelligence Unit sources, the Bollywood star had covers of watches worth rupees 18 lakh, for which he had to pay rupees 6.83 lakh as customs duty. The Jan Sena party chief Pawan Kalyan has been booked for rash driving. This comes after a video of him sitting on the roof of a moving car with his security personnel and supporters dangling on the sides went viral. Actor Ketki Chitale has sent a notice to the Thane police for not putting grievous charges against NCP leader Jitendra Avhad. She has demanded that he should be kept behind bars until the trial is over. Breaking news coming in. Those are the visuals very shortly of Nalini among other convicts who had been in fact allowed to be released by the Supreme Court. She'll soon be stepping out. And those are the visuals that you see on your screen. They've been incarcerated in jail for a very long period of time, upwards of 30 years. And there she is. Those are the visuals right now. Let me in fact go across to Prapanch as well. Nalini has in fact stepped out of the jail premises in Vellore. Let me go across to Prapanch. Prapanch, what can you tell us right now? Nalini has just stepped out and she's just boarded a bus, and this is following the verdict of the Supreme Court.
That's right. Nalini has in fact boarded a bus. It is a van which was taken from her home. Her home is in Vellore, and she is being taken to the Vellore prison, wherein she will be following certain procedures. There are certain release procedures that has to be followed. Now these are the visuals of the home from where she was taken, and thereby in fact she will be released. In fact, we could see that she will be released thereafter. After following the procedures is what we are given to understand. She will reach the Vellore prison, and thereby she will have to follow certain procedures. The prison procedures are to be followed while she is being released. All the other convicts, as soon as the orders are received, in fact 3 of the 6 convicts are lodged in Vellore prison, and 1 is in Madurai. And we could see that after the procedures are followed in this particular regard, and thereafter Nalini and others, in fact 5 others, will be walking out free, in fact to their homes, and that is what is the current situation.
So Prapan, just as a point of clarification, if you could just repeat that, she was taken from her residence in Vellore to prison for the completion of certain formalities, and only upon the completion of her formalities would the release of Nalini among others will be official following the orders of the Supreme Court.
That's right. Now Nalini, one of the convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, who was in fact freed as per the Supreme Court orders, who was in fact left in fact freed. Now she has left her home a short while back.
Okay.
She will reach the Vellore prison in a short while, and thereafter, after following the procedures in the prison, thereafter she will be left out, and also others, 5 others who have in fact in 2 others are including Nalini are lodged in Vellore prison. 1 is in Madurai. Right. So all these persons will be, after following the procedure in the prison, they will be in fact let out thereafter.
Okay, thanks a lot for that update, Prapanch. An important update there. Nalini, one of the convicted people in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, stepped out of her home in Vellore. She's been now taken to prison for the completion of certain formalities, after which the release will be made official. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side.
Most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि
रात की सावन का
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
Time now for a quick roundup of news. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is likely to skip the upcoming winter session of Parliament owing to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin has passed a resolution to file a review petition against the Supreme Court verdict that upheld the 10% EWS quota. According to the DMK-led government, the EWS reservation is against social justice and equality. Amid heavy rains in the state of Tamil Nadu, holidays have now been declared in 25 districts across different parts of Tamil Nadu for schools and colleges. Meanwhile, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. Focusing on Maharashtra now, the Thane Crime Branch Unit arrested 2 persons with counterfeit currency worth rupees 8 crore from Ghodbandar Road in Thane. In yet another seizure, police have managed to recover rupees 95 lakhs from a Hawala operator. In Delhi, the Income Tax Department has been roped in to investigate this matter.
Good evening, you're watching Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get started with the headlines.
you लोग निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं.
Chief Minister KCR snubs PM's event. TRS posters equates PM Modi to Ravan. Prime Minister Modi hits back at the Gali Brigade, says your abuses give me nutrition. After Congress, now TMC, Mamta's minister Akhil Giri insults President Murmu, mocks a look, but Didi remains silent. BJP escalates attack on Mamta Banerjee, stages dharna, demands Akhil Giri's sacking and an apology from Mamta Banerjee. After AAP rewarded Hindu baiter, BJP launches scathing attack on Kejriwal, says title of Chunavi Hindu fits him. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes fifth letter, says gifted luxury watches to Kejriwal, dares him to take a lie detector test. BJP questions Kejriwal silence. Massive outrage over release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassins as Congress slams ruling DMK. As Congress slams the order, DMK celebrates release. BJP dares Congress to snap ties. Polling underway in Himachal Pradesh. BJP looks to retain power. Congress fights for survival. AAP hopes to make inroads. And get ready to get an exclusive sneak peek of the Bengaluru's swanky new airport. This is a Times Now super exclusive report coming up at 4:30 this evening. Prime Minister Modi was in Telangana today. For the third time now, KCR, the Chief Minister, did not go to receive Prime Minister. He did not even come to the event where Prime Minister was supposed to be there. TRS leaders took out posters that equated Prime Minister Modi with Ravan. Breaking his silence and lashing out at the Gali politics, the Prime Minister called out all those people who abuse him day and night. He said, I receive galis by the dozens. It only powers me to work more for the people. Sample his response.
कुछ लोग निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण, भय के कारण, अंधविश्वास के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं। मैं तो पिछले 20-22 साल से बड़ी वैरायटी की गालियां खा चुका हूं। तो लोग मुझे पूछते थकते नहीं हो? तो मैंने उनको समझाया, देखो भाई, मैं डेली 2 किलो, 2.5 किलो, 3 किलो गाली खाता हूं। सारी गालियां मेरे अंदर प्रोसेस होके न्यूट्रिशन में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है।
TRS MLC Kavita has slammed center, says PM has come with empty hands and will give valueless statements and leave again.
మరి వాళ్ళ ప్రధానమంత్రి మోడీ గారు వచ్చారు మన రాష్ట్రానికి. వారు ఏమీ కూడా రాష్ట్రానికి లేకుండా ఖాళీ చేతులతో వచ్చి ఉత్త మాటలు, ఉత్తితి మాటలు, ఉన్న మాటలు, లేని మాటలు చెప్పిపోవడం తప్పితే వారు మనకు చేసేది ఏమీ లేదు. మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు వారిని ప్రశ్నించింది ఇదివరకు 2-3 ప్రెస్ మీట్లు పెట్టి ఏం చేసింది మా రాష్ట్రానికి చెప్పండి అని అడిగింది. దానికి ఎక్కడ కూడా సమాధానం చెప్పకుండా తప్పించుకొని తిరుగుతూ ఇవాళ వచ్చి ఏదో చిన్న ఓపెనింగ్ పెట్టుకొని.
Swamit now joining us live for more on this. Swamit, the day began with TRS party workers. They were seen with posters that depicted Prime Minister Modi as Ravan. Many thought that Prime Minister would take a dig at KCR, but it wasn't just an attack on the Chief Minister. He lashed out at all those people who in the past abused him.
Well, Pranesh, this is not the first time, TRS leaders have, erected, posters or banners across the Hyderabad city or, in the districts, we can say. Even earlier, when Amit Shah has visited and when top leaders have visited the Hyderabad city, during National Executive Committee meeting, even at that time, we have saw, several banners have erected. And even few banners, unfortunately, we have saw Modi was, compared with Ravana and, stating that no promises were fulfilled and they have stated that no entry to the Prime Minister Modi and roll rollback on 5% GST on the handloom. So basically, after that, Prime Minister, like never before, we can say, Pranesh, and it was the first time ever a Prime Minister has come down heavily on the state government. He always spoke about family dynasty politics in the state of Telangana, but for the first time, he spoke about Karyakartas, he spoke about Munugodu Assembly constituency, he spoke about, how, decisions are being taken by the state government here on the basis of superstitious belief. And he also stated that cabinet ministers who should be sitting in the cabinet, that is decided on the basis of superstition. And he also stated that the darkness is spread across, and very soon sun will rise, and BJP indirectly has stated that we will launch Operation Lotus here, and how Karyakartas of BJP have brought down complete entire cabinet, entire government to one assembly constituency and to their knees. And he has, hailed the Karyakartas work, and a big boost to the Karyakartas also, we can say, starting from, Modi has started like, I'm also a small Karyakarta of BJP like you, and you have fought really well, how atrocities are happening against you. We also know how you fought in the Munugodu Assembly constituency. These all things he has, spoken about, and also he has raised several issues and, spoken about directly hitting out at the CM Kejriwal, stating that, the people who are looting the state will not be spared, and, the leaders, who are, trying to escape from the investigation are trying to join hands. That means, he's trying to go national. That is what actually Prime Minister has meant. So basically, we can say that starting from his speech, from the, from minute one, we can say, he has lashed out at the TRS. He has taken a jibe, launched a scathing attack on the state government, and stated that we will soon, very soon, indirectly he has stated that we will placate the government, and he said that whoever looting the poor will not be spared, and he has openly given warning, stating that whoever, if you want to abuse Modi, you do it. If you want to abuse BJP, you do it. And if you abuse
right,
public,
just stay with us. More reactions coming in. The TRS still defiant.
Yeah, this is not the first time that the Prime Minister, in fact, has come empty-handed to the state of Telangana. And we have got the utmost respect for our Honorable Prime Minister, and we hope that the Prime Minister will not just make the empty promises, and all these things can be seen because the state is going through elections next year. So this is very evident that it is a political visit of our Honorable Prime Minister to Telangana, again an empty-handed.
The BJP escalates attack. In fact, the opposition has given more ammunition to the BJP to escalate attack. BJP's national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has now tweeted. He says the Congress has constantly mocked the PM's background as chaiwala. Manishankar Iyer called him neech, has given more than 80 abuses to him, has once again targeted him on his auqat. Madhusudan Mistry has repeated what Manishankar Iyer did because they hate PM's humble origins. So the BJP now lashing out at the Congress. It is not just limited to TRS. You would remember, viewers, that in the past, several leaders of the Congress party have sparked controversy for their crude and crass comments against Prime Minister Modi. And this is the latest attack by the BJP, calling out the comments made by Madhusudan Mistry. More reactions coming in. Mayank is joining us live. Mayank, the BJP now escalating the attack on opposition. I'm coming to you, but let's bring in Shehzad Poonawalla, the national spokesperson. Mr. Poonawalla, thank you for speaking to Times Now. The Prime Minister was lashing out at all those people who abuse him day and night. Here's another example, Madhusudan Mistry.
This shows the true character and character of the Congress party. They speak about pyar ki rajniti, but they don't shy away from attacking not just the Prime Minister personally, but his family, his samaj, his constitutional position. And this is the Congress which has said to Chai Bech, they have targeted him on his OBC samaj, saying that he's neech. Now they have talked about his auqat. These are all casteist slurs that they constantly make. They make slurs at his chaiwala background because these are elitist people from a parivarvad system, and therefore they hate a person like the Prime Minister who comes from a Garib Samaj, who comes from the OBC Samaj. That's how he has become the Prime Minister, and therefore from Maut Ka Saudagar to Bhasmasur, Neech, to Chai Bech, to now calling him teri aukat dikha denge. This is the mindset of the Congress. I must also add, Pranesh, that recently Gopal Italia was abusing Prime Minister's mother. I think there is a competition that vote bank ko साधने के लिए कौन ज़्यादा प्रधानमंत्री को गाली दे सकता है, and maybe that's why Congress Party has also used these words.
All right, let's see how the Congress responds to that. Shahzad Poonawala, thank you for speaking to Times Now. More reactions coming in. Amit Malviya now spoken to Times Now on Gali politics.
Made some statement and challenge, in fact, BJP. How do you see this challenge and the words that he has used?
Madhusudan Mistry has said कि गुजरात में नरेंद्र मोदी की औकात दिखा देंगे. I want to remind the Congress Party that this Gujarat has voted for the last 27 years for the BJP and Prime Minister Modi, who's son of the soil. So if the Congress thinks that they will be able to show Mr. Modi his place in Gujarat, then it is insulting Gujaratis who have backed him all these years. Lastly, I want to ask, when will the Congress stop abusing Prime Minister Modi?
Amit Malviya, Mayank now joining us live. Mayank, when will the opposition stop abusing Prime Minister Modi? That's the question by the BJP.
Well, yes, Pranesh, in your starting statement, when you analyze that the list of the abuses, what the Prime Minister said, that he has been abused, repetitively by opposition leaders. He was, you were right in asserting that it is a sort of self-goal by the opposition leaders. Remember, this is not the first instance when a Congress leader has come up with such remarks against Prime Minister Modi. On the first day, on the last day of the campaign for the first phase of the last Gujarat election, Manishankar Iyer called Prime Minister Modi Neech Aadmi, and you know how BJP swept the election after that phase. So this is another self-goal. And remember, Madhusudan Mistry is not such a random politician coming from the grand old party. He is the chief of the Central Election Authority, the man who oversaw the rise of Mallikarjun Kharge as the chief of the Congress Party. Such statement coming from him towards the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will give fresh ammunition to the BJP, and it is no surprise that BJP will cash into this statement given by Madhusudan Mistry, and they will try to mount attack on Congress for playing the politics of elitism.
It is now Prime Minister Modi versus the Gali Brigade ahead of the elections in Gujarat. Mayan, thanks for joining us with your inputs. Viewers, we move on to the other big story that was broken first on Times Now, and something that Times Now is tracking closely. Mamata Banerjee's minister Akhil Giri has crossed all lines of civility addressing an event, and these are the pictures of that event. He went on to question President Draupadi Murmu's looks, appearance. He said it in as many words that how does the president even look? This comment has triggered a political war. The BJP has hit the streets in protest, is demanding an apology from Mamata Banerjee, and is demanding action against Akhil Giri. The BJP wants him sacked.
আমি বলি আমি যদি হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী তোমার বাবা কি নেন্সি মন্ত্রী দেখতে ভালো না কিন্তু বসি আমরা তোমার বিচার করি না তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতির চেয়ারকে আমরা সম্মান করি তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতি কেমন দেখতে বাবা
The political war escalates. The BJP is now seeking governor's intervention, for which they want to meet the governor. They have sought an appointment. They want action against Akhil Giri, the Neta who made the crude and crass comments against President Murmu. The BJP now escalating the attack on the Mamata administration. That's the latest coming in. The BJP has not just hit the streets. The NCW has now taken cognizance of a letter written by BJP leader. Here is Tamal Saha sending us a report from a protest held by the BJP's Women Morcha.
Sitting minister, his comments against President Draupadi Murmu has sparked off a massive row and also sparked off emotion, just not among political parties, the opposition parties, but also among women, the civil society, and also most importantly, Trinamool Congress leaders as well. Trinamool Congress as a political party has distanced itself. Kiolo.
We can hear you. You are live.
BJP Mahila Morcha has now taken out a protest in Kolkata against Akhil Giri for the comments he has made on...
All right, there's an issue in Tamal's line. We'll go to him in just a bit, but this is the story that is now dominating headlines. BJP demanding strict action against Akhil Giri. Remember, Akhil Giri is a minister in the Mamata Banerjee cabinet in West Bengal. He landed in a controversy after his comments against President Draupadi Murmu. Giri, while addressing a gathering, said that we don't care about looks. The BJP ridicules how I look. But I want to ask, how does your president look? Giri was responding to Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari when he made the controversial comment. In fact, when Times Now confronted Giri, he said, look, I was upset. This was, I did not intend to say this, but he is yet to apologize. We have not heard any action against Giri as yet. The BJP says we will not let this pass.
कि सर हमने कांग्रेस को भी देखा और आज तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एक लीडर ने फिर से
द्रौपदी स्टेटमेंट में देखा नहीं बट जो मैंने सुना इट इज कंडेमनेबल
थैंक यू सो मच सर सो दैट वाज बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट जेपी नड्डा
ये एक नॉनसेंस एटीट्यूड है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एक मिनिस्टर इस तरह का बयान देते हैं और वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री चुप है ये भी एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण विषय है वहाँ जिस तरीके से पूरे जनजाति समाज आज जैसे मुझे सूचना मिली आक्रोशित है और देश का पूरा जनजाति समाज सुबह से हमें लोग कह रहे हैं कि इस तरह का बयान कोई दे सकता है लेकिन अभी तक तृणमूल कांग्रेस चुप है कुछ नहीं बोल रही ऐसे लोगों को तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए देश के सामने माफी मांगना चाहिए They should.
Well, Mamata Banerjee herself has been opposed to the tribal community and therefore I'm not surprised that she's maintained this silence. She must be asked her opinion on this matter and we demand, like I said, that Mamata Banerjee sack the minister immediately.
Sack the minister immediately, tender an apology. That's the demand. Tamal Saha is back live with us. Yes, Tamal.
Well, that's right. The demand which has been made by BJP, it seems like only intensifying with the time because BJP Mahila Morcha has taken out a protest. A short while back, we have also seen BJP holding protest in Kolkata. So they're trying to mount pressure on Mamata Banerjee government. At the moment, BJP Mahila Morcha has assembled outside Shampukur police station. They are demonstrating here. A couple of BJP Mahila Morcha leaders have gone inside the police station to submit a deputation because they are calling the statement made by Akhil Giri absolutely deplorable. They are saying this statement has only outraged women and also in a way insulted women. They also claim that this has also insulted civilization, which has come a long way, which has realized not to discriminate between people as how they look on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste, on the basis of race. But the comment of Akhil Giri has now sparked off a massive row. We have seen Renewable Congress, even though they are saying they strongly condemn as what Akhil Giri has said, but then Renewable Congress, while holding a press conference just a short while back, has once again politically bounced back counter before BJP's questioning, as when BJP leadership have made insensitive statements, did BJP leadership has shown similar alacrity in condemning the statement, their statements and taking any action. You all are protesting out here, आप लोग सब protest कर रहे हैं इधर पे और तृणमूल का कहना है कि बीजेपी के नेतृत्व जब आके बंगाल में आके दीदी बोल के जाते हैं, महिला की अपमान करते हैं, तब आप लोग चुप रहते हैं, अभी आप लोग चिल्ला रहे। उनका कहना है कि उन्होंने कंडेम किया लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए कोई एक्शन तो नहीं।
অ্যাকশন কি নেবেন? প্রশ্ন অ্যাকশন কি বলতে চাইছেন আপনি?
क्या आप लोग क्या एक्शन मांग कर?
আমরা অ্যাকশন দিয়ে এই ধরনের মহিলাদের উপর আচরণ কেন করবেন? উনি এই কথা বলবেন কেন? এই কথাটা কি কোনো উনি কোন বাড়িতে পরিবারে মহিলা নেই? একটা রাষ্ট্রপতির সঙ্গে একটা নিম্ন শ্রেণীর কথা বলো, যারা চাকরি বেচার সরকার, আপনি বলুন তো আমরা মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর ডেজিগনেশন দিয়েছি চাকরি বেচা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী পরিষ্কার বলছি দায়িত্বহীন ভাষায় বলছি সবার প্রতি ওনাদের অত্যাচার চলছে
She is saying, and if I have to translate, she's saying that this government is now mired in the entire teachers recruitment scam controversy, and they are demanding action against Akhil Giri, questioning how can somebody can have the audacity to comment on somebody's race, somebody's color, and also question somebody who holds the highest constitutional position of the country. At the moment, as you see, the Mahila Morcha leaders, they are sloganeering against Akhil Giri. There are police people who are deployed at the gate. They are trying to ensure nothing untoward happens. But the Mahila Morcha leadership have gone inside to submit a deputation against Akhil Giri as they demand action against Akhil Giri. Akhil Giri, in his defense, has suggested that Shubhendu Adhikari for the past couple of days and weeks had been making statements against him in a way questioning how he looks, and that had irked him so much so that he had made this analogy, something which really hasn't cut the ice, be it with Trinamool Congress or be it with BJP. Trinamool Congress has publicly condemned this statement. They are openly saying they do not condone such statements made by Akhil Giri. At the same time, they are calling it unequivocally misogynistic, coming at a time when everybody swears by women empowerment. But at the same time, as you see, such statements coming on social media from Trinamool Congress is not really calming these women down, because they have launched this massive protest. They are demonstrating. आप लोग इतने जो protest कर रहे हैं, आप लोग पुलिस कंप्लेंट फाइल कर रहे हैं, क्या एक्शन मांग कर रहे हैं?
हम उनका पदत्याग मांग रहे हैं।
अच्छा, वो मंत्रित्व जो है
उनका पदत्याग मांग रहे हैं।
So they are demanding resignation of Akhil Giri from the ministry position that he holds. But at the moment, as I said, he continues to be a MLA, he continues to be a minister, and Trinamool Congress at the moment is certainly not giving out any sense that they would be taking any such action. Yes, they have condemned the statement made by Akhil Giri. They are saying it is absolutely condemnable. But having said that, they are also have brought in the comparison as how BJP leadership equally have made statements which are insensitive. So when this political counter has come from Trinamool Congress, it is pretty much certain or given that they possibly would now want to face it politically.
All right, let's see how this political war explodes and unfolds as we go along. Tamal, thanks for joining us with your inputs. A short break on Times Now, viewers. When we return, we had promised you that we will show you the best of Bengaluru's new swanky airport. It's a special report by Times Now's Deepak Bopanna. That's up next.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का ऑल्सो बिकम बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का ऑल्सो बिकम
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
The decision of the Aam Aadmi Party to promote and reward its former minister Rajendra Gautam has sparked a political war of words. The BJP says this is a proof of Kejriwal's anti-Hindu mindset. Remember, Rajendra Gautam had sparked a controversy after he attended an event where Hindus were abused and berated. He had quit as minister. But now that he has been included as Aam Aadmi Party star campaigner, the BJP says that this is proof enough that Kejriwal does not care about Hindu sentiments.
फर्जीवाल ढोंगी अरविंद केजरीवाल, ऐसी भी क्या है मजबूरी जो हिंदू धर्म से करे नफरत, उससे नहीं बना पा रहे हो दूरी। शब्द राजेंद्र पाल गौतम के थे विषैले, नफरत भरे। सोच अरविंद केजरीवाल की ही थी, रहा नहीं गया अपने नफरती नेता के बिना। उनको स्टार कैंपेनर बनाया, स्टार कैंपेनर बना के जिम्मेदारी ये दी जाके हिंदू देवी देवताओं को खूब गाली देना।
Mayank is now joining us live. Mayank, the BJP is going after the Aam Aadmi Party because they say that he has been included as a star campaigner and this is a reward for him.
Well, absolutely, Pranesh. The Bharatiya Janata Party and the Delhi unit of the BJP has, launched a massive attack on Aam Aadmi Party for, walking back on, their decision to sack Rajendra Pal Gautam. The BJP has been saying that, it's just not the words of Rajendra Pal Gautam, but it is the overall philosophy and the ideology of the Aam Aadmi Party is totally against Hindu, and that's why these statements keep on coming from leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party. They also mounted attacks saying, that this cannot be happening because the multiple reports suggested and multiple sources in the Aam Aadmi Party said that the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, was
joining us with your inputs. We are a little out of time. More reactions coming in.
मुझे लगता है कि जहां जन जन के मन में बसता हो कि धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो, वो व्यक्ति अब अच्छी तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के और आम आदमी पार्टी के इस चरित्र को समझ जाएगा। मैं तभी कह रहा था कि आपने राजेंद्र पाल गौतम का जो मंत्री पद छीना है या उनसे इस्तीफा करवाया है, ये तो आप थोड़ी देर आंखों में धूल झोंकने के लिए कर रहे हैं। तो आप राजेंद्र पाल गौतम को पार्टी से भी निकाल चुके होते मंत्री पद के साथ साथ। अभी वो तो करना दूर, ऊपर से स्टार कैंपेनर बना दिए।
शिलान्यास तेलंगाना के लिए हुआ है। ये परियोजनाएं यहां खेती और उद्योग दोनों को बल देने वाली है। फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट हो, नई रेल लाइन हो, हाईवे हो, इनसे उद्योगों को भी विस्तार मिलेगा। इन परियोजनाओं से तेलंगाना में रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। सामान्य जन की ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ेगी। इन सभी परियोजनाओं के लिए देशवासियों को, तेलंगाना वासियों को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, पिछले 2-2.5 साल से पूरा विश्व कोरोना महामारी से लड़ रहा है। दूसरी तरफ जो संघर्ष चल रहे हैं, तनाव चल रहे हैं, मिलिट्री एक्शन हो रहे हैं, उसका परिणाम भी, उसका प्रभाव भी देश और दुनिया पर पड़ रहा है। लेकिन इन विपरीत परिस्थितियों के बीच आज हम सभी पूरी दुनिया में एक और बात प्रमुखता से सुन रहे हैं। दुनिया के तमाम एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि भारत बहुत जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनकर के उस दिशा में तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। सभी एक्सपर्ट ये भी कह रहे हैं कि जितनी ग्रोथ 90 के बाद 30 साल में हुई, उतनी अब सिर्फ कुछ ही वर्षों में होने वाली है। आखिर इतना अभूतपूर्व विश्वास आज दुनिया को, आर्थिक जगत के विद्वानों को इतना विश्वास आज भारत पर क्यों है? इसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत में पिछले 8 वर्ष में हुआ बदलाव। पिछले 8 सालों में देश ने काम करने के पुराने तौर तरीके बदल डाले। इन 8 वर्षों में गवर्नेंस को लेकर सोच में भी बदलाव आया है, अप्रोच में भी बदलाव आया है। चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे सरकारी प्रक्रियाएं हो, चाहे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हो, इन बदलावों को प्रेरित कर रही है भारत की एस्पिरेशनल सोसाइटी। आज विकसित होने की आकांक्षा लिए आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ नया भारत दुनिया के सामने है। भाइयों और बहनों, विकास हमारे लिए 24 घंटे, 7 दिन, 12 महीने और पूरे देश में चलने वाला मिशन है। हम एक प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण करते हैं तो अनेक नए प्रोजेक्ट पर काम करना शुरू कर देते हैं। ये हम आज यहां भी देख रहे हैं और हमारा ये भी प्रयास होता है कि जिस प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास हो उस पर तेजी से काम हो और वो तेजी से पूरा हो। रामागुंडम का ये फर्टिलाइजर कारखाना इसका एक उदाहरण है। इस साल 2016 में इसका शिलान्यास किया था और आज इसे राष्ट्र को समर्पित कर दिया गया है। भाइयों और बहनों, 21वीं सदी का भारत बड़े लक्ष्यों को तय करके उन्हें तेजी से प्राप्त करके ही आगे बढ़ सकता है। और आज जब लक्ष्य बड़े होते हैं तो नई पद्धति अपनानी होती है, नई व्यवस्थाएं बनानी होती है। आज केंद्र सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से इसी प्रयास में जुटी है। देश का फर्टिलाइजर सेक्टर भी इसका गवाह बन रहा है। बीते दशकों में हमने देखा है कि देश फर्टिलाइजर के लिए ज्यादातर विदेशों पर इंपोर्ट करके उसी पर हम अपना गुजारा करते थे। यूरिया की डिमांड पूरी करने के लिए जो कारखाने लगे भी थे, वो भी टेक्नोलॉजी पुरानी होने के कारण बंद हो चुके थे, जिसमें रामागुंडम का खाद कारखाना भी था। इसके अलावा एक और बड़ी दिक्कत थी, इतना महंगा यूरिया विदेश से आता था, लेकिन वो किसान तक पहुंचने के बजाय अवैध कारखानों में चोरी करके पहुंचाया जाता था। इससे किसानों को यूरिया पाने के लिए रात रात भर कतारों में खड़ा रहना पड़ता था और कई बार लाठियां भी झेलनी पड़ती थी। 2014 से पहले हर साल, हर सीजन में यह समस्या किसानों के सामने आती थी। साथियों, 2014 के बाद केंद्र सरकार ने पहला काम यह किया कि यूरिया की 100% नीम कोटिंग कर दी। इससे यूरिया की काला बाजारी रुक गई। केमिकल की फैक्ट्री में जो यूरिया पहुंच जाता था, वो बंद हो गया। खेत में कितना यूरिया डालना है, ये पता करने के लिए भी किसान के पास बहुत सुविधा नहीं थी, रास्ते नहीं थे। इसलिए हमने किसानों को सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड इस देने का पूरे देश में अभियान किया। सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड मिलने से किसान को ये जानकारी मिली कि भाई अगर हमें उपज बढ़ानी है तो बेवजह यूरिया के उपयोग की जरूरत नहीं है। उसको मिट्टी के स्वभाव का पता चलने लगा। साथियों, एक बहुत बड़ा काम हमने यूरिया में आत्मनिर्भरता को लेकर शुरू किया। इसके लिए देश के जो 5 बड़े खाद कारखाने बरसों से बंद पड़े थे, उनको फिर से शुरू करना जरूरी था। अब आज देखिए, यूपी के गोरखपुर में खाद उत्पादन शुरू हो चुका है। रामागुंडम खाद कारखाने का भी लोकार्पण हो गया है। जब ये 5 कारखाने चालू हो जाएंगे तो देश को 60 लाख टन यूरिया मिलने लगेगा। यानी हजारों करोड़ रुपए विदेश जाने से बचेंगे और किसानों को यूरिया और आसानी से मिलेगा। रामागुंडम खाद कारखाने से तेलंगाना के साथ ही आंध्र प्रदेश, कर्नाटका, छत्तीसगढ़ और महाराष्ट्र के किसानों को भी मदद मिलेगी। इस प्लांट की वजह से इसके आसपास दूसरे बिजनेस के अवसर बनेंगे। लॉजिस्टिक और ट्रांसपोर्ट से जुड़े काम खुलेंगे। यानी 6,000 करोड़ रुपए जो केंद्र सरकार ने यहां निवेश किया है, इससे कई हजार करोड़ का लाभ तेलंगाना के नौजवानों को होने वाला है। भाइयों और बहनों, देश के फर्टिलाइजर सेक्टर को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी पर भी उतना ही बल दे रहे हैं। भारत ने यूरिया की नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी विकसित की है। एक बोरी यूरिया से जो लाभ होता है वो नैनो यूरिया की एक बोतल से ही मिलने वाला है। साथियों, खाद में आत्मनिर्भरता कितनी आवश्यक है ये हम आज की वैश्विक परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए और ज्यादा अनुभव कर रहे हैं। कोरोना आया, लड़ाई छिड़ी तो दुनिया में फर्टिलाइजर की कीमत बढ़ गई, लेकिन हमने इन बड़ी कीमतों का बोझ अपने किसान भाइयों बहनों पर नहीं पड़ने दिया। यूरिया का हर बैग जो केंद्र सरकार विदेश से लाती है वो लगभग एक बोरी फर्टिलाइजर बाहर से लाते हैं तो 2000 रुपये में खरीदते हैं। भारत सरकार 2000 रुपये देकर के लाती है, लेकिन किसानों से 2000 रुपया नहीं लेते हैं। सारा खर्च भारत सरकार उठाती है। सिर्फ 270 रुपये में ये फर्टिलाइजर की थैली किसान को मिलती है। इसी प्रकार डीएपी का एक बैग भी सरकार को करीब करीब 4000 रुपये में पड़ता है, लेकिन किसानों से 4000 रुपये नहीं लेते हैं। इस एक बैग पर भी सरकार एक बैग पर 2500 रुपया से भी ज्यादा सब्सिडी सरकार देती है। साथियों, बीते 8 वर्षों में किसान को सस्ती खाद देने के लिए ही केंद्र सरकार, ये आंकड़ा भी याद रखना भाइयों, बताना लोगों को, 8 वर्ष में किसान को खाद का बोझ न बढ़े, उसको सस्ती खाद मिले, इसलिए 9.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए यानी करीब करीब 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए भारत सरकार खर्च कर चुकी है। इस वर्ष ही केंद्र सरकार 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा किसानों को सस्ती खाद देने के लिए खर्च करेगी, 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया। इसके अलावा हमारी सरकार पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत भी लगभग 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए सीधे किसानों के बैंक खातों में ट्रांसफर कर चुकी है। किसानों के हितों को सर्वोपरि रखने वाली जब सरकार दिल्ली में है तो किसानों की भलाई के लिए अनेक विध ऐसे प्रकल्पों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, काम करते हैं। साथियों, दशकों से हमारे देश के किसान खाद से जुड़ी एक और समस्या से भी जूझ रहे हैं। दशकों से खाद का ऐसा बाजार बन गया था जिसमें भांति भांति के फर्टिलाइजर, भांति भांति फर्टिलाइजर के ब्रांड ये बाजार में बिकते थे। इस वजह से किसान के साथ धोखाधड़ी भी बहुत होती थी। अब केंद्र
Welcome back. Bengaluru has got a gift. Its new airport is swanky, is getting all the headlines. Times Now gets you this exclusive sneak peek.
Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen multiple photographs and some small sneak peek videos emerge of the Terminal 2 of the Kempegowda International Airport. But what does it actually look like inside? What are the facilities? We tell you all this and much more as we take you exclusively inside Terminal 2 or the hanging gardens of the Kempegowda International Airport. There are four key aspects that make T2 special. One, of course, is that this entire terminal is a garden in itself. The other is that it's sustainable, be it the use of solar panels, natural lighting or much more. It's as sustainable as an airport can get. The other, of course, is the artwork that has been depicted across this entire terminal, which is collection of artwork from across the country. And of course, the technology is something that is of world-class standards. The color at this terminal is predominantly gold and of course the tinge of green because of the plants. The gold comes from the engineered bamboo that has been used extensively. This is the air cooler and you can see it completely covered with this engineered bamboo, and apart from that, the pillars to the ceiling to the walls, all of it have the engineered bamboo, which gives it this gold tinge, and along with it the green because of the plants makes it look even more stunning and beautiful. One of the main complaints that people had at Terminal 1 of Kempegowda International Airport is that the entire process of getting inside, the baggage drop and security check-in takes a lot of time. But they plan to change all of that in this particular terminal with the invent of technology. Here you see automated, baggage drop panels that have been created here. This, of course, was there in Terminal 1 but predominantly not working. But the officials here say that this is going to streamline the process of baggage drop, and even security clearance has new technology that's going to make it very much easier for people to get into the airport and get to the point where they'll start boarding. Now, there are over 6 lakh plants that have been brought in from various parts of the country to do the decor inside this particular terminal. You can see from the ceiling, the hanging gardens to, of course, the vertical gardens on the sides. Now, these are varieties that are available in different parts of the country, some of them very rare species as well, and like I mentioned, over 6 lakh. Now, what's important is that the maintenance, of course, is a huge challenge of these plants, especially in this sort of a growth system where it's either vertical or hanging. Now, that's where the sensors that they've installed in the drip irrigation really comes in, and also you can see it's an open roof airport, meaning there is natural sunlight, of course, coming through, which helps the plants as well. So overall, it is beautiful, it is natural, and apart from the people who are coming here, it seems like the entire airport itself is giving out natural oxygen. So once you collect your boarding pass and drop off your luggage, this is where you come in, and here you can see a speciality at this particular entrance is, of course, the body scanners that are available at the security check-in. There you see the body scanners, so you don't have to manually have the CISF person scan you. The baggage, of course, goes through these things that you've of course seen in any other terminal, but as you enter inside, this is probably going to be a spectacle for most of the people. There is a waterfall right in the front, and of course surrounding it is a massive garden, and we've seen up until now the vertical gardens, the hanging gardens, but here you can see an actual garden on the ground which have trees, which have bonsai, which have succulents and much more. There are 2 waterfalls, of course, in this area, and this probably will land up becoming one of the major attractions, and probably for the CISF personnel, the airport staff, the biggest challenge will be for people who come here to send them out of this area, because the selfie craze is going to be quite high in this area. Another thing at the Terminal 2, of course, is the integration of art and culture. You're going to look at wooden puppets, boarding piers, bidri craft, leather puppets and much more, and this is going to be spread out in different parts of the terminal. What you're now looking at, of course, are bronze statues of various gods and goddesses. This is right at the entrance. As you go into the airport, you will see a lot of such art and different variety of it. That's also an integral part of Terminal 2. Apart from this being a terminal in a garden, it of course showcases the art and culture of especially Karnataka.
Deepak Bopanna there taking all the viewers of Times Now inside the terminal in a garden as it is being described. Taking a quick break on Times Now. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with us.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही राधे
कल राखी सावंत का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही राधे
कल राखी सावंत का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है? द्वारा आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Time now for a quick roundup of news. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is likely to skip the upcoming winter session of Parliament owing to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin has passed a resolution to file a review petition against the Supreme Court verdict that upheld the 10% EWS quota. According to the DMK-led government, the EWS reservation is against social justice and equality. Amid heavy rains in the state of Tamil Nadu, holidays have now been declared in 25 districts across different parts of Tamil Nadu for schools and colleges. Meanwhile, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. Focusing on Maharashtra now, the Thane Crime Branch Unit arrested 2 persons with counterfeit currency worth rupees 8 crore from Ghodbandar Road in Thane. In yet another seizure, police have managed to recover rupees 95 lakhs from a Hawala operator. In Delhi, the Income Tax Department has been roped in to investigate this matter. Hello and welcome to Times Now Live and a very good evening. I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's take you through the top 50 headlines this hour at 5 o'clock. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Ramagundam Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited in Telangana. He also addressed a public rally and held meetings with party workers. After Chief Minister KCR snubbed Prime Minister Modi's event and members of the TRS called him Ravan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi shames the Kali Brigade, says your abuses gave me nutrition. The TRS and the BJP are engaged in a war of words ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit, which was already underway. TRS leaders had demanded that Modi and the BJP leaders should spell out what the centre has done for the state of Telangana. Posters were also put up questioning Prime Minister Modi's promises to the state. Hitting back at the Communist Party of India for calling for a bandh in Ramagundam without naming the party union, Minister G.K. Reddy said that the people of India and Telangana have given a bandh to them long back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched multiple projects worth over rupees 10,500 crores in Andhra Pradesh's Visakhapatnam. As the much-awaited polling began in Himachal Pradesh, a voter turnout of about 37.19% was recorded in Himachal Pradesh till 1 p.m. Those numbers, of course, would have gone up subsequently. Former Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Prem Kumar Dhumal, his son and Union Minister Anurag Thakur and their family cast their votes today. Naro Devi, a 105-year-old voter, cast her vote in the Chuda Assembly constituency for the Assembly polls 2022. Visuals from the polling station 122 in Himachal Pradesh. After casting her vote at Rampur, Congress Member of Parliament and State Chief Pratibha Singh appealed to the voters to vote for development. She expressed confidence of winning 40 to 45 seats in the 68-member Assembly. The BJP National President, Mr. JP Nadda, who also hails from Himachal Pradesh, said that the Saffron Party will get a clear majority in this state. He also said that the BJP fought under the leadership of Jairam Thakur and he'll continue to be the Chief Minister. After the Congress, now the Trinamool Congress. Mamata Banerjee's Minister Akhil Giri insults President Draupadi Murmu, mocks her looks. The BJP escalates the attack on Mamata Banerjee, stages dharna and demands that the TMC Mantri Akhil Giri be sacked. BJP workers put up Shame Giri posters to express their anger. Disowning the statement made by Akhil Giri, a TMC Member of Parliament, Shantanu Sen, said that the TMC has utmost respect for the Honourable President of India and that Mamata Banerjee is a symbol herself of women empowerment. The BJP Mahila Morcha staged a protest against TMC over Akhil Giri's comment on President Draupadi Murmu. After the Aam Aadmi Party rewarded Rajendra Pal Gautam despite his remarks against Hindus, the BJP has now launched a scathing attack on Arvind Kejriwal, calling him a Chunavi and a Dhongi Hindu. Alleged conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes his fifth letter, claims that he gifted luxury watches to Arvind Kejriwal, dares him for a lie detector test. If the BJP questions Arvind Kejriwal's silence. There's been massive outrage over the release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassins. As the DMK celebrates the release of convicts, the BJP dares the Congress asks them as to why they won't snap ties with their alliance partner, the DMK. Shortly after being sent to 14 days judicial custody, NCP Neta Jitendra Avhad was granted bail along with other accused in the Thane theatre assault case. Actor Ketki Chitale sent a notice to the Thane police demanding to keep Jitendra Avhad behind bars until the trial is concluded. The Supreme Court has dismissed a PIL seeking direction to remove Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Moving on, addressing a public rally in Chennai, Home Minister Amit Shah appealed to the Tamil Nadu government to start medical and technical education in regional language. Home Minister Amit Shah also said that in the country there's been a lot of good work that's been done in terms of strengthening development and the economy over the past 8 years. He asserted that India will become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. The Congress party has released its manifesto for the Gujarat Assembly polls. They have vowed to implement the old pension scheme. Now, in the manifesto released by the Congress ahead of the Gujarat polls, they have also pledged to rename the Narendra Modi Stadium if they come to power. Taking a jibe at the BJP government in Gujarat, the Rajasthan Chief Minister Mr. Ashok Gehlot said that the Morbi incident should be taken seriously. He also asked why the BJP government is not constituting a commission under a sitting or a retired judge of the High Court to investigate the matter. The Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is likely to skip the upcoming winter session of Parliament owing to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has passed a resolution to file a review petition against the Supreme Court verdict that had upheld the 10% EWS quota. According to the DMK-led government, the EWS reservation is against social justice and equality. Congress leader Kantilal Bhuria has accused the Ratlam district magistrate of acting as a BJP leader. He says he's not working to solve the problems faced by the farmers and he's threatened to teach him a lesson if and when the Congress party comes to power. Janasena Party chief Pawan Kalyan has been booked for rash driving. This comes after a video of him sitting on the roof of a moving vehicle with his security personnel and supporters dangling from the sides went viral. The Governor of the RBI, Mr. Shaktikanta Das, has said that the inflation number for October is expected to be lower than 7%. President Draupadi Murmu visited Air Headquarters RS Communication on Squadron, which undertakes communication duties in the most challenging circumstances. Yesterday, she interacted with unit personnel and was familiarized with its history. Exercise Garuda 7 between the Indian Air Force and the French Air Force and the Space Force concluded at the Air Force Station in Jodhpur today. The Thane Crime Branch Unit arrested 2 people with counterfeit currency notes worth rupees 8 crore from Ghodbandar Road in Thane in Maharashtra. In yet another seizure, police recovered about rupees 95 lakhs from a Hawala operator in Delhi. The Income Tax Department has now been roped in to investigate the matter. Amid heavy rain in Tamil Nadu, holidays have been declared in 25 districts across the state for schools and colleges. Meanwhile, the Chief Minister inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. The Gandhi Foundation at the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Non-Violent Social Change honored global humanitarian leader and spiritual master Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar with the Gandhi Peace Pilgrim Award, recognizing his commitment to peace and non-violence. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan was stopped at the Mumbai airport by customs officials as he arrived from Sharjah. As per Air Intel unit sources, the Bollywood star had covers of watches worth rupees 18 lakh for which he had to pay a customs duty of rupees 6.83 lakh. The Delhi Rouse Avenue Court dismissed a plea against Kerala MLA KT Jalil and his remarks on Kashmir. It observed that India's secular thread and fraternity cannot be assumed to be that feeble to break on random statements of selfish politicians. Bollywood couple Bipasha Basu and Karan Singh Grover welcomed their first child, a baby girl, after 6 years of marriage. India reported 833 new coronavirus cases and 8 deaths over the last 24 hours. This takes the total cases in the country so far to 4.5 crore. Remember, this is the cumulative number, not the active number. The death toll due to COVID-19 in India now stands at about 5.3 lakh individuals. The Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, discussed the parliamentary systems in India and Cambodia with Senate President Se Chum, promised to strengthen the ties between both the countries as well. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, met his Canadian counterpart on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit. They discussed bilateral cooperation and community welfare. Jubilant residents welcomed Ukrainian troops arriving in the center of Kherson after Russia abandoned the only regional capital it had captured since its invasion began in February. Incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly defended Republican Blake Masters to win a U.S. Senate seat in Arizona. He in fact defeated U.S. Republican Blake Masters. White House has said that the US President Joe Biden will be warning the Chinese President Xi Jinping at a meeting that North Korea's continued pursuit of weapons development will lead to an enhanced US military presence in the region. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida joined the Southeast Asian leaders at the ASEAN-Japan Summit. He announced that Tokyo will be providing loans totaling 295 billion yen to help support the economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Amid continuing Russia-Ukraine wars, the Russian Defense Ministry released footage of what it said was Russian troops training at the Belarusian firing ranges. The United Nations Secretary General said that the world had failed Myanmar. He expressed the hope that ASEAN nations would be able to pressure the member state to comply with its plan for peace over the next year. Argentina has announced its squad for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Messi is all set to lead the squad. BCCI Secretary Jai Shah will be the Indian representative on the decision-making ICC board and head the Finance and Commercial Affairs Committee of the global cricket body. Turning our attention now to the big news today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Hyderabad to dedicate a slew of development projects to the state of Telangana and the nation, but all he faced was the heat of the opposition. First, Chief Minister KCR broke the protocol of welcoming the Prime Minister at the airport, and then subsequently several posters were put up allegedly by members of the ruling TRS equating Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Ravana. Not just that, not just the TRS but also the Communist Party of India staged a protest with black balloons asking the Prime Minister to leave the state of Telangana.
Yeah, this is not the first time that the Prime Minister in fact has come empty-handed to the state of Telangana. And we have got the utmost respect for our Honorable Prime Minister, and we hope that the Prime Minister will not just make the empty promises and all these things can be seen because the state is going through elections next year. So this is very evident that it is a political visit of our Honorable Prime Minister to Telangana, again an empty-handed.
మరి వాళ్ళ ప్రధానమంత్రి మోడీ గారు వచ్చారు మన రాష్ట్రానికి. వారు ఏమీ కూడా రాష్ట్రానికి లేకుండా ఖాళీ చేతులతో వచ్చి ఉత్త మాటలు ఉత్తితి మాటలు ఉన్న మాటలు లేని మాటలు చెప్పిపోవరు తప్పితే వారు మనకు చేసేది ఏమీ లేదు. మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు వారిని ప్రశ్నించి ఇదివరకు 2-3 ప్రెస్ మీట్లు పెట్టి ఏం చేసింది మా రాష్ట్రానికి చెప్పండి అని అడిగి దానికి ఎక్కడ కూడా సమాధానం చెప్పకుండా తప్పించుకొని తిరుగుతూ ఇవాళ వచ్చి ఏదో చిన్న ఓపెనింగ్ పెట్టుకొని.
Now, this is not the first time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi has faced an insult from the ranks of the opposition. Several opposition netas have abused the Prime Minister in the past, even made several personal remarks. But Prime Minister Modi replied to these insults, saying that such abuses give nutrition to him.
कुछ लोग निराशा के कारण, हताशा के कारण, भय के कारण, अंधविश्वास के कारण सुबह शाम मोदी को गालियां देते रहते हैं. मैं तो पिछले 20-22 साल से बड़ी वैरायटी की गालियां खा चुका हूं. तो लोग मुझे पूछते थकते नहीं हो, तो मैंने उनको समझाया, देखो भाई, मैं डेली 2 किलो, 2.5 किलो, 3 किलो गाली खाता हूं. सारी गालियां मेरे अंदर प्रोसेस होके न्यूट्रिशन में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है.
Now, this is all happening in the build-up to the Telangana state elections to be held next year, and joining me right now are representatives of the BJP as well as the TRS, Mr. Dinakar Lanka speaking on behalf of the BJP, and Mr. Khalikur Rahman, leader of the TRS as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for speaking to us. Mr. Khalikur Rahman, let me immediately come to you. There were two interesting points that the Prime Minister raised. One is, of course, his allegation that he is subjected to a lot of abuse, something that he is willing to tolerate. And secondly, he also made a direct jibe at Mr. KCR as well as his family for indulging in what the Prime Minister called during his speech in Begumpet as blind superstition when it comes to taking policy decisions as well as appointments within the government. What's your response to that?
Very good evening, and good evening to my co-panelist, Mr. Dinakar Garu.
let me tell you that we have the utmost respect for our Honorable Prime Minister, and we extend a very hearty welcome to our Honorable Prime Minister to the Golden State of Telangana. And we have never abused our Prime Minister, and we cannot even think of abusing the Prime Minister because he is the Prime Minister of a country. But we have always been talking about the unkept promises of our Prime Minister, the promises what our Honorable Prime Minister and the BJP party has made during the election, during 2024 and even during 2019, and none of those promises have been kept. And also the stepmotherly treatment which was meted out to the state of Telangana, to the people of Telangana, and there are so many instances where Telangana was neglected deliberately by the government of India, and that is when we spoke. So it is not that we abused or we made any personal attack on our Prime Minister, but we talked about the policies, we talked about the issues which need not be taken personally. It is all about the interest of the people of Telangana. And we have always worked to protect the interests of the people of the Telangana. And if you remember, after the BJP came into power in 2014, we in fact cooperated and worked very closely with the Prime Minister, of India and the government of India. We thought that, we would get, and we in the sense the people of Telangana would get the justice from the central government in terms of supporting the projects, in terms of releasing the money to complete the projects, in terms of giving the promised
So your contention, Mr. Rahman, is that the Prime Minister has made a lot of promises to the people of Telangana, but he's not fulfilled them. Let me take this across to Mr. Dinakar Lanka of the BJP.
I can list out. The promises.
Yes. We'll have that. Sure. But let me, in fact, get a perspective from him as well. Mr. Lanka, what do you make of what Mr. Khalikur Rahman has said? He also said that we've never personally abused the Prime Minister. But what do you make of the posters that have been put out to receive the Prime Minister, equating him with Ravana? What's your response?
It is absolutely nonsense. These TRS leaders, they are in disgruntled position because they know that they are unable to fight against BJP politically. That's why they are making these kind of personal allegations. Whether any single person in this country makes such comments when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi legally, after obtaining verdict to construct a Ram temple in Ayodhya, whether anyone refers as Ravan, let people will decide who is the Rakshasa, who is the Rakshasamsha, who is squeezing the blood and flesh of the Telangana people. Let people will decide in coming elections. There is no question of any ambiguity in it. And then why these kind of controversial posters they are making just for the sake of inaugurating 22 years old shut down Ramagandam fertilizers and chemicals factory is reopening by means of renovation with 6,120 crore rupees. For the sake of that, they are making these kind of posters. Let them give answer. My straight point is, let you take one example. Jal Jeevan Mission, 100% achieved state is Telangana as per the statistics. Whether these achievement happen to the Telangana without support from the union government, it is union government scheme. And the double bedroom scheme which is announced by the Honorable Chief Minister KCR, he hasn't achieved, even though union government has given funds, he is unable to complete, he is not delivering the as per his promise. He gave the promise to the people of Telangana to make the scheduled caste person as Chief Minister. For that failure, whether these kind of posters to be placed by the people of Telangana, he himself has given promise that 10 lakh rupees for each SC families to make them as entrepreneurs. KCR has given promise. Whether he has completed that particular promise, he promised 3 acres land for each SC family. He has given a single acre land under this scheme. My straight question is, he failed. He utterly failed. That's why all these issues.
One final word from both the panelists right here. This is also happening in the backdrop of the conclusion of the Munugode bypoll, which the TRS won. But Mr. Khalikur Rahman, even though your party won, will you acknowledge that the principal challenger facing the TRS for the subsequent elections in Telangana is going to be the BJP and not the Congress party?
See, whoever is going to fight the election against us, whether it is BJP or the Congress, we always welcome every party to come and fight democratically. And we, in fact, even if there is an independent candidate, we take the independent candidate seriously. So forget about BJP or the Congress. So this is a democratic process. We are there. But Munugode election, in fact, has exposed BJP very blatantly in front of the nation, and the kind of exercise what they have done during the election, poaching upon the MLAs, which is something very, very shameful, I would say.
Let me take that across to Mr. Dinakar Lanka. The charges that were leveled against the BJP, Mr. Lanka, and one final word from you is that your party was so desperate that it tried to poach TRS MLAs. An FIR has been filed in this regard, but I'll allow you one rebuttal to what Mr. Khalikur Rahman has said, as well as the charges leveled against the BJP.
No, it is no single BJP leader is placed in the entire episode. How can they make blame? It is the whole story cooked by the KCR for the sake of Munugodu by-election to divert the people attention to win for BJP. As far as victory of TRS is concerned, out of 100 representatives, MLAs and MPs and ministers who came, and each and every village they poached the other party leaders, they technically did win. Morally BJP did win. How many votes we had in 2018? What is my vote share now? Let you come forward. It is the challenge. In next general election, there is no possibility of coming all these leaders and support for the TRS candidate in Munugodu.
Absolutely.
Definitely BJP will
Mr. Khalikur Rahman as well as Mr. Dinakar Lanka, that was actually a very fruitful discussion. Thank you so much for joining us. It promises to be a big election next year, and we all look forward to it. The Prime Minister himself invoked the Munugode bypoll during the course of his speech. We'll slip into a short break for now. We'll come back with more on the other side. Thank you, gentlemen, once again.
Most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कल राखी सावन कैंपेन देंगे। बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में। नहीं हेममान कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कल राखी सावन कैंपेन देंगे।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Welcome back. Now, the Supreme Court's order granting freedom to 6 killers of Rajiv Gandhi has kicked up a massive debate. Remember, the Dravidian parties have long lobbied for the release of Nalini, the only member of the suicide squad who was caught alive, and 5 others. The state cabinet under the AIDMK had recommended their premature release, while Mr. M.K. Stalin, as the chief minister of the DMK, pleaded to the governor for leniency on humanitarian grounds. Since the governor passed the buck and the files for 5 years, today the apex court, in fact this was yesterday, the apex court had stepped in, upholding the power of the state to grant remission. However, the Congress party has vehemently opposed this remission, calling it totally unacceptable and completely erroneous, even as it stands by as an ally of the DMK.
ये एक तरीके से कहें तो वॉर अगेंस्ट द स्टेट थी। उसमें केवल उन्होंने राजीव गांधी को नहीं मारा था, राजीव गांधी होने वाले प्रधानमंत्री थे, उनको मारने के साथ साथ एलटीटी का पूरा उद्देश्य था कि हमारी जो नीति है, खासकर एलटीटी और लंका को लेके, श्रीलंका को लेके जो नीति है वो बदले। मतलब जिन लोगों ने ये हत्या देश की प्रभुता को बदलने के लिए, हमारी विदेश नीति को बदलने के लिए, हम पर प्रभाव डालने के लिए की थी, उनको किस तरीके से माफ कर सकते हैं?
Now, the BJP has hit out at the Congress party and slammed its doublespeak. Remember, the Congress party has condemned the release of the 6 convicts in question, and the BJP has in fact questioned the hypocrisy, saying that why doesn't the Congress really snap its ties with the DMK? Why is it surrendering to the DMK? It also says that murderers are now being used for political gain.
Well, it is debatable whether Supreme Court's decision to exercise its power and set free assassins of former Prime Minister and 14 others is a right one or a wrong. But what is more disconcerting is the entire orchestrated drama by the Gandhis around forgiveness and the spineless surrender of the Congress party to the DMK, which is embracing the release of these assassins. That should really tell us that how certain parties, including the Congress and the DMK, are using murderers for their political purposes.
Well, Prapanch, all this is happening at a time when Nalini appears to now have completed her formalities in Vellore prison. She was taken there by bus from her residence in Vellore, and it appears that those formalities are now concluded and she will officially walk free after the orders of the Supreme Court.
Yes, now actually Nalini has walked free. She came out of prison and she has in fact met her husband Murugan in the men's central prison over there. She met her husband and now she is on the way to her home. She is free now. In fact, several others are also free. A short while back, Murugan was released, and also Santan, who is also known as Sugandhara Raja, was also released. In Chennai, Jayakumar was released from Central Prison, and we could see Robert Pine released in this time. Even to understand that all the 7 convicts are released one by one. And in fact, these are, in fact, Murugan, Kejriwal has already been released in May month. Santan, Jayakumar, Robert Payas and Ravi Chandran. So these are the 7 convicts who were in fact convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. Now all of them are released after Supreme Court verdict. Now Supreme Court had stated in terms of Nalini, she is a woman who has been incarcerated for more than 3 decades. It's what the Supreme Court had said, and conduct had been found to be satisfactory, is what the Supreme Court had stated, and simultaneously, Murugan also his conduct was found to be satisfactory, and in fact,
right, Prapanch. Thanks for taking us through that update. We just saw Nalini a short while ago walk out of prison after having completed a formality. She was previously taken there from a residence in Vellore to complete those formalities. She's now officially out of jail following the orders of the Supreme Court. Thank you very much for that input, Prapanch. We'll slip into a short break. More lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the second edition of Most Preferred Brands 2022, an initiative lauding brands and organizations that have picked up the gauntlet of reinventing themselves to keep pace with changing times. The event was also graced by bona fide legends, industry experts and thought leaders who shared their views on brand mantras, the future of branding. On this episode, we bring you an exclusive event highlight.
Without further ado, it's time to get the ball rolling, and to set the tone for the day, I'd like to invite on stage Sharad Gupta, co-founder, Team Marksmen Network.
Welcome to the second edition of Most Preferred Brands, where we highlight brands that have made a difference and have shaped their niche. Strictly speaking, if I were to ask anyone what is a brand, most people would tell me they connect with logos, color schemes, some punchy taglines which they connect instantly. But truly a brand is much more than this. They are such an important part of our everyday lives. I personally feel that a brand is my gut feeling about a product, service or an organization. I feel that brands are like real people, and just like how we choose our friends, that stay by our side because we connect with them perfectly. We also choose brands in the same manner. It is this unspoken and often unbreakable bond with these select brands who are here with us today, and we celebrate their success at the most preferred brands. It's very human that we celebrate great stories, and we hope that you draw inspiration from the event we have organized for you all today. Thank you very much for your time.
With that, our next speaker is Vidakar, Vice Chairman, Profit, and he's here in a special pre-recorded message while he shares his thoughts on the future of branding. So let's quickly have the message on the screen, please.
I'm going to talk about the role of branding in two strategic, really big issues facing business today. And one of them is operating at a higher purpose, having a purpose-driven branding. The second one is about disruptive innovation. Society needs the help of firms to address societal challenges that are huge. So consequently, there's a terrific momentum for having a social purpose and social programs. The question is how to do that effectively. And branding has some answers. The first thing that brands can do is to put a brand on top of a signature social program. Too often social programs are in the form of grants or volunteers or energy goals that are not branded, not easily communicated, and don't have a lot of impact. So the need is to have signature branded programs that do have impact, that do inspire. Let me now turn to the concept of disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation is a strategic force that's growing in numbers and in impact. And this growth is fueled a lot by the digital revolution. So branding has 4 roles in disruptive innovation, really crucial roles. First, they become the exemplar brand, the brand that represents the new subcategory, the brand that's a spokesperson for that subcategory. And second, they position the subcategory. And that means they identify the reasons, these must-have reasons why this subcategory should be considered and preferred. The third thing is scaling. The fourth thing that is needed is to build barriers. Now, you get a barrier when you have a customer base that you got through scaling fast. You can get it by continuous innovation. So what again we have is some strategic questions that are just really critical for companies. And they need branding, and they often don't have branding. So I think the future of branding is going to be to fill this goal, to be able to help these things.
We have a real heavyweight coming up next. And what do I say? How do you even introduce a man who needs no introduction? All you need to do is say the word POPs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the august presence of none other than Mr. K.V. Sridhar, Global Chief Creative Officer, Nihilant Limited, as he takes us through the imperatives of driving creativity, storytelling, and emotional connections in building a world-class brand. So, can we please have a thunderous round of applause to welcome the legend himself, none other than Mr. K.V. Sridhar, also fondly known as Pops.
47 years back when I came into advertising, if you were to ask any client, any industry, how long your business model will last, each one of them would have said 100 years. Today you ask anyone that how long your business model will last, one disruptor will come and then take away. So how do we build value for brands which are becoming redundant in the marketplace? All my life I have worked with Unilever, Procter, all these kind of companies where brands are 50-year-old, 60-year-old, Coca-Cola, 100 years old. In this world where things are becoming a little redundant, both the businesses are becoming redundant and relevance of your brands or products to your people are also becoming redundant. So that's the reason why I said, two important things. We need to understand people and then we also need to understand the businesses to really find something which is meaningful. While consultants drive clients to make their businesses relevant, and then we bearded guys sitting in one corner, and then what do? We go and then observe people. What are they doing? What are they using? Why are they using? And that is the real power of a brand. Having a constant connection. But today, things are just changing. And then how do we bring these two things together? So insights is one thing, relevance is another thing. These are the two things which actually bring brands and people together. With that, I end. Thank you.
Coming up next, it's time to understand how brands can succeed in a purpose-driven transformation. And for that, we have with us Alok Lal, Executive Director and National Head of Advertising, McCann World Group.
According to me, actually, purpose and brand purpose can actually be very polarizing. So, if you think of it, what is purpose marketing really? What is it? Simply put, it's about being on the right side of the conversation. It's about being on the right side of the category, understanding what the socio-economic climate around the brand is and where the consumer is. What are the conversations happening with the consumer? I think the easiest way to do purpose-led marketing is to create a meaningful role for the brand in the consumer's life. And, if you can create a meaningful role where the consumers can hang on, that is the start for purpose marketing. There's a couple of truths we need to understand about purpose marketing. These are, purpose comes with a price. One of the central precepts of purpose is it'll cost you something to deliver it. Right? It's not just an act. You need to believe in it, right? So I think the first truth is it comes at a price. I think isn't a movement of opportunity. It's a sum of the acts. And lastly, I think it's a journey. And whenever you take on a journey, it has a price, right? And my recommendation is only get into it if you have the will and the belief and the marketing dollars for it. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have an unveiling of the cover of Marksman Daily's In Focus magazine. Moving on, we bring you a glimpse of a felicitation ceremony wherein brands who stood out from the crowd were recognized and honored for their success and efforts.
Pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही राधे कल राखी सावंत का he will also become. डाल के रखेंगे, फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमा मालिनी
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए जी, रात की सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं, मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
So on that note, this is what we're going to do. We're going to start the felicitation. First, for All Cargo Logistics Limited.
Hello and welcome to a special piece where we uncover how exceptional businesses are cutting through the clutter and creating incredible business values and opportunities. We're in conversation with Chairman All Cargo Group, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What, according to you, are the key factors for businesses aspiring to achieve sustainable growth?
You know, to begin with, the industry also changed quite rapidly during and post-COVID, because customers wanted more than ever before dependability on their service providers, and they also today are looking for services which are almost end-to-end. They want one agency to deal with their shipment from their factory all the way to their customers' premises. So that is something what All Cargo is very proud to offer around the world.
Right.
And if you look at the Indian shippers and the importers are concerned, we are the company who are the only one who put India's logistic industry in the world map by becoming a global organization. And we have a tremendous brand value with our customers. And our service standards are very predictable, very delightful to our customers. And like I said, it's door to door what we offer for them, for LCL, for full container loads, and also for air freight. So it is almost like a one shop stop for the India's export and import community. Plus domestically, with now Gati being a part of the All Cargo group, we are able to also offer an express transportation services and also contract logistics services to a lot of manufacturing companies within the country. And the new logistic parks that we developed, we built close to about 10 million square feet of warehouses around the country, built and under construction, which is also giving a lot of confidence to the customers.
Would you say it's time for the logistics industry to become more environmentally and socially responsible?
So we have the responsibility to hand over the world to the future generation in good shape and form. So we have the first one in India among the logistic industry to adopt the ESG standards. We have appointed highly skilled professionals to run the ESG program within the All Cargo group, and primarily looking at how we can help the environment by investing in assets which are less pollutant, work with partners who are very conscious about carbon zero aspirations, and those vendors who provide that action on the ground. That is on one side. We like to associate with such vendors, and we would invest ourselves in making sure that our assets pollute minimum. And also on the other end, what we also trying to do is trying to plant as many trees as possible, not only in India, across the world, to make it as a movement.
Under your very able leadership, All Cargo has been a story that's been nothing short of inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing it with us today.
Thank you so much.
We're in conversation with Chief Digital Officer, All Cargo Group, Mr. Vaishnav Shetty. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
How do you perceive the logistics industry's journey from a technology laggard one to one of the most digitally savvy sectors of today?
The reason behind that transformation is primarily a result of two things. One is the global pandemic, and second is the e-commerce boom. What they caused was logistics companies to deal proactively with demand shocks and supply constraints. As a result of that, logistics companies have to be far more agile and scale that agility. Now, the most efficient way to scale that agility is through tech, to maximize productivity of your workforce, to be far more proactive in terms of resource allocation, and overall, as a result of that, deliver far better customer satisfaction. So companies that are really able to invest in the right technologies, they are able to create far better competitive advantage through better unit economics and growing with customers, new customers, and growing customer wallet share. And I believe we are seeing both of those things happening at All Cargo.
What's the vision ahead?
Well, for us, we take a very P&L centric approach to our digital journey. For us, it is really how can we make the best of the asset and the infrastructure that we have, which again I feel is truly unique and unparalleled in the country.
Let's move ahead and hear it for Arihant Superstructures Limited.
In the last 2 years, we saw a different change in the consumer behaviors, especially after COVID-19. And in our segment of real estate development, we saw a very drastical change of people shifting from rental to purchasing their own apartments, and they wanted to move up to a bigger apartment, larger apartment, a different configuration, upgrade. So these were the major changes we observed, and our brand has and had the products at that time also with respect to the upgrades for the customers. In the last 1 year, we've also brought in products where people can work from home, so proper office spaces inside the apartment, which is a need for the hour, is being provided to our customers. So the brand has taken many initiatives to cater to the needs of the market today, and it will continue to do so in the forthcoming future.
Let's move ahead and let's also felicitate the next brand, ladies and gentlemen, Fenesta Building Systems.
Fenesta launched 20 years back. We decided that we are going to make windows and doors a product and then a brand. So since its inception, it has been, path bearer for a torch bearer rather, and a path breaker for the windows and doors category. And as a brand, we are #1 in India today. There are a lot of brands which have been operating, and a lot of organized players have come into the market today. So what we think is that with newer players, organized players coming into the market, its market is right in an apt position for adopting new age windows and doors, and that's it's a very good sign for the industry. These most preferred brands gives the brands sort of voice to reach to the audience. I think it's a good initiative, and it should be carried forward in a more meaningful manner.
The next brand, ladies and gentlemen, Godrej Interior.
If you look at the brand and category, our home furniture category is largely unorganized, and generally when we see that a lot of pain points in terms of customer experience which people are facing. So we decided that Godrej being a trusted name, let us get into the home furniture business and try to take care of, remove all the pain points which they have, and really deliver a good customer experience, good product at a very reasonable price. People have now much higher lifestyle aspirations, their exposure is much more, and people are quite interested in doing up their home in a manner which reflect their personality. Obviously Godrej Interior was in a position to deliver what customer wanted, so we started interior designing and this interior execution services, and we integrated well with our furniture, and I think it worked very well for us, and there we are as a market leader.
Mahindra and Mahindra for excellence in last mile mobility category.
we are seeing an increased electrification trend in the last mile mobility segment, both in the passenger but also in the cargo segment. The key driver of this is the total cost of ownership. For instance, driving electric vehicles in the fleet increases the earnability of our customers, but also delivers the lowest cost per kg per kilometer, subject to the size of the vehicle. In order to deliver better operating efficiencies to our customer, we are very much focused on bringing the best-in-class technology. For instance, we have an application called Nemo, which allows our fleet providers to maximize the efficiency of their electric fleet. We are also providing class-leading battery warranty and other features such as size, torque, power, etc. We partner with a lot of the ecosystem to provide innovative solutions for charging, for leasing and for reuse.
And let's hear it for the next brand, Purvankara.
The trends, what I see coming up into 2022, a major learning from the COVID is the customers are looking for larger homes, and mostly these customers are in the age group of 35 to 45 years. The another important aspect what I see is customers moving from renting a property to owning a property. This shift has really helped us in improving the sales percentages for us. More importantly, post-COVID, customers are preferring to have the development or a project which has all the amenities for all age groups within the project and is best located and connected for various modes of transport. So we have identified our new land acquisition pipeline for those land parcels which meet the requirements of our customers from a connectivity perspective. So we are encouraging the customers to get into buying a property where we have subsidized the interest, home loan interest for them, which is currently about 8% and up. We are offering them at around 4%.
For the next brand that's being felicitated, Vashi Integrated Solutions.
At Vashi Integrated Solutions, we believe customer centricity is at the heart to navigate today's changing times. And to do the same, we need to align very well the digital technology, the systems, processes that help you scale. But last but not the least is the talent factory that you create in your organization to ensure that there are the right set of people that help you achieve your goals and remain absolutely customer centric.
Brought to you by Team Marksman.
Good evening, India. This is Times Now. My name is Pranesh. Let's get you started with the top 50 updates we are tracking this hour. PM Narendra Modi inaugurated the Ramagundam Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited in Telangana. He's also addressed a public rally and held meetings with party workers. After CM KCR snubbed, PMC went and called him, and TRS posters branded PM Ravan. Prime Minister Modi lashed out at the Gali Brigade, says, "Your abuses give me nutrition." The TRS and BJP engaged in a war of words ahead of PM's visit. TRS leaders demanded that Modi and BJP leaders should spell out what the centre has done for Telangana. Hitting back at CPI for calling for a bandh in Ramagundam without naming the party, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy said that people of India and Telangana have given a bandh to them long back. Prime Minister Modi launched multiple projects worth over 10,500 crores in Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam. As the much-awaited polling began in Himachal Pradesh, a voter turnout of 55% was recorded till about 3 p.m. Former Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Prem Kumar Dhumal, his son and Union Minister Anurag Thakur and their family members cast their votes. Naro Devi, a 105-year-old voter, cast a vote in the Chura Assembly constituency for the Assembly polls 2022. After casting a vote at Rampur, Congress MP and State Chief Pratibha Singh appealed to voters to vote for development. BJP National President JP Nadda said that the Saffron Party will get a clear majority in Himachal Pradesh elections. After Congress, now TMC, Mamta's Minister Akhil Giri insults President Murmu, mocks her looks. BJP escalates attack on Mamta Banerjee, stages dharna, demands TMC Mantri's resignation and an apology from Mamta Banerjee. Disowning the statement made by Akhil Giri, TMC MP Shantanu Sen said that TMC has the utmost respect for Honorable President of India and that Mamta Banerjee is a symbol of women empowerment herself. BJP Mahila Morcha staged a protest against TMC over Akhil Giri's comment on President Murmu. The National Commission for Women, NCW, has written to TMC Minister Akhil Giri demanding a written apology for his crass comments against President Murmu. After AAP rewards Sindhu Better, Rajendra Gautam, BJP launched a scathing attack on Kejriwal, called him a Chunavi and Dhongi Hindu. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar wrote his 5th letter and said that he gifted luxury watch to Kejriwal, also dared him to take a lie detector test. Nalini, Sriharan and Jaykumar and 3 other convicts in Rajiv Gandhi murder case released from the Central Prison in Chennai. Shortly after being sent to 14-day judicial custody, NCP Neta Jitendra Awad was granted bail along with the other accused in the Thane theatre assault case. Actor Ketki Chitale has sent notice to Thane police demanding to keep Jitendra Awad behind the bars until the trial is over. Addressing a public rally in Chennai, Home Minister Amit Shah appealed to Tamil Nadu government to start medical and technical education in regional language. President Draupadi Murmu visited Air Headquarters Communication Squadron, which undertakes communication duties in the most challenging circumstances. Exercise Garuda 7 between the Indian Air Force and the French and Space Force concluded at Air Force Station in Jodhpur. Thane Crime Branch Unit arrested 5 people, 2 people with counterfeit currency notes worth 8 crores from Ghodbandar Road in Thane. In yet another seizure, police recovered 95 lakh from a Hawala operator in Delhi. The Income Tax Department has been roped in to investigate the case. Amid heavy rain in Tamil Nadu, holiday was declared in 25 districts across the state. Schools and colleges remained shut. Chief Minister inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. The Gandhi Foundation at the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Non-Violent Social Change honored global humanitarian leader and spiritual master Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar with the Gandhi Peace Pilgrim Award, recognizing his commitment to peace and non-violence. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan was stopped at Mumbai airports by the customs officials as he arrived from Sharjah. As per Air Intel unit sources, The Bollywood star had covers of watches worth 18 lakh for which he had to pay 6.83 lakh custom duty which he paid, and that brought a closure to the case. Delhi Rao's Avenue Court dismissed a plea against Kerala MLA KT Jalil remarks on Kashmir. It observed that India's secular thread and fraternity cannot be assumed to be that feeble to break on random statements of selfish politicians. Bollywood couple Bipasha Basu and Karan Singh Grover welcomed their first child, a baby girl, after 6 years of their marriage. India reported 833 new COVID cases and 8 deaths in the last 24 hours. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar discussed the parliamentary systems in India and Cambodia with Senate President Se Chum, promised to strengthen the ties between the countries. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar met his Canadian counterpart on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit. Jubilant residents welcomed Ukrainian troops arriving in the center of the Kherson town after Russia abandoned the only regional capital it had captured since its invasion began in February. Incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly defeated Republican Blake Masters to win a U.S. Senate seat in Arizona. White House has said that U.S. President Joe Biden will warn Chinese President Xi Jinping at a meeting that North Korea's continued pursuit of weapons development will lead to an enhanced U.S. military presence in the region. Japanese Prime Minister joined Southeast Asian leaders at the ASEAN-Japan summit. He announced that Tokyo will provide loans totaling 295 billion yen to help support the economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. UN Secretary General has said that the world has failed Myanmar. He expressed hope that ASEAN nations would be able to pressure the member state to comply with its plan for peace over the next year. During an interview, Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar came out in support of Team India. He said that even though India's semi-final game was disappointing, it is the same team that ruled the rankings chart once. Argentina has announced its squad for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Messi is set to lead the squad. BCCI Secretary Jai Shah will be the Indian representative on the decision-making ICC board and will head the Finance and Commercial Affairs Committee of the global cricketing body. And to our top focus this hour, TMC MLA and Minister Akhil Giri landed in a controversy after he made a comment against President Draupadi Murmu. Giri, while addressing a gathering, said that we don't care about looks, but how does your president look? Giri was responding to Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari when he made this controversial comment. This has sparked an ugly war of words.
আমি বলি আমি যদি হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী তোমার বাবা কি নেন্সি মন্ত্রী দেখতে ভালো না কিন্তু বসি আমরা তোমার বিচার করি না তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতি চেয়ারকে আমরা সম্মান করি তোমার রাষ্ট্রপতি কেমন দেখতে বাবা
BJP has launched a scathing attack on TMC leaders, demanded his resignation. The BJP has also dared Mamta Banerjee to condemn this and has said that nothing less than an apology from the West Bengal Chief Minister will do.
Mamta Banerjee has always been opposed to the tribal community. She did not even support the candidature of Srimati Draupadi Murmu. And now a statement, a derogatory statement like this from her minister is a new low in discourse. We demand that Mamta Banerjee immediately sack the minister and relieve him from all party responsibilities, because people like him who have such low opinion about women and tribals have no space in public life.
It is most shameful that the government of West Bengal, which is headed by a very respected leader, a woman leader at that, who herself has come from difficult circumstances, allows such statements to be made by her own cabinet ministers and colleagues in the presence of other ministers, which are the most insulting, not just to the position of the president, not just to Draupadi Murmuji herself, but to the entire tribal community.
The TMC, amid outrage, has condemned the statements, but we are yet to see any action against Mr. Giri.
কিন্তু পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিজেপি নেতা
বিধানসভার বিরোধী দলনেতা শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আমার সম্পর্কে গত কয়েক মাস আগে থেকে যে কুরুচিপূর্ণ মন্তব্য করছেন বিভিন্ন জনসভায়, কখনো আমাকে কাকের মতো দেখতে বলছেন, কখনো হাফ প্যান্ট মন্ত্রী বলছেন, সেই উক্তি শুনে বারে বারে আমি একজন বয়স্ক মানুষ, আমার মনের মধ্যে একটা ক্রোধ জন্মেছিল। আমি সেই মন্তব্যের বিরোধিতা করতে গিয়ে আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতিকে অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি কোনো রাষ্ট্রপতির প্রতি আমার অগাধ আস্থা আছে, মহোদয়ার প্রতি, কিন্তু আমি রাষ্ট্রপতিকে কোনো অসম্মান করতে চাইনি। আমি শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকে কটাক্ষ করেই আমি বলেছি যে আমি আমার ক্রোধের ফলে মুখ ফসে আমি কিছু মন্তব্য করে ফেলেছি।
Renewable Congress disowns this comment. Renewable Congress as a party possesses high regards for the Constitution of India and high regards for the constitutional head of the country, that is President Madam of India. Especially so far the question of women empowerment is there. Mamata Banerjee, who has started so many social welfare projects benefiting the women community, she has become a symbol of women empowerment. But at the same time, the way BJP is doing politics with this, it doesn't suit them.
Let's open this up. Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Tausifur Rahman, political analyst. Good evening to both of you. Tausifur Rahman Saab, let me begin by asking you, how should the president look?
I actually can't hear you properly, sir. I mean, I'm not getting it. It's not audible at all.
Okay, all right. We'll try and fix that line with Mr. Rahman. But Ms. Tibrewal, what an outrageous thing to say.
Definitely, and you can very well understand that what is the frame of mind that they are having and what is the kind of upbringing. And all the more because we know, we have heard the Chief Minister and the Supremo herself calling names to various agencies, and now the President. They don't even spare the President, you see. Political acrimony is understandable. But targeting a lady who is a constitutional head of the Union, and that too calling her names, saying that just because she belongs to, and that too why? Because of their hatred against the tribal community. We had witnessed that they're not supporting her in the elections. That is okay, that is their politics. Do the politics, but how can you use such racist and derogatory, defamatory, sexist remarks? That too for the president of the country, of the nation. This is not tolerable. Now, this is the kind of respect they have for other women. Because you see, TMC only respects one particular woman, that is Mamata Banerjee. They find all qualities in her, in each and every way. That is why they compare her to Ma Durga, Ma Kali and other goddesses. But for other women, this is the kind of respect and culture and tradition they have, for which they always blabber that, you know, what kind of traditions and culture they know.
Now, Mr. Rahman,
I'm telling you that so let me just complete.
Yeah, please.
I fervently believe that people of India will take this very strongly, and not just that, what they are saying that now we are sorry we spoke all this in outrage. How can you even speak this in outrage just because you have it in your heart? You have that against the tribals in your heart. You could not tolerate that a tribal woman is now the president of the country, and the truth came out from your mouth.
Now, Mr. Rahman, if you can hear me now, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now, sir.
Yes.
Definitely.
So I began by asking you, how should the president look?
So, first of all, you have to understand who is supporting Ashok Giri. Is someone supporting Ashok Giri? TMC is supporting Ashok Giri. There's already been an apology letter on Twitter handle, and everyone is asking for the apology, and Ashok Giri himself is up. But that is not enough. Even if Ashok Giri is asking for the apology, that is not enough. There has to be strict action taken against Ashok Giri, and I'm sure the Honorable Chief Minister of Kolkata and West Bengal, coming from such a humble background, such a struggling background, and she's a lady as well who supports women empowerment, I'm sure that she will never support all this kind of nuisance. And it has to take some strict action against Ashok Giri.
So, but Mr. Rahman, would you have us believe that?
Letter, sir. Sir, there is an apology letter. There is an apology.
I understand.
Twitter handle.
I am not denying that there is no apology.
I want to ask,
just tell me.
I want to ask my honorable friend.
No, Mr. Rahman, just answer one question. You are a reasonable man. Mr. Rahman, listen to what I am asking you. One second. Let's not talk over each other. 1 second. You can ask whatever you want and Priyanka Tibrewal, I am sure, will answer. But Mr. Rahman, tell me something. You said apology is not enough. Are you suggesting that Mamata Banerjee so far is not aware of what he said? Can he remain a minister? He should be sacked immediately.
Immediately it came, right? Immediately it came, but at least you see TMC has the audacity, TMC has the courtesy to come forward and accept it that yes, something was wrong. But what about Parvez Sharma? When he was giving a speech, the BJP MP, he gave a statement that you have to boycott Muslims. And this is not, I'm talking about 1990s. I'm talking about last week. He came clearly. Is there any apology letter from BJP?
Please do not bring
when
any
he
communal
said
issue over here.
that you have to boycott the Muslims?
No.
We are talking about tribal. Of course, we have to
Okay,
respect
Priyanka Tibrewal, now answer that. Till you don't take action against Pravesh Verma, the TMC will not sack Mr. Giri.
They stay in India, but at the same time, the Muslim stays in India as well. The BJP MP clearly said and gave a statement.
Let her answer now. Tosifur Rahman, let her answer. Let Priyanka Tibrewal come in
now. Where are you, Priyanka Tibrewal ji? Where were you that day? You never came for the Muslims? You never came for the Indians? Where were you, madam?
Now tell me, if they have condemned the statement, why is this man still there? He was just saying that Mamata Banerjee has done so much for women empowerment.
That's what I'm
saying.
Why
We saw the women empowerment yesterday. We saw the women empowerment.
Why Amit Shah? Why Amit Shah is still there?
Please have a decent debate, no? Stop doing all this. You have done enough debates now. I think you know the etiquettes of a debate.
Listen, Tosifur Rahman, let's be civil here, sir. Please, let's be civil here. Let's not cross a line.
Dr. Shashi Panja was applauding and clapping. Was applauding and clapping. Their spokesperson of the party, TMC spokesperson, Kunal Ghosh was present there. He was clapping. He was clapping. Now the difficulty is they cannot digest that the women from a tribal background can be the president of India. They are trying to comment on her looks. They are trying to comment on her looks, how she looks. This is what they are trying to do. I will not digress from the topic. I will not digress or divert.
Okay, how will he learn a lesson? Tosifur Rahman, how do you think Mr. Giri will learn a lesson?
Tell me, as TMC,
how will that lesson be learned?
Registered FIR against this minister? Has any FIR been registered against him? No, we will do the needful. We have already written. We have already written. We have already written to the National Commission for Women. We are doing the needful. What about you? What is your social responsibility? So that means you people will call names. You people will abuse the constitutional head of this country. And you think people will agree to that? People will agree to that.
He doesn't have that kind of audacity. He doesn't have that
No, I fervently believe that people will give you
No, he was not abusing, he was only insulting. Okay. Tosifur Rahman says he was not abusing, he was only insulting. Insulting is okay. You say you say things. It can happen. Apology de diya, let him remain a minister.
And we have got this audacity from Mamata Banerjee.
Not okay at all.
Because every day she insults the elected prime minister.
Mr. Rahman, 1 minute. Priyanka Tibrewal, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Mr. Rahman, Ms. Tibrewal, 1 minute. Let's not talk over each other, sir, please. Mr. Rahman, you are saying he should learn his lesson. How do you think he will learn a lesson? How?
He should be suspended. He should be suspended.
Okay.
He should be suspended.
And who will do that?
So the party will take its stand.
When will that happen, sir?
Why don't you talk about Pravesh Sharma when he was spitting poison?
No, so tell me, are you waiting for the BJP to take action against Pravesh Sharma?
Why don't he?
No, Mr. Rahman, no, 1 minute. Tosifur Rahman, are you waiting for the BJP to act against Pravesh Sharma? Only then will Mr. Giri be sacked? Is that what you're saying?
Sir, if Ashok Giri has done a mistake, he should be suspended.
If
what about Pravesh Sharma?
Where is the if in this?
Anybody speaking anything against the chief minister
Pravesh Sharma, you tell me. No.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Our country is a human being.
Two wrongs don't make a right, Mr.
He's a human
Tawsifur
being.
Rahman.
And she belongs to a tribal section, right? He should be suspended. Suspend him. But what about Pravesh Sharma?
Pravesh Verma, okay. Priyanka Tibrewal, answer that question. The TMC, no, Mr. Tawsifur Rahman says that, look, we will take action, but you should not be preaching because you have for the likes of Mr. Pravesh Verma in your ranks.
No, sir. Sir, it should not be like this, that practice what you preach.
No.
You know,
Again,
the law should be equal for everyone.
I will not digress from the topic.
There was no, Priyanka ji, let me talk.
When they have no answers and when the truth is uncomfortable, they try to change the topic. I am here demanding an apology from the Chief Minister. Demanding an apology.
All right, let's see when that apology from the Chief Minister, if at all, comes, and whether or not Mr. Giri is sacked. Priyanka Tibrewal, Tawsifur Rahman, thank both of you for joining us on Times Now. Taking a quick break, viewers, lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामाल
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमामाल
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल रात की सावन का
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
The Supreme Court invoked special powers to grant freedom to the 6 killers of Rajiv Gandhi and 14 others who were killed. Congress has been criticizing the order of the Supreme Court, but Gandhis had backed clemency for Rajiv Gandhi's killers. The latest is that while the Congress is slamming the SC order, Congress's ally DMK says that this is a victory of humanity. The BJP is questioning the double speak of the Congress party by daring the Congress to snap ties with DMK.
ये एक तरीके से कहें तो वॉर अगेंस्ट द स्टेट थी। उसमें केवल उन्होंने राजीव गांधी को नहीं मारा था, राजीव गांधी होने वाले प्रधानमंत्री थे, उनको मारने के साथ साथ एलटीटी का पूरा उद्देश्य था कि हमारी जो नीति है, खासकर एलटीटी और लंका को लेके, श्रीलंका को लेके जो नीति है वो बदले। मतलब जिन लोगों ने ये हत्या देश की प्रभुता को बदलने के लिए, हमारी विदेश नीति को बदलने के लिए, हम पर प्रभाव डालने के लिए की थी, उनको किस तरीके से माफ कर सकते हैं?
Well, it is debatable whether Supreme Court's decision to exercise its power and set free assassins of former Prime Minister and 14 others is a right one or a wrong. But what is more disconcerting is the entire orchestrated drama by the Gandhis around forgiveness and the spineless surrender of the Congress party to the DMK, which is embracing the release of these assassins. That should really tell us that how certain parties, including the Congress and the DMK, are using murderers for their political purposes.
Reactions coming in. The Congress is blaming the centre, escalating attack. KC Venugopala has put out a tweet. He says, and I am quoting, "There shouldn't be any sympathy with terrorists. Modi government's reprehensible silence on the release of the culprits of Rajiv's assassins is a compromise with a terrorist act. And those who applaud the release of these terrorists are indeed indirectly emboldening them." This is the latest. The Congress party, a day after it said that the Supreme Court order is highly erroneous, is now blaming the Modi government at the centre. Mohit now joining us for more on this. Mohit, the BJP says that, look, if you are so disturbed, the DMK, your ally, is celebrating the release of Rajiv's assassins. Why don't you pull the plug, snap the ice? Mohit. All right, we'll try and connect with Mohit, but when we spoke to BJP's Amit Malviya, this is what he had said. Let's play it out again.
Well, it is debatable whether Supreme Court's decision to exercise its power and set free assassins of former Prime Minister and 14 others is a right one or a wrong. But what is more disconcerting is the entire orchestrated drama by the Gandhis around forgiveness and the spineless surrender of the Congress party to the DMK, which is embracing the release of these assassins. That should really tell us that how certain parties, including the Congress and the DMK, are using murderers for their political purposes.
Thank you so much.
சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட்ல இருந்து லாயர்ஸ்லாம் வந்திருக்காங்க டெல்லியில இருந்து. அவங்க எல்லாரையும் சந்திக்க மறக்காம எங்க பின்னாடி வந்து எங்களுக்கு.
This is Nalini, who just walked out free and has got a reprieve in this case. Says that I thank everyone who has supported me in this. The political war still going on very much between the BJP and the Congress party on the decision by the Supreme Court. Taking a quick break, lots more lined up on Times Now. Please stay with us.
so good having you with us here, really talking about one, the fact that we're here at the Global Investors Meet and the kind of enthusiasm that we're seeing from people who are attending, from participants, from investors, from the people who are receiving this funding. And I want to say kudos to you in some sense, thanks to the efforts really of people like your father who brought this kind of a program onto this kind of a platform. And you are no stranger to publicity. I noticed that you were recently named as one of the 50 most influential Indians. For someone who's so young, you're not even at the 30-year mark, I understand. What does it mean to be on lists like this?
First of all, thank you so much for having me, ma'am. So this is a great honor to be in your most reputed show. And yes, Karnataka has been home to one of the biggest places, destinations for investments. Yeah. And it is seen in the past 2 days that the earlier targets of achieving 5 lakh crores, I think they have already crossed that. And more than 2.8 lakh crores worth of investment in the state of Karnataka has already been, it's on the verge of getting converted. And I'm happy to be part of that, one of the members of the 2.8 lakh crores worth of investments. And we come from a background of renewable energy. Yeah. And so we started off as an agro-based industry. The MRN group was set up 27 years ago by my father, Dr. Murgesha Nirani. And we were one of the smallest sugar industries back in the day, and currently we have about 8 units. And more on that a little later. And,
sure.
It is a great pleasure. I mean, getting recognized by reputed people like you. Of course, it only motivates us to work harder. So that is what we are trying
Fantastic.
to do.
Yeah.
And happy to be in the agro space and the renewable energy space.
Sure.
So this is a merger of two great and two wonderful sectors. The agri space, where India is one of the largest agro-based contributor, and again India has one of the largest potential to be one of the largest sustainable and green energy provider.
Sure. So let me talk a little then about TrueAlt Bioenergies, which is your baby and you're something you're passionate about. And this is something that you said is definitely going to take India to where it needs to be. So I'll come to the big picture and talk about why we need bioenergy for a country like India. But first, just help our viewers understand a little more about TrueAlt.
So TrueAlt Bioenergy is a company set up under the MRN group. So this company is going to work across the multiple biofuels that can be produced using multiple of these agro-based and other second generation products. By that I mean any product that ultimately today doesn't have any more value. So we're trying to create more value from those through TrueAlt Bioenergy. For example, the multiple products that we are doing today ranges from ethanol, from the 1G ethanol, 2G ethanol, then bio-CNG, then we are venturing into green hydrogen sooner or later, and then we are producing close to 230 megawatts of renewable energy using bagasse as the raw material. So the range, I mean, there is a lot of products that we are creating in TrueAlt Bioenergy, and also the range varies even to organic fertilizers, which is again energy to the soil. Instead of using ammonia or DAP or your harmful chemicals that go into the soil and then to your food. So we are using the organic fertilizer, that is, it comes from pressed mud again, which is a byproduct of sugarcane. So through TrueAlt Bioenergy, we are trying to, I mean, this is a company which will cater to all of these products that can be created around multiple of these products.
Okay, so let me look at the big picture then and really talk about why alternative fuels like bioenergy and biogas, for instance, are crucial for countries like India. What's your view on that?
This is supremely important because we've heard our Honorable Prime Minister say that we're going to save close to 40,000 crore rupees in our forex import of crude. It's not just about the economical benefits, it's about the ecological benefits as well. So if currently we are blending about 20% of ethanol into our petrol mix, that is direct saving of about 20% of our crude imports. So 40,000 crores is a large chunk of money which is not going outside, rather coming to our farmers. This money, if it is paid to an industry like ours, we further pay to our vendors who are our farmers. So we are currently working with 2.2 lakh farmer families, and any money that comes to us is going to pass on to them, and when it gets passed on to them is when the real economy booms. That is, the local most economy gets boomed. If I speak of ecological benefits, the the ethanol that we produce and the bio CNG that we produce comes from agro products, right? Like sugarcane, grains, and all of these.
Sure.
So when ethanol burns in an engine, that it might be in a vehicle or it might be in any of these industrial engines, is the emissions of carbon is much lesser. And see, if you look at it from my perspective, is the carbon that gets emitted through fuels like burning of fuels like these is consumed by the plants that are grown to produce the raw material again, that is sugarcane. So the impact that biofuels have, which come from 1G or 2G, that is bio CNG, bioethanol, all of these have a tremendous amount of ecological as well as economical benefits to our country and to our local most economy.
Okay. What is the size of the opportunity that we have in India at the moment for alternative fuels, biofuels, and especially ethanol, which is something that you work closely in? And what is the size of that you at the MRN Group want to tap?
We are actually very proud to be in a position in a country like India at a time like this. So India is a country that has great abundance of all kinds of potentials, right? It has got one of the best policies to create and innovate and to consume. India has got one of the largest population, which is one of the largest markets if you look at it. And of course, the kind of resources that we have, that is, India is one of the largest agro-based economy. So biofuels, if we are going to harness from agro-based industry, so we have been motivated to invest more than 2,000 crores to begin with to set up Asia's largest ethanol plant. And this is the first generation ethanol. We are also working with companies like Shell and Ryzen and all of these, where we are setting up 2G ethanol as well. So 2G ethanol is where bagasse and these agri wastes are again used to convert into ethanol.
Okay.
So not just that, press mud, which used to be one of the utmost waste product in our industry, is now being utilized to generate close to 100 metric tons of bio CNG gas.
Sure.
So this is just the perspective where just in the beginning we have scaled up to such numbers. And if you look at the size and scale that our country can and is creating, is our government had a target to blend 20% by 2030. That got preponed to 2025. And we are looking at that we have achieved that target by 2022 and 23 already.
Okay.
So this is given SIAM, the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, and a lot of auto manufacturers to start launching these flex fuel vehicles and these alternative fuel consuming engines across the country.
Sure.
So the scale that we have, we have not even touched the tip of the iceberg yet. So there is a magnanimous amount of potential that we still have.
Okay. I will come and talk really about also sugar, but since we're discussing ethanol, there's been a lot of concern and a lot of press of late because of what's happening in Ukraine. Has that had, and what kind of impact has it had on India?
No, luckily, I think our government has very tactfully handled the crisis that is happening globally. And we just the day before yesterday heard our finance minister speak that the India is sailing through calm waters when there is turbulence across the globe, right? And if we look at this, it is an opportunity for us where we are actually, see, we have got very strategic tie-ups with many countries where our fuel imports, the costs of us is still not, impacted to us as it is impacted to many countries like the US or the Europe, right? By that I also say is now we have a larger responsibility for companies like us and to the country by and large is to spend more on innovation and create more of these alternative fuels and not be dependent on the oil or the OPEC countries or the traditional source of fossil fuel. If we try and strive to become Atmanirbhar and be self-reliant in your needs of energy, right?
Yeah.
So that is where you're going to create value to a great level of to great extent.
Sure.
Also, recession, the key object of recession comes from your product, your cost of oil. If your oil prices go up, prices of everything goes up because manufacturing costs, everything goes up. So if you become self-reliant, you encumber yourself from the global recession or global impact of oil movement or oil price movements. So it is extremely essential for us. We are on the path right now to achieving self-reliance and we will get there and we should get there very fast.
Okay, so speaking really of inflation, I want to talk about something that's related, and that is food security. Ethanol and food security usually are, talked about also in the same breath, increasingly of late. Your views on that?
If we speak of food security, it's a very happy to note that the amount of land that is used for agro cultivation in our country currently is only about 28%.
Okay.
We still have more than 72% of land available for cultivation in the near future, right? That is point one. Point two is, if we look at the per acreage yield, so when our Honorable Prime Minister speaks of doubling the farmer's income, it essentially means how we can improve the yield in our fields also. Okay. It's not just the price of the MSP or how much the product is selling in the market. So if we increase our productivity, also we are increasing our revenue, we are increasing our income. So if you look at the technological developments and advancements through our agro-based research people, so we have, especially in the sugar sector, if I say because I come from it, is we used to have the average yield per acreage used to range between 20 to 30 metric tons a acre. Now the average acreage per yield yield per acreage is close to 45 to 50 metric tons.
Sure.
And there are a lot of farmers who are growing more than 100 metric tons per acre as well. So that is not doubling, it is almost 3 or 4 times of what was essentially happening.
Sure.
So if we speak of food security and water availability, so we are, there is nothing to be worried of yet, because we have abundance of land available, abundance of resources like water, abundance of technological benefits, abundance of will of the government.
Sure.
And we've got a very big consumer market as well as a lot of labor force to achieve bigger produce.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमंत
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कल रात की सावन का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम। सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेमंत
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कल रात की सावन का फिल्म ऑल्सो बिकम। बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं, मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे, किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
to talk about flex fuel, and this is something that, when doing my research for this interview, this is the first time that I'm also, making myself aware of that. For the sake of our viewers, can you talk to us about what that is?
So flex fuel vehicles are one of these, I would call them the problem solvers of the modern world.
Okay.
These have been there in Brazil, Sweden since the last 15-20 years.
Okay.
So to put it in very simple words is, if you recall back in the day in 2000s, between the 2000 and 2010, we used to have the CNG and the petrol vehicles, or the LPG or the petrol vehicles, where just by the turn of a knob, we used to the vehicles used to consume either petrol or CNG or LPG. So these vehicles are similar to those, where flex fuels can consume a range of different blends of fuel.
Okay.
For example, Toyota recently launched its SHEV Flex vehicle in Honorable Gadkari sir's house. So vehicles like those are capable to handle petrol in the purest of form, that is the traditional, where blend was less than 10%. They are capable to consume petrol with blend of 20%, 40%, 60%, 75%, as even pure ethanol as well as the fuel. So if we look at the country currently, we don't have ample availability of these biofuels.
Sure.
We have these traditional fossil fuels. So vehicles like these will help bridge the transition from our our fossil fuels to the biofuel.
Okay.
Because a lot of these areas will not have these dispensers of biofuels.
Okay.
So to bridge that gap, so if I have a vehicle that is a flex fuel, I can use petrol wherever I get petrol, I can use ethanol wherever I get ethanol.
Okay. Speaking of flex fuel, I understand that we've got our first flex fuel station in Jamkhandi, and you have aggressive expansion plans, but largely in tier 3 and tier 4, not so much in the metro markets. Just talk to us about that.
Absolutely. So I think this is thanks to our Honorable Government of India, and especially Gadkari sir and our administration here, and my father. So there has always been this chicken and egg story between the automobile manufacturers and the biofuel manufacturers. The automobile manufacturers are still, they were in a dilemma as to whether we will have ample amount of biofuels for them to launch these vehicles. And the biofuel manufacturers like ourselves had this dilemma that whether if we produce more, whether it is going to get consumed. So there is a lot of, they have a lot of demand, and we can create a lot of supply. It was just to bridge this.
Sure.
So of course this is too premature to have a lot of these dispensing stations, but this is more of a proof of concept that True Earth Bioenergy is committed to setting up these dispensing stations, and post this proof of concept, we are also setting up more than 250 stations where we'll be dispensing ethanol, bio-CNG and EVs, which will all be part of the products that we produce through True Earth Bioenergy also. And through the notification of 2018, where we can bulk distribute petrol and diesel as well for the sake of revenues for our franchisee holders.
Sure.
So we're going to set that up. So this franchisee model of setting the dispensing stations, flex fuel dispensers or biofuel dispensers across the country will give a lot of motivation to our automobile manufacturers to set up these facilities in our country to launch these biofuel vehicles.
Sure.
Because for them it is a lot of capital cost to set up these plants, and unless they have the required confidence that our country is actually transitioning to these new era fuels, is the only when they're going to launch it, and we need to help them do that. So which is why in True Earth Bioenergy we have taken up on ourselves to start this journey and lead this by example at least.
Okay, I want to talk about sugar. Your family, of course, has had a long association with the sugar mills, and of your 5,000 crore turnover as of last fiscal, I do know significant portion of that really comes from sugar. But I want to talk about the central government's recent announcement, if I can call it that, or thoughts really, where they said that sugar mills have to become more energy parks, right? And that's really the way of the future. Just, talk to us on that.
The transition that has happened in the recent past is the government of India has actually acknowledged the potential our industry can give.
Okay.
So we are just not sweeteners. So sugar is energy provided to the human body. And we used to have cogeneration since 2008 onwards, where electricity or power was one of the biggest source of renewable energy other than sugar. Now molasses was there, but ethanol, the price when we set up our first ethanol plant was around 27 rupees. Now the price of ethanol is 67 rupees. So in 2018, when National Biofuel Policy was announced by our Honorable Prime Minister, is when they actually realized the true potential of sugar industry, where we are not just sweeteners or agro food related industry, we are actually a bioenergy park with a range from energizing the human body to the largest of industries across the country.
Sure.
So the products that we have in the bioenergy park, the potential products that we have, again, for the sake of repetition, is sugar, ethanol, power, electricity, and then bio-CNG. We have potential to produce hydrogen. So methane, that is produced in bio-CNG, has CH4, 4 atoms of hydrogen, and ethanol is C2H4OH. So there are 5 atoms of hydrogen. So going forward, sugar industry is going to be one of the largest source of potential for green hydrogen, because to split or to get the hydrogens from methane or from ethanol, we will be using green energy produced from our cogeneration units, which is green energy. So using green energy, we are going to produce hydrogen as well in the near future. Also, isobutanol is one of the other buzzword that is happening, and again, we are proud to be one of the first companies in the country. Praj is helping us set up the first isobutanol plant, where 200 KLPD of isobutanol plant we are setting up in KR Nagar near Mandya district in Karnataka.
Okay.
So isobutanol is one of the biggest element in producing aviation fuel.
Okay.
So sustainable aviation fuel is our next motto through True All Bioenergy, and isobutanol is another very important product that we are generating.
Okay. We are the second largest exporter of sugar anywhere in the world, we as a country. And my question to you is, the government has extended export curbs till October of next year. Your views on this? Are you happy?
Just the correction on that is we are in sugar season 2021-22. We are the largest sugar exporters in the country, producers as well as exporters in the country. So we crossed the Brazil's production mark, and we have produced more than 34 million tons last year, and we have exported close to 12 million tons. So if you ask me personally, as from the industry, there was it wasn't actually required for us to have an export curb.
Okay.
You know, the more we export, it is going to benefit our forex, right? And we need to be an export-oriented country, and we need to get there. So, of course, there was rationale for our country to think that the prices for our consumers in the country will go up if a lot of sugar goes out. But that, we still had more than 24 or 25 million metric tons of sugar available in our country. So nevertheless, the government's intention was to help curb the price rise. So we were looking at almost 33-34 rupees a kg for sugar, and they probably did not want it to go furthermore. If you look at the global markets, the price of sugar in the global market used to be 24 rupees ex mil. Now it has gone up to 42 rupees. And it really pained us when we saw a few supermarkets in Ukraine and Russia literally fight over packets of sugar.
Yeah.
So we saw multiple of people, pulling packets of sugar from each of the sites, and packets of sugar tearing open. So the globe needs a lot of sugar, and we should be able to cater to the global need.
Sure.
So the curb that we have, the restrictions that we have, I think it can be and it should be liberalized a little so that we can help our fellow global colleagues, right?
Sure. My last few questions, and I want to talk about ethanol prices. While the government has raised it of late, certain sections are saying it should have perhaps been higher. Are you of a similar view?
Absolutely. So if you look at the rationale between sugar and ethanol, right? So if I'll just give you a larger perspective, is per ton of sugar cane when we crush, and the total revenue that we can produce when we produce sugar and ethanol and all these other byproducts that we have, it ranges somewhere between 4,000 rupees to 4,500 rupees. So when we do ethanol from sugarcane juice, our top line reduces to 4,000 rupees alone. So there is a loss of revenue when we do ethanol from syrup directly, as compared to all the other products from sugar to all of these. So we have taken a conscious call in under the MRN group, where we want to produce more of these biofuels rather than just sugar, because we are a sugar abundance. We are a large producers. And the government of India supports the sugar industry by giving a lot of subsidies and incentives.
Okay.
So we don't want to, the government to spend the exchequer's money. So we are producing, even if we are losing a lot of revenue, we are producing ethanol for the larger good of the country.
Sure.
So if the price of ethanol is increased to somewhere between 68 to 70 rupees is where the real balancing number is. So as an industry and as a person from the sector, so just day before yesterday, Government of India increased the price of ethanol from 63.45 rupees to 65.45.
Okay.
So they've increased the price from by 2 rupees already. But the real balancing number would be between 68 to 70 rupees. I think we should get there, and the government should look at supporting the price at that price bracket.
Okay. So then let's end today's interview by asking you, what lessons in leadership have you learned from your father, perhaps?
Oh, there is a lot actually. So
Okay, so then give us the top maybe one or two that you've learned from him.
absolutely. So he's always told me is as industrialists or as generators of wealth, it is always very important for us to venture into any product where you're solving anybody's problem. See, revenue, top PAT or EBITDA, it all comes later. So if you're actually addressing somebody's issue or somebody's problem is when real value is created. When real value is created, profits generally follow suit. And that is number one. And he always has told us that, we have always ventured in agro-based industries. So all of our industries or all of our what we do revolves around the agricultural sector. So he's always told us that venture into anything that also serves a lot of people.
Okay.
If you speak of my father, right? So he's been a taskmaster, not just as an industrialist in his earlier career, to now as a politician as well, and as a social entrepreneur now. If you look at the since he's taken over the industries department 1 year ago, so our state has been the largest receptor of foreign direct investment. Close to 38% of the country's investments are coming to Karnataka. Karnataka has been the number one position holder in ease of doing business. And if you look at the event that we are in, Invest Karnataka Global Investors Meet, we're looking at large amount of numbers. If you look at 2.8 lakh crores of investments already getting converted, and about 5 to 7 lakh crores of investment that is getting drawn over here. And if you look at the number of industries that have come here, and also the way the government is conducting, so it speaks a lot about how my father, Dr. Nalini, is as a person.
Thank you very much. It's been a great interview, and I know we've gotten into a lot of stuff, and thank you for being patient and taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, India. This is Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with the top 50 updates we are tracking this hour. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated Ramagundam Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited in Telangana. He also addressed a public rally held meeting with party workers. After Chief Minister KCR snubbed PM's event and called him and TRS posters branded him Ravan, Prime Minister Modi lashed out at the Dali Brigade and said, "Your abuses give me the nutrition to work even harder for the common man." The TRS and the BJP engaged in a war of words ahead of PM's visit. TRS leaders demanded that Modi and BJP leaders should spell out what the centre has done for Telangana. Hitting back at CPI for calling for a bandh in Ramagundam without naming the party, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy said that the people of India and Telangana have given a bandh to them long back. Prime Minister Modi launched multiple projects worth over 10,500 crore in Andhra Pradesh's Visakhapatnam. As the much-awaited polling begins in Himachal Pradesh, a voter turnout of 55% was recorded till about 3 p.m., which has now been updated, and we'll tell you more about it. Former Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister P.K. Dhumal and his son and Union Minister Anurag Thakur and their family members cast their votes. Naro Devi, 105-year-old voter, cast a vote in the Chura Assembly constituency for the Assembly polls 2022. After casting a vote at Rampur, Congress MP and State Chief Pratibha Singh appealed to voters to vote for development. BJP National President JP Nadda said that the Saffron Party will get a clear majority in Himachal Pradesh elections. After Congress, now TMC, Mamta's Minister Akhil Giri insults President Murmu, mocks her looks. BJP escalates attack on Mamta Banerjee, stages Dharna, demands TMC Mantri Akhil Giri's resignation. Disowning the statement made by Akhil Giri, TMC MP Shantanu Sen said that TMC has utmost respect for Honorable President of India and that Mamta Banerjee is a symbol of women empowerment herself. BJP Mahila Morcha staged a protest against TMC over Akhil Giri's comment on President Murmu. The National Commission for Women, the NCW, has written to TMC Minister Akhil Giri demanding a written apology for his remarks against President Murmu. After AAP rewarded Hindu baiter Rajendra Gautam, BJP launches scathing attack on Kejriwal by calling him Chunavi and Dhongi Hindu. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written his 5th letter and has claimed that he gifted a luxury watch to Kejriwal and has dared him to take the lie detector test. Nalini, Sriharan and Jaykumar and 3 other convicts in Rajiv Gandhi's murder case were released from the central prison in Chennai. Shortly after being sent to 14-day judicial custody, NCP Neta Jitendra Awad was granted bail along with other accused in the Thane theatre assault case. DCP Vinay Kumar Rathod, who arrested NCP MLA Jitendra Awad, has been transferred to the traffic department. Sources say that this is a routine transfer. Addressing a public rally in Chennai, Home Minister Amit Shah appealed to Tamil Nadu government to start medical and technical education in regional language. Home Minister Amit Shah also said that the country has done good work in terms of strengthening and development and economy over the past 8 years. He asserted that India will become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. Congress released its manifesto for Gujarat Assembly polls. They vowed to implement old pension scheme. In a manifesto released by Congress Party at the Gujarat polls, they have also pledged to rename the Narendra Modi Stadium if they come to power. Taking a jibe at the BJP government in Gujarat, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that Morbi incident should be taken seriously. He also asked why BJP government is not constituting a commission under a sitting or retired judge of High Court to investigate this. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is likely to skip the upcoming winter session of Parliament owing to Bharat Jodo Yatra. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has passed a resolution to file a review petition against Supreme Court verdict that upheld the EWS quota. Congress leader Kantilal Bhuria accused Ratlam DM of acting as a BJP leader, said he is not working to solve the problems faced by farmers. Jan Sena Party Chief Pawan Kalyan has been booked for rash driving, this after a video of him sitting on the roof of a moving car with his security personnel had gone viral. RBI Governor has said that the inflation number for October is expected to be lower than 7%. President Draupadi Murmu visited Air Headquarters Communication Squadron, which undertakes communication duties in most challenging circumstances. Exercise Garuda 7 between the Indian Air Force and French Air and Space Force concluded at Air Force Station Jodhpur. Thane Crime Branch Unit 5 arrested 2 people with counterfeit currency notes worth 8 crore from Godbandar Road in Thane. In yet another seizure, police recovered 95 lakh from a Hawala operator in Delhi. The Income Tax Department has been roped in to investigate the case. Amid heavy rain in Tamil Nadu, holidays have been declared in 25 districts across Tamil Nadu for schools and colleges. Meanwhile, Chief Minister inspected the water stagnation removal work last night. The Gandhi Foundation and the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Non-Violent Social Change honored global humanitarian leader and spiritual master Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar with the Gandhi Peace Pilgrim Award, recognizing his commitment to peace and non-violence. The Delhi Rouse Avenue Court dismissed a plea against Kerala MLA KT Jalil remarks on Kashmir. India reported 833 new COVID cases and 8 deaths in the last 24 hours. This takes the total cases in the country so far to 45 crores. There was a glitch in the top 50, which is why we've come out, viewers. I apologize for that inconvenience. Let's move on and tell you about the story of the hour. After Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin alleged Hindi imposition and penned down a letter to Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah cleared the misconception and called out fear-mongering. Shah stated that Tamil was one of the oldest languages in the world and urged Tamil Nadu government to impart medical and technical education in Tamil. Shah added that this will help the students who've received education in Tamil medium, as they will be able to contribute to the country and advance medical science in the comfort of their own language.
मैं तमिलनाडु सरकार को एक निवेदन भी करना चाहता हूं। तमिल भाषा विश्व की सबसे पुरानी भाषाओं में से एक है। शायद तमिल का व्याकरण भी विश्व के सबसे पुराने व्याकरण में से एक है। तमिल भाषा का बढ़ावा और तमिल भाषा को समृद्ध करना न केवल तमिलनाडु, पूरे देश की जिम्मेदारी है। मैं तमिलनाडु सरकार को अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, देश के कई राज्यों ने मेडिकल और टेक्निकल एजुकेशन को अपने अपने राज्य की मातृभाषा में शुरू किया है। अगर तमिलनाडु सरकार भी मेडिकल एजुकेशन को पूर्णतया तमिल भाषा में पढ़ाने की शुरुआत करती है, तो तमिल मीडियम में पढ़े हुए विद्यार्थियों को मेडिकल साइंस समझने में बहुत सरलता होगी और वो अपनी मातृभाषा में ही रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट कर अपनी और क्षमताओं का देश को और मेडिकल साइंस को योगदान कर पाएंगे।
This comes at a time when there is a debate over the alleged Hindi opposition. Over the last few months, the DMK has been leading an attack on the BJP. In fact, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had also penned a letter to Prime Minister and said that this alleged bid to impose Hindi will not work. M.K. Stalin has been demanding that English be made the linked language. Let's look at some of the comments that have come in on this. M.K. Stalin, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, had said that the union government should not attempt to turn India into Hindia. This was his attack. Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, had said that Hindi unites the whole nation in a thread of unity as official language. This is his comment from Hindi Divas in September 2022. M.K. Stalin had said that make Tamil at par with English and official languages in government offices. Amit Shah had said that Hindi should be accepted as alternative to English. Let's look at the next one. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin said that those trying to impose one language, one religion are enemies of India's unity. H. Raja, BJP leader in Tamil Nadu, had said that M.K. Stalin is a fascist for opposing one language, one religion. Cut to today, when Union Home Minister was addressing an event in Chennai, and he said, look, just like in Madhya Pradesh, where he had said that medical education books will now be in Hindi, he said, let's have all the books here in medical and engineering translated from English to Tamil, so that the locals benefit from this move. The DMK has dismissed this as Tamil tokenism. The BJP says that this is proof of fear-mongering on Hindi. Let's now open this up. Joining us on this big story, S.G. Surya, Secretary of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, Sriram Seshadri, political analyst, Rajiv Gandhi, spokesperson of the DMK, and C. Rajshekharan, who's a lawyer. Now, good evening, gentlemen. I want to begin with you, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. What do you make of the comments made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah?
First of all, thank to Amit Shah, the admitted fact, world oldest language in Tamil. But unfortunately, world oldest language Tamil, not official language in India. Amit Shah is the one thing, Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah is the one thing, world oldest language Tamil. But say 8th scheduled language in Tamil to not enforced to any central government officers and any Indian Parliament and court, anybody. First, one thing the BJP leader teached Mr. Amit Shah. Already 2009 is technical education, engineering is the medium of Tamil, and art and science. Even though law also. I am learning for only for mother tongue my Tamil in learning law. School education and college education must and compulsory in Tamil. To not but central government institute Kendriya Vidyalaya no more Tamil. Central government running for functioning for school, no more Tamil. Sanskrit even though Tamil is Sanskrit, even though Hindi is compulsory. But no more option subject in any Kendriya Vidyalaya school in Tamil. Today's Amit Shah is a big joke in caring for Tamil. This big joke. Already to 1 month back in 11th language commissions, the Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, all state language only for secondary language. Only for speaking Hindi speaking people, only for Indian citizens. Already my leader, M.K. Stalin, my chief minister of Tamil Nadu is claiming
welcoming this move or not?
But today is a big joke to introduce.
Are you welcoming this move? Are you happy with what has happened, what has been said by Amit Shah?
No, this is a big joke of Amit Shah. Come to Tamil Nadu, Tamil is the world most language and biggest language and oldest language. It's a political joke.
Okay, it's a joke.
But practically,
S.G. Surya, the DMK says this is a joke, this is tokenism, nothing else.
The track record shows the dismal show from DMK with regards to Tamil. So let us go into the merits of whatever Mr. Amit Shah has spoken. He has clearly said Tamil being the oldest language, why you cannot have technical education and also medical education in the Tamil language. Does the DMK government have an answer? In the year 2010, they had launched Tamil engineering programs across Tamil Nadu. Today, there are 1,350 seats in the Tamil language engineering colleges, but there are hardly 50 takers. 1,300 seats are going empty, which is offering Tamil medium engineering courses. What are the steps taken by the DMK government? Will you please listen to me first? What are the steps taken by the DMK government to promote Tamil as a technical language, to promote Tamil as a medical language, when Germans can use German for their technical education and also medical education, when Koreans can use Korea for their medical and technical educations, when Chinese can use their own language for technical and medical education, Tamil being the oldest language, why cannot Tamil be imparted as a medium of instruction for technical and medical education? That is the very simple question. Do they have an answer? The Pondicherry government, which is also a Tamil state, is considering to introduce medical syllabus in Tamil language. What are the steps taken by the DMK language? Whether it is a joke or not, the people are seeing it. Tamil is anyway
Quick answer, Rajiv Gandhi, answer that. Then I am bringing in Mr.
Recognized
Rajshekharan.
language.
Yes.
It is
Yes.
not that Tamil being the official language and BJP has come and taken it away. It is the status from independence. So if Rajiv Gandhi has a question, he has to ask right from Nehru to everybody else. You are in power for 15 years.
Okay, let
What
him
were your
answer now.
efforts
He's
to-
smiling. Let
what
him
were
answer.
his
Let him
efforts?
answer. Mr. Surya, you made your point. Let him answer. Yes. My friend Surya is still today's BJP is calling Tamil. But DMK party is very clear. School education, college education, technical education, even though arts and science and law, even though any party, DMK and ADMK already is going on Tamil. Today is suddenly get on the bed Tamil in BJP. Very big joke. Already is going on, everybody school education, college education, so much for Tamil. I am fighting for Indian government, the constitutional amended to 8th schedule languages, force in all India, in other state language, Malayalam, Telugu, Tamil, even though Sanskrit, 8th schedule language is an official language. Already fight for DMK. Mr. My friend is Surya is telling me one question. Already is the Hindi speaking Hindi language allotted amount 638 crores. But the world language, biggest language Tamil only Okay, 32 so crores. what the DMK is saying, Mr. Surya, is that all this is okay, but you must now walk the talk. All this is only lip service at the moment. Mr. Rajshekharan, how do you see this?
See, the Honorable Home Minister had visited Tamil Nadu today and he had attended several programs. So it is politics. I will not blame either the Home Minister or the BJP Tamil Nadu because they have nothing in Tamil Nadu. They have nothing to lose. Of course, nothing to gain too. So fact of the matter is, they want to create some kind of inroads into Tamil Nadu through some method, which now they are instigating that Tamil has to be made the main language, as a professional courses should be learnt in Tamil. All these are, I see it as a sarcasm by the Home Minister. He is only saying that you claim the world's oldest language, why not study in Tamil? He is too sarcastic. Anyway, keeping that aside, suddenly, Home Minister comes to Tamil Nadu and talks about the heritage and the culture of Tamil. It is only for political benefits and reason. So nothing beyond that. And DMK always fights for Tamil and they say Hindi should not be imposed. Anything imposed on any state for that matter, the people of that state will oppose.
No, Mr. Rajshekharan, but while you are calling it sarcastic, sir, can you tell us which part of what Amit Shah said was sarcastic?
No, I understood that way because he is telling you claim to be world's oldest language. Yes, that all I agree. Why don't you learn Tamil in all the technical courses and other medical courses, which is ridiculous to immediately shift to Tamil or Hindi for that matter.
I asked you that question because that's precisely what happened in Madhya Pradesh. The government decided that look, the MBBS education should now also be done in Hindi. The textbooks of medical education should be in Hindi. So he made the same pitch in Tamil.
No, I'll tell you, that is a difficult task. Even in Hindi, you cannot overnight or within a couple of years you cannot create books in all the technical terms, the medical terms, whatever is existing for several decades, several hundred decades. You cannot, because for political mileage and score political brownie points, you play to the galleries. That is politics. That is not, you are going to, cut into the whole education system.
Mr. Seshadri, political mileage, this is a political stunt.
Yes, people who want to learn Tamil will learn Tamil.
I'm not Seshadri, I'm Sriram.
Yes, sorry sir, yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know why Rajiv Gandhi is so paranoid when Honorable Home Minister talks about Tamil. The bigger joke is that these people were sitting in the central government for 18 years and they did nothing for Tamil. Neither did their government on UPA did anything for Tamil. Yes. Now this man is paranoid now. Now he says it's a joke. It's the biggest joke is this DMK sitting in the center for 18 years did nothing. And Rajashekhar to call this sarcasm, I think he probably didn't understand the language what Mr. Amit Shah spoke. I could only think of that. He was in all.
Hindi தெரியாது.
Please let me talk. I had the courtesy to keep quiet. I had the courtesy to listen to you. Please listen to me. So, no. I had the courtesy
my brother Rajashekhar needs to start. I will
let him speak, please. Mr. Rajashekhar, please let him speak.
Hold on.
Not, it's unfair on him. You asked a question, he's responding, please.
Don't show your patriotism to DMK and Tamil now. Just hold on. Let me give my thoughts as well. Yeah.
I mean, you can say
so what I'm saying is, this is the only government which gives thrust to all the local regional languages. It is not just a drama that these guys trying to project as though every language is same important. Why should we ask your permission to start talking about Tamil?
No.
Why are you taking this permission? Do you have the guts to ask all the DMK ministers who run CBSE schools to stop teaching Hindi? Do you have the guts to ask all the DMK ministers whose schools where if you speak in Tamil, if you are being fined 100 rupees, do you have the guts to ask them? Or do you have the guts to ask them why 39,000 people trained in Tamil? And you guys talk about Tamil. Now, gentlemen, what soul's mine? And you only use your mother tongue for your, what are you using it for? You're using the same language,
mother tongue and social language in Tamil.
And nothing more than that. And Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, kindly do something for mother tongue Tamil language.
Tamil is a mother tongue, not a medium. My mother is not going to school to note the exam. What is Tamil?
Okay, I think we've run out of time, gentlemen. We'll have to end it here. Mr. Surya, Mr. Sriram, Rajiv Gandhi, C. Rajashekharan, thank you all for joining us. The political war continues. The DMK, I was calling it Hindi imposition. The BJP says this is Hindi fear mongering. Let's see how this unfolds. Taking a quick break. Lots more lined up on Times Now. Please stay with us.
Pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही कल राखी सावंत का सांसद बनना चाहेंगे तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे। आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा। आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में।
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए कि
रात की सावन का ऑल्सो बिकम।
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं? मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है। लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट।
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। और क्यों नहीं, हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ? डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी। आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए। तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे। किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है।
Leader Kantilal Bhuria accuses Ratlam district magistrate of acting as a BJP leader, says that he is not working to solve problems faced by farmers and threatens to teach him a lesson when the Congress comes to power. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan was stopped at the Mumbai airport by customs officials as he arrived from Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. According to Air Intelligence Unit sources, the Bollywood star had covers of watches worth rupees 18 lakh, for which he had to pay rupees 6.83 lakh as customs duty. The Jan Sena party chief Pawan Kalyan has been booked for rash driving. This comes after a video of him sitting on the roof of a moving car with his security personnel and supporters dangling on the sides went viral. Actor Ketki Chitale has sent a notice to the Thane police for not putting grievous charges against NCP leader Jitendra Avhad. She has demanded that he should be kept behind bars until the trial is over.
very warm welcome to Adani Presents Times Now Amazing Indians 2022, our special series where we celebrate the heroes of the society, the ones who do not wear a cape but have brought light and hope into the lives of many. The gigantic population of the country presents people living varied lifestyles. While many are blessed with the comfort of a good home and necessary resources, the underprivileged people living in the slums face many challenges. NGOs and individuals along with governments are working to better their conditions and help them live life to the fullest. In today's episode, we bring you the stories of 5 amazing Indians whose work revolved around bettering the living conditions of people in slums and shine light into their lives, making their place in the Amazing Indians Awards for the category Slum Care. Our first nominee in this category is a young social worker from Gurgaon in Haryana who has transformed the lives of slum children by bringing them into the formal education system alongside incentivizing their parents with jobs at the school. Have a look at the impactful journey of Nilay Agarwal.
Inspired to change things for a slum that was an everyday sight from his window in Gurgaon, Nilay Agarwal from Haryana started Dream School for slum children who never had a chance at formal education.
There are numerous reasons why children of slums are not going to school, and this needs to be highlighted and this needs to be noticed that there are 65 million people living in urban slums in India only. They think that once these children will become 5 years or 6 years, they will send them to a tea shop or maybe a puncture shop, maybe general store, and they'll be working and raising some money for the family. This see their children as a source of income, and that was the problem. That needs to end. And that was the time when I decided I'd open the school, because the motto of the organization remains the same, a hunger-free India. And for a hunger-free India, definitely you need an educated population as well. And that's why a dream school.
To sustain this model school and also garner the support of students' parents, Nilay incentivized them with jobs at the school.
We wanted to create a model where children are studying in the school, but all the staff members that are introduced that a school needs should be the slum dwellers, the helper, the person who washes the dishes, who cleans the school is from the slum. We prepare midday meal. All the ration that we buy is coming from the local store within the slum. The person who is cooking the food is living in the slum. This person is making money. So it's not just the children who are getting education. It's not just the children who are getting benefited. It's an ecosystem that we have been able to develop, and we are developing, through which a whole economical structure is building up. ये मैं बताना चाहता हूँ दुनिया को कि स्लम के अंदर टैलेंटेड लोग रहते हैं, स्किल्ड लेबर रहती है जिसके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, पर आज एक स्कूल ऐसा बन गया है जिससे इनको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है। ऑफिस बॉय एक अलग जोन में चले जाते हैं, ऑफिस टाइप के चले जाते हैं, लेकिन अब मैं क्लास कराता हूँ, बच्चे मास्टर सर बोलते हैं। एक सर नाम का भी जो फीलिंग्स है वो भी बहुत प्राउड फील होता है।
After briefly training and educating these kids, Nilay helps them to enroll in the nearby government schools. This successful idea of school has been replicated at slums in 14 locations across the country, and over 1,000 kids have been absorbed into formal education so far.
जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो यहाँ का बच्चा ABCD भी नहीं जानता था, वो गुड मॉर्निंग मुझे बोलता तो मुझे गर्व होता है, मुझे लगता है यार कुछ तो करा लाइफ में। पर उससे ज़्यादा गर्व तब होता है जब मैं अंदर आता हूँ तो झुग्गी की एक महिला जो है पूरा पल्लू लेके बैठी होती है, पर वो मुझे धीरे से देखती है और बोलती है गुड मॉर्निंग सर। ये बदलाव माँ बाप में भी आया है। बच्चे माँ बाप से सीखते हैं, पर हमारी स्लम में माँ बाप बच्चों से सीखते हैं। ये बदलाव मैंने देखा।
Our next nominee is a lady from Maharashtra who, through her organization, has worked to improve the living conditions of slum dwellers by providing them access to sanitation services. Take a look at Pratima Joshi's transcending path to development.
An architect by profession, Pratima Joshi from Pune brought in her technical expertise and started Shelter Associates to better the sanitary conditions for people living in the slums.
Young girls saying that, they don't eat or drink after 6 in the evening because they're very scared to use a community toilet in the night, because if they have to use one, then they have to wake up somebody in their house to take them, to the toilet, because safety is an issue. That started really playing up on our minds. Sanitation was the least provided amenity, and it was very heartbreaking to see the kind of challenges it posed for especially the women. So we decided to take this up on priority.
Pratima started the One Home, One Toilet project to address the plight of the slum dwellers who were otherwise forced to defecate in unhygienic conditions or even in the open.
घरी बाथरूम असल्याचा एक फायदा असे की आपण स्वच्छ ठेवू शकतो. कधी आपल्याला अडचण आली किंवा इमर्जन्सी असले तर कुणी लगेच जाऊन लगेच करून येऊ शकतं. स्वच्छ ठेवू शकतो. त्याच्यामुळे कसं आपल्याला रोग होत नाहीत किंवा आपण आजारी पडू शकत नाहीत. जर्म्स होत नाहीत घरात. एक हॅपी वातावरण असतं. असं टेन्शन नाही की बाबा जाऊ आता लाईन मध्ये थांबू, मग आपण करणार, मग घरी येणार.
The One Home, One Toilet is a multi-stakeholder partnership project where the people pay for their own toilets, while Shelter Associates works along with the government across cities in Maharashtra to help concretize the project.
We showed our mapping information and planned with the urban local bodies where all it was feasible to lay drainage lines. And they made it part of their budgetary provision. And they laid the lines at their expense, the municipal corporation. To date, we have been supported for over 26,000 toilets, home toilets, which have impacted more than 1,22,000 people directly, all through corporate support.
Through a data-driven approach, Pratima has addressed a critical issue that is common in slums across and impacted thousands of households by giving them their dignity and an enhanced quality of life.
I've created a very different kind of wealth. The wealth that we've created for the people is really something that has given us manifold times satisfaction than I could have ever got by just creating wealth for myself. And I wake up every morning, I look forward to coming to my office. I look forward to doing this work.
Our next nominee in the category is a pensioner from Gujarat who works to rehabilitate child beggars in Mehsana through education, helping them enroll in government schools and providing resource help. Jayanti Bhai Patel is striving to bring children off the cycle of poverty. Have a look.
In an attempt to reach out to street urchins and derail them from the vicious circle of poverty, Jayanti Bhai and Patel from Mehsana began his empowering journey.
कई बच्चे फुटपाथ पे सोते थे और दिन में मैं मॉर्निंग में जब भी पैदल चलने के लिए जाता था तभी वो बच्चे भीख मांगने के लिए तैयार रहते थे. मार्केट में सब घूमते थे, भीख मांगते थे. वो देख के हमें लगा कि कुछ ना कुछ इसके लिए करना चाहिए.
Jayanti Bhai came up with a concrete plan to curb children from begging by providing for their education and eventually finding them a suitable job to sustain themselves.
हम वो सबको काउंसलिंग करके उसको भी रेसिडेंस के साथ टेंट दिया, जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट थी खाने पीने, रहने का, पहनने का, सब कुछ सामान हमने दिया. उसके बाद वो लोग भी भीख मांगना बंद करते हैं. गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कूलें हैं पढ़ाई के लिए वो भी अच्छी तरह ट्रीट करती है अपने बच्चे को, और वो बच्चे अलग अलग स्कूल में नजदीक जहाँ रेसिडेंस है वहाँ नजदीक के स्कूल में हम पढ़ाई करवाते हैं. तो आज वो 10वीं कक्षा तक भी पढ़े हैं, ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं. सबके लिए अच्छा हो रहा है, सोसाइटी के लिए, समाज के लिए सब अच्छा हो रहा है. और इधर जो हमने बाल भिक्षुक मुक्त शिक्षित समाज जो अभियान शुरू किया तो उसमें अभी 497 बच्चे पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं और 125 बच्चे जैसे मतलब मैरिज करके अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
અમારી શાળામાં જયંતિભાઈ વિશે કહેવું એ અકલ્પનીય વાત છે. જે બાળકો ઝૂંપડપટ્ટીમાં રહે છે, જેમને શાળા શું એ કશી માહિતી જ નથી, કંઈ ખબર જ નથી, એવા બાળકોને જયંતિભાઈ શોધીને લાવે છે શાળા સુધી અને એમને શિક્ષણ કાર્યની સાથે જોઈન્ટ કરે છે.
Jayanti Bhai's efforts have seen a heartwarming impact among the kids whose talents have been nurtured and the paths to their futures enlightened.
અને હું કશું નથી ભીખ માંગતો હતો તો સાહેબે મને મળ્યા. સાહેબે બૂટ પોલિશનું સામાન લઈ આપ્યું. મેં થોડા દાડા બૂટ પોલિશ કરી પછી સાહેબે મને સ્કૂલમાં દાખલ કરાયો અને ભણતા અત્યારે હું 10મું ભણું છું અને અત્યારે મારે સાપરું કરી આવ્યું એક સરકારી જગ્યામાં. તે તાટપત્રીઓ અમને દર વર્ષે આલે છે. સાહેબનું જે અક્ષય રથ છે અમને રોજ ખાવાનું લઈને આપે છે. દર વર્ષે સ્કૂલના કપડાં પહેરવા માટે કપડાં ખાવાનું બધું લઈને આપે છે સાહેબ. મારા આગળ કલાકાર બનવાની ઈચ્છા છે અને 10મું પાસ થઈ ગયું તો એન્જિનિયર બનવાનું છે.
I just held myself and I said, from now I'm going to live for the well-being of senior citizens, elderly people. I'm a social worker. I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में.
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का will also become. सांसद बनना चाहेंगे उसको तो आप बनने नहीं देंगे. आप दिमाग में सबको ऐसा डाल के रखेंगे फिल्म स्टार ही बनेगा. आपको सब फिल्म स्टार ही चाहिए मथुरा में.
नहीं हेममान
कन्हैया जी ने भक्त चाहिए ही
कल राखी सावंत का will also become.
बहुत अच्छी बात है.
आपका क्या विचार है इस बार? आप
मेरा विचार क्या मैं बताऊं. मेरा विचार भगवान के ऊपर है. लॉर्ड कृष्णा विल डू इट.
मैं तो देश की सेवा के लिए ही पैदा हुई हूँ और मैं देश की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ. और क्यों नहीं हमारे मोदी साहब, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी चाय बनाते बनाते प्रधानमंत्री जी पीएम बन सकते हैं, तो मैं बॉलीवुड में काम करते करते सीएम क्यों नहीं बन सकती हूँ. डेफिनेटली मैं बनूंगी. आप सबका आशीर्वाद चाहिए. तो 2024 में अब आप मुझे चुनाव लड़ते हुए देखेंगे. किसके अपोजिट, ये सरप्राइज है.
back. You're watching our special series, Adani Presents Times Now Amazing Indians 2022. The parallelly exemplary work of the amazing Indians in the category Slum Care compelled us to declare two winning stories. Our first winner of the category is a Mumbaikar who helped thousands of senior citizens across 6 cities in India to tackle loneliness and insecurities, helping them lead an independent, dignified life. Here's more on the empowering journey of Dr. Shelu Srinivasan.
Often people in their old age are abandoned or are neglected within their own homes, stripping of their dignity and left to live the last days of their life in sorrow and pain. Overcome with an incident during her youth, Shelu Srinivasan decided to change this scenario and started the Dignity Foundation in 1995.
In a matter of a minute, I just held myself and I said, from now I'm going to live for the well-being of senior citizens, elderly people. I'm a social worker. I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life. So I came back. I was at that time working in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and I met with the director and told her, this is the trauma that I had. An old person just abandoned in a big airport. There is that very sensitive topic. I worship my parents. Grandmother and grandfather are like God. On the same breath, they will not be giving proper food for the diabetic mother or allowing the father to do what he wants to do.
In the initial days, Shelu Srinivasan wrote about the plight of the elderly in her magazine Dignity Dialogue that eventually turned around into on-ground practical implementation where she started providing for elderly needs.
There were a lot of people who were buying the magazine, but they were also phoning me, Shilu, you are only printing and publishing what you think you should. But what happens to my loneliness? I am sitting here from morning till evening. God has given me 3 meals a day, I am fine, but I am very lonely. I don't have anybody to talk to. We started visiting people, getting to know what is the ground reality for older people. We came to know loneliness is number one ailment that they have. So as a social worker, came up with a service called Dignity Companionship.
Shelu Srinivasan journeyed ahead by providing food to the elderly poor and eventually went on to be their sole support.
We collected about 400 people and started giving monthly rations. After this ration supply, then I started providing jobs for the elderly. One after the other, about 17 different services we were able to launch in response to what the people were telling me.
सब हम लोग और इधर राशन मिलती है, चाय मिलता है, खाना मिलता है, सब मिलता है। 2 दिन छुट्टी रहता है तो हमको लगता है कितना साल छुट्टी है, हम कभी जाएंगे, कभी खुलेगा। सब मिलता है, हम लोग आराम है।
The Dignity Foundation is blessed and supported by many individuals, entrepreneurs and corporates who were also instrumental in setting up the Dignity Lifestyle Homes for the aged.
I was able to establish a large township. Now 150 people are living in Dignity Lifestyle. This is at Neral near Karjal in Bombay.
The Dignity Foundation lightens the lives of the elderly through yoga sessions, heartwarming meals over banter and conversations with other fellow companions at the home.
When they don't have any sahayata at home, they feel very fulfilled when they come over here. Everyone needs an advisor, they need a companionship, they need support. I think that is what life is all about with Dignity.
मैं इनके बीच में से आया हूँ, ऐसे ही स्लम से वगैरह ही मैं ऊपर तक आया हूँ, तो मुझे ऐसे लोगों के बारे में हमेशा ही ऐसा लगता रहा कि मैंने कुछ तो भी करना चाहिए और फिर इसके लिए मैंने फुटबॉल का माध्यम चुना।
back. You're watching Adani Presents Times Now Amazing Indians 2022. Our final story and the next winner of this year's Amazing Indians Award 2022 in the category is a change maker from Maharashtra who used sport as a tool to empower homeless young children. Through his unique initiative, Jhopadpatti Football, Vijay Barse helped reintegrate many outcast kids into the society. Have a look.
While many choose novel ways to bring education to children and enhance their lives, Vijay Barse, a PET teacher, chose sport as a way to lead underprivileged slum children to empowerment and started the Jhopadpatti Football.
मैं इनके बीच में से आया हूँ, ऐसे ही जगह से स्लम से वगैरह ही मैं ऊपर तक आया हूँ, तो मुझे ऐसे लोगों के बारे में हमेशा ही ऐसे लगते रहा कि मैंने कुछ तो भी करना चाहिए और फिर इसके लिए मैंने फुटबॉल का माध्यम चुना और ये तय कर लिया मैंने कि फुटबॉल के द्वारा मैं ऐसे लोगों के बीच में जाके मैं इनके जीवन का स्तर उठा सकूं, इनमें कुछ अच्छी आदतें डाल सकूं।
Through sporting, Vijay brought a praiseworthy change in the lifestyle and behavior of youngsters who otherwise led a dingy life in the slums.
आप देखोगे इनको, इनमें से शराबी है, इनमें से गुंडागर्दी करने वाले हैं, इनमें से स्कूल कॉलेजेस छोड़ के वैगबॉन्ड घूमने वाले लोग हैं, अपने माँ बाप को परेशान करने वाले जेब कतरे, इस प्रकार के जो लोग हैं ये आज अच्छी ज़िंदगी जी रहे हैं, पढ़ाई में हायर एजुकेशन तक पहुँचे। आज उनकी सोच बदली है, आज वो बच्चे दूसरों के लिए सोचते हैं, उनका बिहेवियर टोटल चेंज हुआ है, ये सबसे बड़ा इम्पैक्ट है।
Vijay trains these kids from the slums to play at national and international levels and win laurels for the country.
हमारा आज का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो फुटबॉल एकेडमी भी है कि जिसमें हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जो बच्चे अंडर प्रिविलेज है, ग्रामीण के हैं, बिल्कुल स्लम से आए हुए बच्चे हैं, उनके बीच में से हम अपने देश को प्लेयर दे सके।
मैं उस कम्युनिटी से आई हूँ जहाँ से मुझे हाफ पैंट के लिए, शॉर्ट्स पैंट्स के लिए शाम के 5 बजे के बाद घर में आ जाना है, आपको इस चीज़ के लिए रोका जाता था। उस कम्युनिटी से आके मैं आज ऐसे बच्चों को लीड करती हूँ जो मेरे जैसे जिनका बैकग्राउंड था। मैं लो से शुरू की हूँ और आज मैंने 2 बार नेशनल खेल चुकी हूँ स्कूल के तरफ से एंड देन स्लम सॉकर को भी काफ़ी बार रिप्रेजेंट कर लिया है, एक बार इंटरनेशनल भी खेलने गई हूँ। सो ये सारे अचीवमेंट्स मेरे सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्लम सॉकर की वजह से हुए हैं।
20-year-old Vikas had seen the worst days. After joining Jhopadpatti Football, he found a new meaning to life and transformed himself through the game.
मैंने सेंट्रल जेल तक के देखी है, 6 महीना मैं सेंट्रल जेल में रहा। मैंने मुझ पे केस लगा था, लोग दूर भागते थे। अगर मैं किसी से बात करूं जो मेरे साथ में रहते थे, इवन वो लोग मेरे से दूर हो गए थे। स्लम सॉकर का स्लोगन है कि चेंजिंग लाइफ थ्रू फुटबॉल, तो सिर्फ सेइंग नहीं है बट एक्चुअल में वो है। तो मैं थैंक यू बोलूँगा स्लम सॉकर को।
Slum soccer has its imprint in almost all states of the country, where street children and tribal kids who never stepped out of their communities have been trained in the sport and made a mark at international platforms.
जब इसके स्टार्ट हुआ तो केवल और केवल 10-12 बच्चों के ऊपर में हमने इसको स्टार्ट किया था, लेकिन आज 10-12 नहीं, 10-12 हज़ार नहीं, आज हम लाखों की जिंदगी तक पहुँचे हैं। ये जो अपने गंदी बस्ती से बाहर नहीं निकल सकते थे, देश विदेश में जाते हैं, तो तब लगता है कि हमने कुछ किया है, मैंने कुछ किया है, हमने कुछ किया है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा समाधान अपने जीवन में है और यही समाधान मुझे इनमें काम करने के लिए हमेशा ही आगे बढ़ाता है।
Working in extreme conditions and untimely hours, our amazing Indians rose above their capacities to shine light into the life of others. They truly deserve all due respect and applause. Thanks for watching.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Times Now.
Viewers, the BJP no longer sees itself as a bit player or an also-ran party in Tamil Nadu. It sees itself as a serious and credible challenger to the traditional Dravidian parties that have established dominance in Tamil Nadu. Powered by a dynamic new presence in the shape of a former IPS officer, K. Annamalai, the party has suddenly, viewers, begun punching above its weight. Not in terms of votes for now, but at least when it comes to setting the narrative, the agenda, or even being positioned as perhaps the most persistent and truculent adversaries questioning on a daily basis the government in power. The government in power, viewers, is part of what has become almost an hegemony in Tamil Nadu over the last few decades. And we are talking about the great Dravidian wall that the BJP hopes to breach. While its rivals concede that the party has certainly acquired an edge in the game of driving conversations and is punching above its weight in this one category, they still don't rate its electoral prospects, at least as of now. The BJP has been branded a Hindi belt party, an outsider force that doesn't hold Tamil culture in high esteem. At least that's what is being said about it by its traditional rivals. They also point to the party's overtly Brahminical vote bank worldview when it comes to their politics. Today, viewers, we have the opportunity and the privilege of speaking to K. Annamalai, who is of course leading this challenge, as I just told you, for the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu, to determine whether the BJP is guilty as charged by its rivals, or whether this is a falsehood, and if so, why does he think so? What has led the BJP to be branded a Hindi belt party, and can it overcome some of these perceptorial hurdles? So let's begin our conversation. Mr. Annamalai, thank you for speaking to me. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. For a long time now, there's been talk that the BJP has been making significant inroads in Tamil Nadu. But have you really? In 2011, your vote share in the assembly elections was about 2.2%. Correct me if I'm wrong. In 2016, it grew to about 2.9%. 2021, it fell back to 2.6%. There is a perception that the BJP is very vocal in Tamil Nadu, but electorally, it hasn't made much progress. Now, how do you respond to this, and why do you think this is the case?
Rahul ji, thank you so much for having me with your show in Times Now. Rahul ji, I am not denying the numbers that you have put out, 2011, 16 and 19, at different points of time, different electoral scenes. When we had very big leaders in Tamil Nadu, 2011 and 2016, we had some big stalwarts. Kalaignar Karunanidhi, Madam Jayalalitha, very big leaders in the political fray. 2019, I would always call that as an abnormal election, because the whole of India chose to vote in one way and Tamil Nadu chose to vote in a different way, because there was this persistent anti-Modi campaign built by DMK and its channels that it owns. So 3-4 years continuously, anything and everything, they made it anti-Tamil. They drilled it down hard, and maybe I would say the voters were misled in 2019 also. Now 2021, if you look at the assembly election that had happened, probably the first elections that happened without this big stalwarts, BJP contested in 20 seats. We were in an alliance with the ADMK, and DMK came to power. Possibly I would say that was the closest election where DMK came to power with about a 2% margin. DMK plus were at 33%, ADMK at 31%. So it is not that Tamil Nadu overwhelmingly voted for the DMK brand of politics. It is not they voted that MK Stalin should be the chief minister. They just crossed that finish line in a very tense election with multiple people cutting votes. There is the Seaman cutting votes, There is this Kamala Hassan who was leading a friend. Then there's the ADMK alliance. So in this electoral scene, 2024 is going to be much different, entirely different. For the first time, you are going to see the playing field completely open, and Narendra Modi ji's government completing 10 years, very popular. Probably all our schemes have reached a kind of a traction point. People, not only do we tell people that we have built a house, in that house people have lived for 4 or 5 years. So this is going to be very different. To attest to this fact, in the recently held urban local body elections, wherever BJP contested, we scored 9%. Across Tamil Nadu, we scored about 6%. So vote share is seeing a jump, no doubt about that. But having said Tamil Nadu, large number of political parties contest. Even with 20, 22, 23% vote share, you make a significant difference. So we believe at this point of time, BJP's vote share is in double digit. Like you said very clearly in the beginning, the test is only going to be 2024 elections. We have to wait till then. But we are very confident 2024 would be a watershed moment for BJP Tamil Nadu, where not only we will be in the higher vote share, but also we will have MPs to prove that Tamil Nadu people have swung the BJP way.
But you are still admittedly going to be playing the supporting role. You have said just very recently that the party's alliance with the AIADMK is intact in Tamil Nadu, and the AIADMK will lead the alliance also in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. How long do you believe the party will remain in the shadow of the AIADMK or other regional outfits?
Sir, you know, as of now, when we speak in this interview, it is the Central Parliamentary Board and the party which makes the decisions about alliance. So, as we speak now, ADMK is an alliance partner of the NDA. In Tamil Nadu 2021, being a larger party, they led the alliance in 2019 also. So, in 2024 also, when I am speaking as a state president as of now, so they are in an alliance. So, it will be foolish of me to say that BJP as of now is bigger than ADMK, so we will lead the alliance. So that even very seasoned political commentators like you will not agree to that. So BJP as a party, we are very ambitious. We want to grow faster, possibly come to power in a day in Tamil Nadu sooner than later. But these are things that parties make decision in a larger frame of mind. Very senior leaders, they make that decision. So I hope and pray BJP would be in a position, maybe about 16 months from now, in a position of strength. Where last time we contested with 5 seats in Lok Sabha. There were times where we contested 11 seats. This time we believe we are in a much bigger position. We can contest more number of seats. The party has grown. That is a decision for the parliamentary board to decide.
Okay, fair enough. Let's just look at the South as a whole, because as you said, the Tamil Nadu picture in 2019 was a bit of an outlier. So let's just look at the situation. In Karnataka, you're in power. There is an election looming. In Telangana, your party is the principal challenger to the TRS. In Kerala, the party's vote share is growing. Possibly now the BJP in Kerala can independently, and it has been of course, but can independently claim that it has definitely dented the two principal other challengers there, the left and of course the Congress. There is a lot more scope for growth in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, you were bold enough to drop your traditional ally there and go it alone. What therefore is the problem, the main obstacle in Tamil Nadu?
Sir, you rightly put it, the way the South is shaping up. But in Tamil Nadu, the problem is we deal with parties that are very extreme, very vocal in terms of what they say. Congress after 1967 has lost power in Tamil Nadu. No national party in the last 60 odd years is able to gain power in Tamil Nadu. The problem is the Dravidian parties or other local parties, the sub-regional parties, caste-based parties, they are very vocal. And when 6-7 parties, they speak in one frame of mind. For example, when there is a new education policy, when the third language is made compulsory, but Hindi is made optional. So this is a very big shift that has happened in the Indian political scene from 2020. So what happened, all these 7-8 parties of Tamil Nadu except BJP, they even oppose a third language being taught. So BJP is the only party which is trying to educate. Many a times we have to educate our voters also, educate our Tamil Makkal also, that third language is the need of the time. So once we accept a third language, Hindi is optional. We can study either a Kannada or a Telugu or Malayalam, whichever you are comfortable. So the noise actually drowns us. Many point of time it is a bigger noise. And another unfortunate part is also all of these political parties, they have a news channel, they run a newspaper. So they dominate this mind share. They keep talking morning till night, and many a time many false narratives are pushed, false news are pushed. So BJP is operating in that domain where not only have we do politics on a daily basis, we also have to educate our voter, we also have to educate our Tamil Makkal. So many a times when BJP is gaining strength, you see in Tamil Nadu all those people, they gang up together. The parties gang up, they attack BJP when people are shifting to other side. So many a times our foes also become friends to that side. So it's a very complex political field. So we have to maneuver all of them, outmaneuver them, make sure the message reaches them very pointedly, very clearly. At the same time, every time DMK is on a back foot, you just see, sir, DMK is in power for 16 months. The biggest issue DMK is talking for the last 2 months is the so-called Hindi imposition, which is actually not true, and the EWS quota, which is approved by the Supreme Court. They are not talking about the governance model, they are not talking about the Dravidian development model, they are not talking about CM's achievement in the last 16 months. This is their go-back model. Every time DMK is under pressure, they go back to Hindi, they go back to Tamil pride, they go back to center being against the Tamil interest. They create a narrative. So many a times they have tried successfully.
Okay, but
so this is their stock in trade.
But Mr. Annamalai,
so BJP, we are
I understand
happy.
that.
We have pushed the DMK back to their old game.
Okay.
So now, if you talk in the last 1 month, Tamil Nadu has seen two different peculiar protests.
Okay.
BJP leading a protest against DMK in Tamil Nadu saying, no Hindi is imposed, but you are not growing Tamil language. DMK leading a protest against BJP and others saying you are trying to impose Hindi. So this is a parity game now, where we are very genuinely with data pointing out, it is not Tamil has grown under DMK. Only English has grown in DMK. Mother language is not growing. So these are all very complex issues in Tamil Nadu, sir, where it needs time for issues to get matured, people
but
to
there
understand.
is no doubt.
But I am confident with the election fever in 2024, people would make the right choice.
Okay, but there is no doubt, Mr. Annamalai, that the BJP is an ideology-driven party. There is no doubt about that. I want to ask you this. Can Hindutva unlock the Dravidian door, so to speak? Or is this binary wrong?
Right, sir. In Tamil Nadu, the word called Hindutva, the word called Sanatana Dharma, over the last 60-70 years, so confused. And very wrongly these words are interpreted. And very wrongly the political parties have written about it, spoken about it. Now when you go to the average Tamilian and talk about the word called Hindutva, is really confused. What is Hindutva? He believes Hindutva is an exclusionary project where a band of men will come, maybe some extreme hardcore right-wing people who actually BJP doesn't represent also. They might go and bash up some Muslim or some Christian somewhere, like what we have seen in different points of India, which actually BJP doesn't subscribe to that version. That is the version they are trying to sell. Sanatana Dharma, immediately when we say in Tamil Nadu, they say Sanatana Dharma means there is an upper caste, so-called Brahmin caste, which is trying to subjugate all of us. So we are trying our best over a point of time. Maybe we have gone aggressive in the last 1 year to accurately position what is Sanatana Dharma, a timeless Dharma that is encompassing of everybody. That doesn't talk about upper caste, lower caste. Also about Hindutva meaning, when the state government is doing appeasement politics on a scale which Tamil Nadu hasn't seen on a scale. The Coimbatore blast is a classic example. When we are trying to say, when BJP is trying to represent the Hindu interest, doesn't mean the BJP is going against the Christian or Muslim interest or the minority interest. But Hindus feel threatened in Tamil Nadu. It's a fact. Hindus are not being properly represented in Tamil Nadu. That is a fact. And the Christian missionary groups are allowed to operate in Tamil Nadu on a large scale. That is a fact. So this is something we are trying our best to position it correctly, where we are not against anybody. But this government is specifically against the Hindu community, the temple issue, temple closing, taking gold outside the temple, allowing tea and HRNC department to control temples by putting somebody inside the temple where the worshippers don't have a free choice. So it is taking time, sir. It is not that immediately people accept it. I agree with you. It takes a lot of time to unravel all the nonsensical narrative that is fed to our Tamil Makkal. It will take a little bit more time, but we are confident we will reach there.
On that point, HRC Act, that can easily be reversed by the center itself. So, would you not want to establish your credentials by undertaking such a liberating, for example, project driven centrally?
Sir, the first thing is, it has only become an issue now. After BJP, we have taken up the temple-centric issues, we have taken up the worshipper-centric issues. It is becoming a talking point now, where the government is actually forced to concede. In many ways, we have put them in the back foot in the last 1 year. So we want it to become a people's issue. We want it to achieve a certain level of momentum, which is happening now. Till then, we are trying to educate our people, because this act is there for the last 50-60 years. And DMK somehow portrays this as a social justice model, where a HRNC department is trying to control the temple because they don't want Brahmins to come and control the temple. We are saying this narrative itself is unfair. It is not that so-called Brahmins are controlling. Brahmins are a part of it. They are trying to enrich Tamil Nadu's history at different points of time. But somehow from 1949, the anti-Hindu rhetoric of DMK has become an anti-Brahmin rhetoric. Somehow they are able to sell that narrative also. So there are a lot of groundwork to be done.
Are you talking about A. Raja?
Also, sir, we want to educate, at the same time do active.
Are you talking about A. Raja, who said?
Yes, sir.
And let me quote him.
If you look at it,
yes, let me quote him. For the viewers' benefit, he said, "One will remain a Shudra, prostitute's son, till they remain a Hindu," unquote. Where is this coming from?
You'll be very surprised, sir. It is not A. Raja's uttering for the first time this. Many DMK leaders have uttered this, much worse than this. The rhetoric against the Brahmin is absolutely worse than this. But they have spoken, they have escaped it over the last 30-40 years. But right now I am happy that people are questioning. It is not that BJP is questioning. People are questioning. Who are you to speak? For the first time, DMK is confused. This is the language we are using for the last 50 years. Why are you suddenly questioning us? For that, I gave an explanation as a political leader. I said, look, till then you are controlling the medium of communication. You are writing your own paper, own channel. There was 100 people in a room. You are speaking whatever you want. You are escaping. For the first time, with the social media, with the cell phone, with the technology, with the active English news media, first time people are questioning it. I am in a way very happy, sir, that A. Raja's statement, it has reached the shore, it has assured all the countries, and Tamil people have genuinely taken affront to it. But previously this was not happening. 20 years back it was not happening, because the medium was controlling. Now these are the signals I am pointing out to you, sir. It is becoming a people's issue. When previously when BJP says DMK will accuse us of doing a Hindu politics, Hindu-centric politics, and they will say we are doing Hindu appeasement politics. Now for the first time people are rightfully saying no, BJP is not doing that. You are doing a minority appeasement politics. You are abusing Hindus, which BJP is questioning. This shift has taken so much years to happen, sir. It's a matter of time. That is why DMK is forced to go to temples.
Okay,
now,
but
DMK
minorities,
is trying to do
when
the
you
last
say
1 year.
minorities.
No. We worship God. We respect God.
Okay.
The CM's.
But Mr. Annamalai, when you talk about minorities,
the CM's wife does visit to all kinds of temple.
Okay.
The CM's son-in-law is going to temple just to show that we are also a party which will respect Hindus. That is the first time it is happening in Tamil Nadu.
So you've just accused the DMK of playing the appeasement card, but I mean, let's look at some of the minority population in the state. They hardly exceed 6.5%. So, I'm talking about Christians and Muslims taken together, somewhere there, if I'm not mistaken. So, what is the political incentive for the DMK to play the minority card?
Rahulji, with due respect, with Christians and Muslims in our state, it is about 13%. 6.5 Christians and 6.5 Muslims. But the problem is, especially in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, sir, the conversion is becoming a big issue. If you look at Kanyakumari, a state where the Hindu population was a majority 2 decades back, now the Hindu population is a minority. So in Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, So a lot of constituencies are on the edge. There is this project that is happening on a large scale for the last many years, which after the DMK has come to power, it is getting accelerated. And somehow DMK believes, sir, that attacking the Hindus doesn't vote as a block, Hindus vote is divided. But attacking the Hindus will give them that consolidation of 10-12% among the minority population, which the minorities themselves are questioning to DMK. You are neither serving us nor serving them. You are trying to be a cat on a wall. In the recent Coimbatore bomb blast, when the ISIS module attacked this, till now DMK doesn't use a word called terror attack. They call it as a cylinder blast. But I'm very happy the local Jamaat came out and said this is a terror attack. We don't appreciate it. The intelligence has failed. So DMK's strategy is somehow keep this minority population's vote intact, allow the Hindus to split, which the vote goes to multiple parties, so that there is no unity. For the first time in Tamil Nadu, we are seeing a Hindu consolidation also. People are questioning. People are asking, how long can you take us for granted? So that is putting DMK in the back foot, sir.
So let me ask you this. You have said that the BJP has picked up on largely a public sentiment that has recognized that Hindus also have rights, etc. And you have said that there is a need amongst Hindus in Tamil Nadu to secure an amount of dignity for themselves. Will you be able to commit tonight and tell me that the AIDMK is also on board with you? Because when you talked about the HR&C Act, for example, it's not as if the AIDMK has militated against it when it was in power. It continued it. Do you have AIDMK on board?
It's a very straight question, sir. Some of the Tamil Nadu politics over the last 5-6 decades, it has taken a lot of people for granted. 4 years, it's a normal politics. The opposition parties will get active after 4 years. Then there is a change of government which happens routinely. But when Dr. MGR started the party in 1972 and later when Madam Jayalalitha came, they tried their best to balance. Though the HR&C Act was there, it was never misused. Now you see, for example, in the Chidambaram Nadaraja temple, which is one of the 5 important places for Lord Shiva, the HR&C minister daily threatens the Dikshidhar of Chidambaram temple, daily threatens. Just yesterday he has threatened it. Though there was an act which was kind of a dormant, other things were happening on the ADMK time, which also I am unhappy. The Tamil Nadu doesn't have any place for the HR&C Act in the first place. But in the DMK it is being misused. There are 2 levels of arguments, sir. It is misused on a daily basis. Threatening, the Nityakala Puja doesn't happen. They have given a short shrift. The money is being taken out and cars purchased. All the officers' salary is paid from the temple when it is not the exclusive provision of the HR&C Act also. But I can commit to you as a BJP man. When we come to Tamil Nadu, whenever the BJP comes to power, the day one, whoever is our chief minister, because this is the party's ideology locally as a Tamil Nadu BJP unit, he or she will 100% take that act out. Because we have to liberate temples. Okay. These are all great temples built by great people in a fantastic social justice model. Rajaraja Cholan, the great Tanjavur Bragadishwara temple, everybody had a right to go inside. In fact, the so-called poor and the oppressed, they were given the permission to go and light the lamp inside. That kind of what? They spoiled it in the last 70 years and they are giving a false sense of social justice. It will happen. But I hope and pray the ADMK party also realizes the political dynamics in Tamil Nadu is changing.
No, so I'm asking you
voter cannot be taken for granted.
I understand.
If ADMK comes on board with respect to this, I'll be very happy, sir.
The reason, Mr. Annamalai, I asked you this question about the AIDMK was very specific. And you said that the AIDMK has never acted unfairly. But let me take you back in time. The Tamil Nadu All Religious Landholdings, Lessees and Tenants Protection Association said that the AIDMK went ahead and fixed a fair rent which was hiked very steeply, and that has become an unbearable imposition. This has been going on for the last 1 year or so in Tamil Nadu. So I am saying that when you have a partner that necessarily hasn't acted fairly when it has come to, let's say, the way the HR&C Act expresses itself on the ground, why are you therefore then aligning with them? Isn't there a contradiction here at a fundamental level?
Okay, you got your facts right, sir. In the sense that the steep revision, everything has happened, I'm not denying it. Of course, we have our disagreements as a party, because if both parties agree to all the principles, then there is no difference between ADMK and BJP. But only now I am sure the ADMK party is also realizing post Amma's death. When Jayalalitha Amma was there, she was a Hindu icon in Tamil Nadu. When Dr. MGR was there, he was a Hindu icon. So everything was accepted because they felt, okay, they will not make any mistake, they will do it fairly. Because after Jayalalitha Amma's demise, the last 5 years, things have opened up, sir. There is no great leader to hold things together. So now I am sure ADMK also understands the changed political landscape. Yes, I agree with you. We have disagreements on this. It is not that ADMK has come out openly and said, when we come to power, TNA, HRC, we will remove, because ADMK was in power when the act was there. But I hope and pray with the changed dynamics, when the voters cannot be taken for granted, when people have become vocal, and people are questioning things on a daily basis, I am sure ADMK will have a change of mind. But with respect to the alliance, we had many disagreements, we have voiced out opinions against each other at different points of time. But we believe we have certain very common goals. Because ADMK, though it's a regional Dravidian party, but it is nationalist in character.
Okay.
In Tamil Nadu, at one day we cannot oppose everybody at one point of time, because we will lose politically. But now ADMK is also, with respect to the EWS quota, when every single person in Tamil Nadu, political party leader is opposing, when the people are appreciating, in a way ADMK is yet to give its statement. They haven't mentioned a for or against till now. But every single party has gone to town saying that we will not allow this to happen, all that things. But we are seeing that ADMK themselves are realigning, consolidating, understanding the people's mood. That itself is a welcome sign in Tamil Nadu, sir.
Last few questions to you. I don't want to keep you, Mr. Annamalai. Let's examine this alliance with the AIADMK. I agree that there is a degree of pragmatism, and most alliances are formed on a pragmatic political compass or an index. But the Prime Minister is an avowed anti-corruption crusader. He has always said in Hindi, na khaunga na khane dunga. Unfortunately, this cannot be said about the AIADMK. You know the legacy of corruption that has tainted the party, and I'm not saying it's only particular to the AIADMK. It has happened also with other political parties. But therefore, given this crisis of credibility on such a fundamental issue, can you really be natural partners?
There is a question whether we can be natural partners or we can be partners. Two different ways of looking at it, sir. With respect to the corruption issue, we are very clear Tamil Nadu deserves a government that is free of corruption. That is free of corruption. We had chief ministers going to jail. More than any other state, we had raids being conducted and crores of money unearthed. But this is a very tricky issue, very touchy issue. But I can only speak for